Hmm. No. A very warm good morning to all the distinguished dignitaries, eminent guests, and speakers. Welcome all to BPR&D headquarters, Delhi. Today, we all are here to participate in this national conference of Chief Information Security Officers, Chief Risk Officers, and intermediaries, jointly being organized by National Cybercrime Research and Innovation Center, NCRNIC, I4C, and BPR&D, MHA, as an endeavor towards creating an enhanced and secure cyberspace, resilient infrastructure, and an ecstatic digital experience for one and all. Shortly among us would be the chief guest himself, Honorable Minister of State. I hope you all have a wonderful experience and enlightening journey for this event today. Waiting for chief guest himself to arrive. I would request all to welcome our chief guest, Shri Ajay Kumar Mishra ji, Honorable Minister of State Home, Ministry of Home Affairs, and our special guest, Shri Govind Mohan ji, IS, Additional Secretary, UT, Ministry of Home Affairs, with high spirits, please. Kindly take seats, all the dignitaries, guests, and speakers, please. Now I would request Sri Balaji Srivastava, IPS, the Director General, BPR&D, to welcome and extend warm greetings to our chief guest, Sri Ajay Kumar Mishra ji, Honorable Minister of State Home, Ministry of Home Affairs, with a plant as a symbol of growth, prosperity, and accomplishment. Thank you so much, sir. I would also request Sri Balaji Srivastava, DG BPR&D, to welcome our special guest, Additional Secretary Sri Govind Mohan ji, Ministry of Home Affairs, with a plant as a symbol of bundle of blessing and best wishes. Thank you so much, sir. I would like to request Dr. Karuna Sagar, IPS IG, Modernization, BPR&D, to extend the warm greetings by offering plant to Sri Balaji Srivastava, DG BPR&D. Thank you so much, sir. I would also request Dr. Karuna Sagar, sir, to extend greetings by offering a plant to Sri Neeraj Sinha, sir, ADG BPR&D. Thank you so much, sir. To move the event forward, I would request Sri Balaji Srivastava, the Director General, BPR&D, to deliver the welcome address, please.
Honorable Minister of State Home, Ministry of Home Affairs, Shri Ajay Kumar Mishra ji, SUTMHA, Shri Govind Mohan, my colleagues on the dais, ADG Neeraj, IG Karuna, other IGs, distinguished speakers, delegates, and dear friends. I welcome you all to the National Conference of the CISO, the Chief Information Security Officers, CROs, the Chief Risk Officers, and the intermediaries. As we are aware, the Bureau of the Police Research and Development is the national think tank for the Indian Police and the CAPF, promoting good practices and standards. This bureau recently celebrated its 51st annual day, last week itself, in fact. I believe that organizing such an important conference should be counted as a significant effort of this bureau towards promoting good practices and standards in the field of cybersecurity and cybercrime prevention. Sir, the conceptualization of this conference itself shows how keenly the modernization division of the BPR&D and the NCRIC are involved in equipping the LEAs to address the emerging cybersecurity challenges. Let me also utilize this opportunity to shed some light on the very important segments of policing that the BPR&D has been working for the past 51 years. So this bureau has 6 different divisions: modernization, special police, research and correctional administration, training, administration, and the national police missions. The modernization division is responsible for the actionable development of products and technologies for police application. Identification of the emerging technologies or initiation of work on new technologies is another important area where the modernization division, headed by my colleague IG Dr. Karuna Sagar, and his wonderful team of people, officers, researchers, is extensively working on. So today's conference is jointly organized by the BPR&D and the Indian Cybercrime Coordination Center of the MHA, the very eminent I4C. As you're aware, sir, the I4C was founded by the Ministry of Home Affairs in 2018, and which acts as a nodal point in the fight against cybercrime. And the NCR and IC, which I just alluded to, the National Cybercrime Research and Innovation Center, is one of the 7 verticals of the I4C and is housed in the BPR&D. Another wing of the NCR and IC and the NCR ICCB, which is the capacity building, is at one of our CDTIs in Hyderabad, sir. NCR and IC is spearheading research and innovation in the area of cybercrime prevention and cybersecurity, in collaboration with the academia, the industries, and other stakeholders. So the NCR and IC is mandated to work on 3 critical areas, which are to track emerging technological developments, proactively predict potential vulnerabilities which can be exploited by the cyber criminals. Secondly, to leverage the strength and expertise of all stakeholders, be it in the academia or the private sector or in the intergovernmental organizations. And thirdly, and equally importantly, create strategic partnerships with all such entities in the area of research and innovation focused on cybercrimes and the cybercrime impact containment and investigations. So, since its establishment, the NCR and IC has been doing a lot of hard work in trying and fulfill this mandate. In order to fulfill the need of special training curriculum, the NCR ICCB has designed a course with the name Training Curriculum, Cybercrime Investigation and Digital Forensics. This course is designed for basic, intermediate, advanced, and specially advanced levels. The detailed syllabi of this course is already published and so forwarded to all the states and UTs and the CAPFs. The NCR and IC is also involved in preparing various SOPs and booklets in this regard. So during the COVID-19 pandemic, the NCR and the IC continued the research work and developed an investigative workflow manual on cyber harassment cases. It was released on the 8th of March this year, which, as you're aware, is the International Women's Day. And this was done by the Union Home Secretary on the 8th of March. Another set of 4 booklets, which includes the SOP on investigation process, methodologies for cryptocurrency related cybercrimes, the manual on social media intelligence, SOCMINT, for the law enforcement agencies. You have the first responder handbook on the computer system acquisition. And the last one is on the emerging cybercrimes in India, a concise compilation. These all have been published. And the NCR and IC continues to work on another set of 6 booklets for the LEAs, and they are likely to be published very soon, sir. The NCR and IC also organizes the monthly webinar series on the topics of emerging cybersecurity challenges, digital forensics, cybercrime investigation methodologies, and cutting-edge technological developments like artificial intelligence, machine learning, blockchain, and cryptocurrency. 2 such webinars, sir, have already been organized on emerging cybersecurity challenges and blockchain technology in June and July this year. These webinars were attended by more than 400 police officers across the country, sir. More such webinars are going to be organized by NCR and IC in the coming months. The proceedings of the first webinar has already been published and released by the Honorable Home Minister when he graced this bureau on the 4th of September this year on the occasion of the 51st Foundation Day celebrations. The NCR and IC team has recently organized the first national level, it's called the Capture the Evidence Contest, for the LEAs. It's a unique kind of an online competition wherein the crime investigating officers were required to solve the simulation of a typical cybercrime. So the theme of the CTE this time was on data breach. We've got some very, very encouraging responses from various states, UTs, CAPFs, and the CPOs. In today's conference, we are giving cash awards to the top 3 winners, sir, and the other 10 officers would be given consolation certificates. We've also received a feedback on this contest, and our bright police officers are of the opinion that more such contests should be organized by the NCR and the IC at more regular intervals. And therefore, in keeping with this feedback, sir, we propose to organize a 2nd edition of the CTE in December this year. The NCR and IC is playing another important role in spearheading the 6 cybercrime prevention against women and children R&D projects, sir, which are being executed by the country's leading academic institutions. Many of the tools that have been developed by the IITs and the NITs and the IIITs for cybercrime prevention against women and children are expected to be released by the end of this year. Another set of 5 R&D proposals for developing research-based solutions for LEAs to augment their fight against cybercrime has also been shortlisted and forwarded to the Ministry of Home Affairs for their approval. In the recent months, sir, we have seen rising incidents of high-profile cybersecurity breaches like the ones of the Colonial Pipeline in USA and the healthcare data breaches in other countries. The cyber criminals might have the potential to press a halt button on the critical infrastructure of any country. They could contaminate the drinking water supply of a city, cause massive power outages, disrupt the oil and gas supply, rupture the supply chain management of corporate entities, etc., etc. As you're aware, sir, ransomware attacks and the DDoS, the distributed denial of service attacks, phishing, spear phishing, and data breach incidents are on the rise. The role of AI, ML, blockchain, IoT, 5G have become more and more vital, both in causing the crimes in cyberspace as well as paving the way to tackle, prevent, and investigate such crimes. Friends, in today's conference, we have invited eminent experts to talk about different components of technology like network infrastructure, secure coding best practices, compliance to security standards and protocols, data protection, cloud services, etc., which are responsible and go a long way, as you're aware, in ensuring cybersecurity. One of the prime reasons why this conference is being hosted is the fact that I4C and the BPR&D are working closely towards sensitizing our police forces to look at cybercrime and cybersecurity challenges beyond the incidents of payment frauds, cyber stalking, etc. With the rise in technology, there's an alarming level of risk coming up in the area of the cyberspace. And herein comes the role of the CISOs, who, in a sense, are the chief security officers of a cyber premise. So, this conference is going to discuss 4 different themes today in a day-long conference. One is the critical sector-related risk and roles and responsibilities of the CISO and the CROs. Secondly, the best practices in cybersecurity. Thirdly, securing critical cyber-physical infrastructure. And finally, and equally importantly, emerging trends in cybersecurity. There's also a panel discussion on the topic, industry's best practices for the top 10 threats to an organization. That's the theme, sir. And I would request the moderator and the panelists, and this comes, it's a very, very personal request, to make a set of recommendations for the LEAs with respect to upgrading the cybersecurity and the cybercrime prevention mechanisms. I would take this opportunity to congratulate the 3 winners. We have Amit Kumar, Sub-Inspector Counterintelligence, Delhi Police; Satish Badolia, Sub-Inspector State Cyber Police Headquarters, Bhopal; and Parun Kumar Naik, Sub-Inspector CID, West Bengal. These are all the top 3 winners of the CET contest that I just alluded to. I think they deserve a round of applause. And we are very fortunate, and they are equally fortunate that this morning they're going to be felicitated by none other than the Honorable Minister of State. So, well, once again, I welcome you to this and other dignitaries, distinguished speakers, and other panelists to today's national conference of the CISOs, CROs, and the intermediaries. And as the DG of this premier organization, BPR&D, I wish this conference every success. Thank you, and Jai Hind.
Thank you so much, sir, for putting forth the clear picture of the organizing body of I4C, NCRNIC, and BPR&D in doing efforts to combat the cyber challenges and to ensure better cyber security. Thank you so much, sir. Now I would invite our special guest, Sri Govind Mohanji, IS, Additional Secretary UT, Ministry of Home Affairs, to deliver special address, please.
सम्माननीय गृह राज्य मंत्री श्री अजय कुमार मिश्रा जी, डीजी बीपीआर&डी श्री बालाजी श्रीवास्तव, एडीजी श्री नीरज सिन्हा, आईजी डॉक्टर करुणा सागर, अन्य वरिष्ठ अधिकारीगण और मित्रों, साथियों जो और प्रदेशों से आए हैं इस कॉन्फ्रेंस में पार्ट लेने। सर, साइबर स्पेस की जो परिकल्पना की गई है उसमें इंटरनेट के द्वारा आज के दिन में बहुत कुछ संभव है जो पहले संभव नहीं होता था। इंटरनेट ने एक क्रांति, सूचना की क्रांति को जन्मा है और जिसके फलस्वरूप कई अनुसंधान हुए हैं, ह्यूमन प्रोग्रेस हुई है और कई सारी जो पूरी ह्यूमन रेस है उसको कई सारे लाभ भी मिले हैं। परंतु इंटरनेट के व्यापक उपयोग से जो साइबर स्पेस के चैलेंजेस हमारे सामने आए हैं वो सबसे प्रमुख ये है कि साइबर स्पेस की कोई भौगोलिक सीमा नहीं है। साइबर स्पेस डज नॉट हैव एनी जियोग्राफिकल बाउंड्रीज। इसके कारण सर, जैसे हमारी भौगोलिक सीमा पे हम अपनी सेना को उपस्थित कर सकते हैं और सेना के माध्यम से हम अपने बॉर्डर्स को डिफेंड कर सकते हैं, साइबर स्पेस के बॉर्डर्स को उसी प्रकार से सुरक्षित रखना कठिन भी है, और इसलिए अत्यधिक कठिन है क्योंकि जो क्रिमिनल्स हैं और जो क्रिमिनल मेंटेलिटी के संस्थाएं हैं, जो लोग हैं, वो परस्पर आपस में मिलकर और एक सतत रूप से हमेशा ये प्रयत्न करते रहते हैं कि जो भी सिक्योरिटी व्यवस्था स्थापित होती है उसको किसी ना किसी तरह से व्यवधान पहुंचे, वो किसी ना किसी तरह से तोड़ी जाए। इसके फलस्वरूप सर साइबर स्पेस का जो डोमेन है वो एक अत्यंत उसमें बहुत बड़े चैलेंजेस हैं, और वो अपने आप में एक बहुत बड़ी चुनौती है सभी देशों के लिए और इसी तरह भारत के लिए भी। सर जैसा कि आपको विदित है, गृह मंत्रालय आंतरिक सुरक्षा के सभी पहलुओं पर काम करता रहता है। सतत रूप से बॉर्डर सिक्योरिटी हो या नक्सलाइट रीजन्स की सिक्योरिटी हो या नॉर्थ ईस्ट रीजन में इंसर्जेंसी का विषय हो या टेररिज्म का मामला हो, इन सभी विषयों पे गृह मंत्रालय हमेशा सतत रूप से काम करता रहता है। और इसी को ध्यान में रखते हुए वर्ष 2017 में सर गृह मंत्रालय में एक साइबर एंड इंफॉर्मेशन सिक्योरिटी डिवीजन को जन्म दिया गया सर। इस डिवीजन का मुख्य उद्देश्य ये था कि साइबर स्पेस की जो चुनौतियां आ रही हैं, जो दिन पर दिन बढ़ती जा रही हैं और एक्सपोनेंशियल रेट से बढ़ती जा रही हैं, उनके उनके प्रति सजगता का माहौल पूरे सरकार में निर्मित हो, और ऐसी टेक्निक्स हम भी सतत रूप से आगे लाते रहें जिसके फलस्वरूप साइबर स्पेस के चैलेंजेस को हम ठीक प्रकार से नियंत्रित रखें। तो साइबर एंड इंफॉर्मेशन सिक्योरिटी डिवीजन का जो परिकल्पना हुई गृह मंत्रालय के अधीन, वो एक अत्यधिक महत्वपूर्ण कदम था सर गृह मंत्रालय का। और ये पिछले 4-5 साल में साइबर इंफॉर्मेशन सिक्योरिटी डिवीजन ने जिस परिकल्पना के तहत उसको जन्माया गया था, उस परिकल्पना को परिपूर्ण करने के लिए बहुत महत्वपूर्ण कदम उठाए हैं। सबसे बड़ा कदम जो उठाया गया है सर, जिसके लिए महानिदेशक साहब ने भी अपने भाषण में जिसका जिक्र किया, वो है एक स्पेशल पर्पस यूनिट जिसको I4C कहते हैं, उसको एक स्पेशल पर्पस यूनिट को क्रिएट करना। इस स्पेशल पर्पस यूनिट का मुख्य उद्देश्य ये है सर कि सरकार से थोड़ा हैंड्स ऑफ डिस्टेंस इसका रहे और इसको लचीलापन इसको दिया जाए, जिसके फलस्वरूप ये जो भी इनोवेशन जो हो रहा है दुनिया भर में, उसके साथ कदम से कदम मिला के उस इनोवेशन को सीखे और फिर सीखने के बाद भारत सरकार के, राज्य सरकारों के जो कंसर्न विभाग हैं उनमें ये डिसेमिनेट करे सर। तो I4C 2018 में सर इसको जन्माया गया था सर, और इसकी माननीय गृह मंत्री जी ने जनवरी 2020 में इसका उद्घाटन किया। I4C के तहत हमने 7 वर्टिकल्स बनाए हैं। कुछ का जिक्र बालाजी साहब ने किया है सर, लेकिन 2 एक ऐसे पहलू हैं जो विशिष्ट रूप से मैं आपका ध्यान आकर्षित करना चाहता हूं। सबसे प्रमुख है सर हमारा साइबर क्राइम रिपोर्टिंग पोर्टल सर। इसमें आज के दिन में जो भी साइबर क्राइम होता है एक आम आदमी के विरुद्ध, उसको रियल टाइम बेसिस में ये रिपोर्ट कर सकता है। एक नंबर भी दिया गया है जो 24/7 हमेशा उपस्थित रहता है, उस नंबर पे वो रिपोर्ट कर सकता है सर। और इसको डायरेक्टली जो कंसर्न पुलिस थाना है वहां पे कंप्लेंट ट्रांसफर हो जाती है, और वहां यदि उपयुक्त पाया जाए तो इसके अगेंस्ट एक FIR भी दर्ज हो जाती है सर। लगभग 5.5 लाख ऐसे मामले हैं सर जो छोटी सी अवधि में I4C के इस पोर्टल में रजिस्टर हुए हैं, और इसमें लगभग 30% मामले ऐसे हैं जिनमें FIRs भी कर दी गई हैं। ये प्रतिशत थोड़ा कम है, अनुपात थोड़ा कम है। इसके प्रति हम सतत रूप से सजग रहते हैं। राज्यों से, यूटीज से हमेशा मेरे स्तर पे, गृह सचिव के स्तर पे वार्ता चलती रहती है कि FIRs की मात्रा को कैसे बढ़ाया जाए। लेकिन इसका असर लाभ हुआ है, और इसको देखा देखी कई राज्य सरकारों ने अपने पोर्टल्स भी विकसित किए हैं। और आज के दिन में सर कोई भी आम आदमी इस देश का अपने को साइबर क्राइम्स के विरुद्ध असहाय नहीं पाता है सर। उसको जैसे ही क्राइम होता है वो रिपोर्ट कर सकता है और उसकी रिपोर्ट पर कार्रवाई भी होती है सर। दूसरा जो प्रमुख कार्य हमने किया है सर, वो है एक साइबर सिटीजन साइबर फ्रॉड्स रिपोर्टिंग एंड मैनेजमेंट सिस्टम सर। ये सिस्टम ऐसा है सर कि अगर कोई भी फाइनेंशियल फ्रॉड होता है, और लगभग 60% जो आज के दिन में साइबर फ्रॉड्स हो रहे हैं वो फाइनेंशियल फ्रॉड्स हैं, तो ये फाइनेंशियल फ्रॉड सर तुरंत रूप से इनकी रिपोर्टिंग ही होती है, और रिपोर्टिंग ही नहीं, परंतु जो पैसा किसी के वॉलेट से या बैंक अकाउंट से चुराया गया है साइबर फ्रॉड के माध्यम से, वो पैसा उस सिस्टम से निकलने से पहले ही उसको जब्त कर लिया जाता है, और जिसके विरुद्ध ये क्राइम हुआ था उसको लौटाया जाता है सर। अब तक करीब 12 करोड़ रुपए इस प्रकार से सर, जो जिनकी चोरी हुई थी साइबर फ्रॉड्स के द्वारा, उनको इम्पाउंड किया गया है सिस्टम में और उनको वापस लौटाया गया है। ये एक बहुत ही प्रभावी हम लोगों ने I4C ने, मेरे I4C के साथी बैठे हुए हैं सर, मैं उनको बधाई देना चाहूँगा, श्री प्रवीण यादव, श्री अशोक कुमार, श्री दीपक विरमानी। ये सतत रूप से सर 24/7 काम करते रहते हैं, और इस तरह के अनेकों प्रयोग हमारे I4C में चलते रहते हैं सर। तीसरा सर जो एक मुख्य वर्टिकल है जिसके संबंध में आज हम यहाँ एकत्रित हुए हैं सर, वो BPR&D के द्वारा सतत रूप से रिसर्च और इनोवेशन करने हेतु एक विंडो बनाई गई है, और इस विंडो के तहत सर BPR&D को कई सारे प्रोजेक्ट्स दिए गए हैं। BPR&D ने जो सर्वश्रेष्ठ एंटिटीज हैं भारत में, उनके माध्यम से इन पे शोध प्रारंभ किया है सर, और इसमें कई ऐसे मुद्दे हैं सर, जैसे डार्क वेब का मसला है सर। डार्क वेब एक ऐसी चुनौती है सर जहां पे जो 95% इंटरनेट का डार्क वेब होता है, जिसका कोई www एड्रेस नहीं होता है, जिसको आप खोज नहीं सकते हैं, और जहां पे हर प्रकार के जो सबसे संगीन अपराध हैं, चाइल्ड पोर्नोग्राफी हो गया, क्राइम्स अगेंस्ट विमेन हो गए, टेररिज्म के जो अपराध हैं, वो डार्क वेब के माध्यम से विकसित होते हैं, और वहीं पे ये पनपते हैं। तो डार्क वेब जैसी चुनौती को कैसे हम ट्रैक करें, कैसे उस चुनौती पर हम काबू पाएं, इस पर शोध अत्यंत आवश्यक है सर, और हमारे BPR&D के माध्यम से हम ये शोध कर रहे हैं। इसके बहुत अच्छे परिणाम निकले हैं। करुणा सागर जी इसके नोडल ऑफिसर हैं सर, ये कर्मठ पुलिस अधिकारी हैं, बहुत इन्होंने इसमें अपना समय भी लगाया है और बड़ी चाव से ये काम कर रहे हैं सर। हमें पूरी उम्मीद है कि इसके बहुत अच्छे परिणाम भी पाए जाएंगे सर। अब सर मैं आखिर में आता हूं आज की कॉन्फ्रेंस के बारे में सर। जैसे मैंने बताया, साइबर स्पेस की कोई भौगोलिक सीमा नहीं होती है। साइबर स्पेस की जो बाउंड्रीज हैं, जो सीमाएं हैं, उनको सतत रूप से 24/7, 24/7 कैसे उनका निरीक्षण करा जाए, कैसे उनको सिक्योर किया जाए, इस चैलेंज को मीट करने के लिए जो हमारे फ्रंटलाइन योद्धा हैं वो सीसोज होते हैं सर, जो हर मिनिस्ट्री में, हर उपक्रम में, हर एंटिटी में एक सीसो की स्थापना की गृह मंत्रालय और इंटेलिजेंस ब्यूरो ने परिकल्पना की है कि ये सीसोज जो हैं ये निरंतर रूप से दिन रात इस बात को देखते रहेंगे कि वहां के जितने भी कंप्यूटर सिस्टम्स हैं उन पे कोई साइबर अटैक तो नहीं हो रहा है। अब साइबर अटैक या तो फिशिंग के माध्यम से होता है, या कोई वायरस उसमें डाल दिया जाता है, या पूरे सिस्टम में रैंसमवेयर लगा दी जाती है। ये कई सारी टेक्निक्स हैं। सीसोस का काम है कि हमेशा इस बात के प्रति सजग रहें कि रैंसमवेयर, फिशिंग, वायरस उनके सिस्टम में तो नहीं आ रहा है। अगर उनके सिस्टम में आ रहा है तो तुरंत रूप से उसका समाधान किया जाए। ये समाधान करने हेतु NIC ने और I4C ने कुछ ऐसे सॉफ्टवेयर भी डेवलप किए हैं जिनके माध्यम से सिस्टम को पुनः ठीक किया जा सकता है, क्लीन अप किया जा सकता है। तो अभी सर एक उच्च स्तरीय बैठक गृह सचिव जी ने ली थी, जिसमें भारत सरकार की जितनी भी सुरक्षा एजेंसीज थी सब आई थी, और उसका जो मुख्य कंक्लूजन निकला वो ये था कि साइबर स्पेस के चैलेंजेस को मीट करने के लिए सीसो से ज्यादा प्रभावी और कोई आज के दिन में हमारे पास व्यवस्था नहीं है। तो इस व्यवस्था को हमें परस्पर सुदृढ़ करना है, इसको परस्पर हमको ज्यादा प्रभावी बनाना है, और सीसोज जितने भी हैं, जो पूरे देश भर के सीसोज हैं, उनको इस बात को अपने जहन में ठहराना है कि वो जैसे एक सिपाही होता है जो बॉर्डर में देश को गार्ड करता है, उसी प्रकार से वो भी एक प्रकार के सिपाही हैं जो साइबर बॉर्डर्स को गार्ड कर रहे हैं सर। तो एक बहुत ही हमारे लिए सर एक बहुत खुशी का ये मामला है सर, बहुत संतोष का एक विषय है कि बीपीआर&डी ने इस चुनौती को समय पे समझा है और ये सीएसओस की कॉन्फ्रेंस कराई है सर। और मैं सर पूरा और गृह मंत्रालय पूरा हम लोग आशावादी हैं सर कि इस कॉन्फ्रेंस से बहुत अच्छे परिणाम निकलेंगे सर। एक बार पुनः सर मैं आपका आभार व्यक्त करना चाहूँगा सर, आपने व्यस्त समय सारणी में समय निकाला यहाँ आने के लिए और इस महत्वपूर्ण कॉन्फ्रेंस को इनॉग्रेट करने के लिए। और बीपीआर&डी और महानिदेशक को मैं फिर पुनः बधाई देना चाहूँगा सर कि उन्होंने I4C का एक जो बहुत इम्पोर्टेंट प्रोग्राम है उसको आगे बढ़ाने के लिए ये पहल ली है। धन्यवाद सर।
Thank you so much, sir, for putting forth the efforts considerably and significantly being taken by MIS Division, MHA, NCR&IC, BPR&D, and I4C in combating cybersecurity challenges and the role of CISO CRO in today's time. Thank you so much, sir. The next moment is about the book release. For capacity building and empowerment of police forces, various initiatives are being taken by BPR&D to ensure better health and lifestyle of our police personnel. A national level webinar was organized by the Modernization Division of BPR&D to promote awareness about prevention, management, and control of cancer among our police forces. Eminent experts of the country, Professor S.K. Gopinath, Padma Shri, HCG Hospital, Bengaluru, and Professor Lalit Kumar, Padma Shri, AIMS, New Delhi, delivered their talks covering all related aspects. The book has been prepared in this regard, and wisdom of the experts has been imbibed in this book named Cancer, Prevention, Management, and Control, to be circulated to the LEAs for their benefit. Now, I request our eminent chief guest, special guest, and all dignitaries to kindly release the book, please. I appreciate a loud round of applause from the participants, please. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, all the dignitaries and all the participants. Thank you so much for this gracious moment. Recently, on 4th September, 51st Annual Day celebration of BPR&D has been graced by the presence of Honorable Union Home Minister Shri Amit Shahji. And as a part of its celebration during the Modernization Week, a unique event was organized by NCR and IC BPR&D named Capture the Evidence Contest, as mentioned by our DG BPR&D also. It was organized on the theme of data breach investigation on August 10th and 11th, respectively. Total 200 nominations were received for participation from various LEAs across India. NCRIC team simulated a crime story based on the data breach and shared the same along with evidence files and questions with all the participants. A total 70 solutions and responses were received from participants. The DG BPR&D has announced the cash reward of rupees 50,000 and 25,000 and 10,000 along with the certificates for the first, second, and third rank winners respectively. So through this dice, I request our honorable chief guest and special guest to distribute the certificates to the winners, please. May I request on the stage the first prize winner, Shri Amit Kumar, Sub-Inspector, Counterintelligence, Delhi Police, to come on the dais and receive the certificate from the Chief Guest, sir, please. Of applause, please, Shri Amit Kumar. The thunder of claps, please, please. Thank you so much, sir. Now I would like to request the second prize winner, Shri Satish Badolia, Sub-Inspector, State Cyber Police Headquarters, Bhopal, Madhya Pradesh, Police, to come on the dais and receive the certificate from the dignitaries, please. Shri Satish Badolia, Bhopal, Madhya Pradesh Police. May I request the third prize winner, Shri Barun Kumar Nayak, Sub-Inspector, Criminal Investigation Department, West Bengal Police, to come on the dais and receive the certificate from the dignitaries, please. Congratulations to all the winners, and thank you so much, all the dignitaries, our honorable chief guest and special guests, for doing the honors, please. Now, I would urge our chief guest, Shri Ajay Kumar Mishra ji, Honorable Minister of State Home, Ministry of Home Affairs, to deliver the inaugural address, please. Sir.
BPR&D और IC4 के तत्वाधान में आज CISO CRO इस राष्ट्रीय कार्यशाला में उपस्थित संस्थान के DG श्री बालाजी श्रीवास्तव जी, हमारे गृह मंत्रालय के सम्मानित अधिकारी श्री गोविंद मोहन जी, ADG श्री नीरज सिंह जी,
आए हुए सभी सम्मानित अधिकारीगण, उपस्थित सभी साथियों,
बहुत विस्तार से DG साहब ने और गोविंद मोहन जी ने साइबर स्पेस की क्या महत्ता हमारे जीवन में है, इसके विषय में प्रकाश डाला है। वास्तव में निरंतर दुनिया बदल रही है और चैलेंजेस भी बढ़ते जा रहे हैं, जिनके विषय में उन्होंने चर्चा भी की है। साइबर स्पेस से जहां पूरी दुनिया के लोगों के जीवन में एक सकारात्मक परिवर्तन आया है, उस तेजी से जब हम परिणाम पे पहुंचते हैं इसके माध्यम से, तो इस पर हमारी निर्भरता भी बढ़ी है, और जब निर्भरता बढ़ी है तो हमारी चुनौतियां भी बढ़ी है। ऐसी स्थिति में जब अभी गोविंद जी ने जिक्र किया कि वास्तव में, और ये सच है, कि साइबर स्पेस की सीमाएं नहीं है, तब हमको कई बार इस बात का भी ध्यान रखना होता है कि हम दुनिया के दूसरे देशों से भी, जो हमारी इंफॉर्मेशन सिक्योरिटी है उससे संबंधित जो क्राइम है, उनको रोकने का जब चैलेंज हमारे सामने आता है, तो हमको विश्व स्तर पर अपने सभी जो हमारे इस संबंध में अधिकारी हैं, इससे संबंधित लोग हैं, या हमारा जो काम करने का तरीका है, उसको हमको विश्व स्तरीय बनाना ही होगा। अगर हम विश्व स्तरीय सूचना सिक्योरिटी या साइबर क्राइम से संबंधित जो हमारी इन्वेस्टिगेशन की जो विधा होती है, अगर उसमें हम विश्व स्तरीय परिवर्तन नहीं लाएंगे, वैसी सुविधाएं नहीं देंगे, तो हम कहीं ना कहीं पिछड़ जाएंगे। और ये चुनौतियां बहुत बड़ी हैं। जहां हम लोग देखते हैं अभी इंटरनेट का प्रयोग करने वालों में की जो संख्या बढ़ी है, उसके बहुत सारे कारण हैं, लेकिन जो चैलेंजेज है उसमें एक सबसे जो है कि कम साइबर जानकारी है, लोगों को कम साइबर साक्षरता है, इंटरनेट सस्ता है, और ये सारी जो चैलेंजेज हैं उसके साथ अब नई चैलेंज आ गए हैं। IoT है, AI है, ड्रोन है, ये जो निरंतर विकसित टेक्नोलॉजी है, इसके द्वारा भी चैलेंजेज हमारे बढ़ते जा रहे हैं। क्योंकि साइबर अपराध तकनीक समर्थित होते हैं, ज़्यादातर गुमनाम जगहों से किए जाते हैं, और इसकी कोई सीमा नहीं होती है। इसलिए इसको जांच करना, इस पर रोक लगाना, ये बहुत कठिन है, और इसी के कारण ये बहुत तेजी से बढ़े भी हैं। अभी सारी बातों का जैसे जिक्र करते हुए ये चर्चा भी आई है कि जो इस दुरुपयोग को कैसे हम रोकें, सोशल मीडिया है, इन सब चीज़ों पर बात हुई है। लेकिन मैं आप सबको ये आश्वस्त करना चाहता हूं कि हमारे प्रधानमंत्री जी और हमारे गृह मंत्री जी के मार्गदर्शन में साइबर अपराधों से निपटने के लिए समय समय पर हमने बहुत सारे प्रावधान किए हैं, वहीं कानूनी ढांचे को भी हमने मजबूत किया है। अभी 4 सितंबर 2021 को पुलिस अनुसंधान और विकास ब्यूरो के स्थापना दिवस पर अपने संबोधन में माननीय गृह मंत्री श्री अमित शाह जी ने साइबर सुरक्षा के क्षेत्र में पुलिस कर्मियों तथा सभी केंद्रीय सशस्त्र पुलिस बलों के उन्नयन और क्षमता निर्माण की रफ्तार को तेज करने पर जोर दिया। बालाजी उसमें थे, उन्होंने देखा होगा। और इसका सिर्फ और सिर्फ एक ही कारण है कि जिस तेजी से पूरी दुनिया में बदलाव हो रहे हैं, अगर हम उससे और अधिक तेजी से आगे काम नहीं करेंगे तो हम पिछड़ने के बाद फिर उसको सोचें कि हम रिकवर कर लेंगे, तो ये संभव नहीं होगा। और इसी जैसे सूचना प्रौद्योगिकी का जो अधिनियम हमारा 2019 का था, उसमें हमने बच्चों से संबंधित अपराधों को संरक्षण देने के लिए भी बहुत सारे संशोधन किए हैं, परंतु अभी भी कई कानूनी चुनौतियां हमारे सामने हैं। ये निश्चित है कई जगहों पर आपको इन्वेस्टिगेशन करने में ऐसी बाधाएं भी आती होंगी, क्योंकि सारी चीज़ें भी हम लोग अगर कहें कि व्यवस्थित हो गई हैं कानूनी रूप से और फिजिकल रूप से, वो अभी हमको करने की बात है। और उसका सबसे बड़ा कारण ये है कि भारत के संविधान की 7वीं अनुसूची में पुलिस और लोक व्यवस्था राज्य के विषय है। ये भी एक चैलेंज है, हमको राज्यों को भी उसी स्तर पर खड़ा करना है और इसके लिए गृह मंत्रालय बहुत तेजी से काम कर रहा है। हमने साइबर अपराध की ऑनलाइन रिपोर्टिंग की बात जैसे अभी जिक्र आ गया, साइबर अपराध से निपटने के लिए नई टेक्नोलॉजी फोरेंसिक उपकरणों के विकास के लिए हमने अनुसंधान और विकास की गतिविधियों को भी शुरू किया है। साइबर फोरेंसिक प्रयोगशालाओं की स्थापना में राज्यों और केंद्र शासित प्रदेशों की भी हम सहायता कर रहे हैं, जिससे विश्व स्तरीय संस्थाएं बन सकें और उनको हम वो सुविधाएं दे सकें। साइबर अपराध के को रोकने के लिए एक बड़ी चुनौती हमारे सामने जनता को जागरूक करना है। इसमें भी हम गृह मंत्रालय के माध्यम से बहुत सारे काम कर रहे हैं और ऐसे सरल उपाय जैसे रेडियो है या कुछ वीडियो फिल्म्स हैं या कुछ ऐसे पम्फलेट्स हैं, उनको लगातार हम प्रसारित करके जनता को भी जागरूक करने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं। साइबर कानूनों में संशोधन करने का भी एक क्रम हमारा जारी है। और दूसरा, जैसे मैंने कहा कि इसकी जो सीमा जब नहीं है तो पूरी दुनिया एक तरह से एक ही इकाई है और उसमें हमको एक दूसरे देशों से भी पारस्परिक कानूनी सहायता के लिए भी काम करना है। इस पर भी हमारा काम जारी है, योजनाएं हम बना रहे हैं। लेकिन गृह मंत्रालय ने देश में जो साइबर अपराधों की एक बात आती है, जिसमें महिलाओं और बच्चों के प्रति एक साइबर क्राइम जो होते हैं, उसके लिए बहुत संवेदनशील है हमारी सरकार। और उसमें हमने विशेष रूप से अनुसंधान एवं विकास और विशेष महिलाओं और बच्चों के प्रति होने वाले अपराधों के रोकथाम के लिए कैसे जागरूकता फैलाएं, क्योंकि ये एक ऐसा कोना होता है जहां बच्चे कई बार ये जानते नहीं कि ये अपराध है या नहीं है, या उस अनजाने में इस तरह की बातें होती हैं। तो इसलिए इनको भी जागरूक करने का काम हम बड़े पैमाने पर कर रहे हैं। और उसमें जैसे अभी मोहन साहब ने जिक्र किया कि भारत जो हमारा I4C है, भारतीय साइबर अपराध समन्वय केंद्र, इसकी बहुत महत्वपूर्ण भूमिका है। इसको लेकर के हमने लगातार ये काम किए हैं, जिसमें एक जो उन्होंने बता ही दिया है कि एक टोल फ्री नंबर हम लोगों ने शुरू किया है। आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस आधारित चैट बाट भी हमने उपलब्ध कराया है। राष्ट्रीय अपराध रिकॉर्ड ब्यूरो के द्वारा बाल पोर्नोग्राफी है, बलात्कार, सामूहिक बलात्कार, ऐसे जो बहुत सारे विषय आते हैं, उसको हमने IT अधिनियम की धारा 79(3) के तहत मध्यस्थों को नोटिस जारी करना, ऐसी सारी चीज़ों के माध्यम से हमारा एक ये ऐसा प्रयास है कि ये जो संवेदनशील खतरा हमारे लिए एक बहुत बड़ा चुनौती है, जो महिलाओं और बच्चों के संबंधित अपराध के लिए है, उस पर हम विशेष रूप से काम कर रहे हैं। और उसमें ऑनलाइन चाइल्ड पोर्नोग्राफी और बाल यौन शोषण सामग्री पर नेशनल सेंटर फॉर मिसिंग एंड एक्सप्लॉइटेड चिल्ड्रन, ये भी हमने एक उसमें जोड़ा है ऐप, और उसके द्वारा भी हमने कई उसमें काम किए हैं। उसके साथ साथ I4C जियो फेंसिंग की सिफारिश की भी एक महत्वपूर्ण भूमिका उसमें होने वाली है। पुलिस अधिकारियों के बीच में सूचना और डाटा का आदान प्रदान हो सके, उनका समन्वय बना रहे, और जिससे हमने देखा है कि जहाँ कहीं हमने इसे किया है तो उसके परिणाम भी बहुत उत्साहजनक हमको प्राप्त हुए हैं। अभी इसमें राज्य और संघ राज्य क्षेत्रों के जांच अधिकारियों को प्रशिक्षित करने और उनकी सहायता के लिए I4C के तहत नई दिल्ली में एक हमने जो संस्थान बनाया है, आप सबकी जानकारी में है, राष्ट्रीय साइबर फोरेंसिक प्रयोगशाला NCFL जो बनाई गई है, उसकी भी मदद से हम ऐसे लोगों को, जो हमारे अधिकारी समन्वय हो सके, राज्यों के साथ उनका समन्वय हो सके, उसकी एक भूमिका होने वाली है। और वो बहुत ही महत्वपूर्ण काम को हमारी सरकार और मंत्रालय के द्वारा किया गया है। माननीय गृह मंत्री जी का हमेशा ये रहता है कि प्रत्येक संवेदनशील मसले पर हम लोग ऐसे कुछ प्रयोग करते रहें जिसके माध्यम से हमको उस पर रोक लगाने में और इसकी संवेदनशीलता और साइबर स्पेस की जो चुनौतियां हैं उनसे निपटने में, उसी में एक हमने साइबर दोस्त करके एक ऐप लॉन्च किया है। उस ऐप के माध्यम से भी बहुत सारी चीज़ें हमने, जैसे शुरुआत में कहा कि उसमें हमने कई मिनिस्ट्रीज़ को भी जोड़ा है, जिसमें हमारी IT मिनिस्ट्री है और आपका हेल्थ है, रेल है, इन सब को जोड़ करके हमने साइबर दोस्त जो एक ऐप बनाया है, जिसके माध्यम से बहुत सारी सूचनाओं का आदान प्रदान तत्काल हो सकता है और उसमें अधिकारियों के बीच सूचना और समन्वय का एक बहुत बड़ा माध्यम ये ऐप बन सकता है। इसको हम लोगों ने किया है और इसमें जागरूकता के लिए, जैसे मैंने शुरू में कहा, उन सब बातों को हम कर रहे हैं। इसके साथ साथ एक बड़ा जागरूकता के लिए और समाज में एक भावना आ जाए, एक लोगों के अंदर ऐसे आए, तो इसके लिए हमने साइबर अपराध वॉलेंटियर की भी संरचना की है। वो गृह मंत्रालय उस पर भी काम कर रहा है कि कुछ इस तरह के वॉलंटियर हम बनाए जो साइबर अपराधों के संबंध में जागरूक हो, जिनकी साक्षरता साइबर माध्यमों में अधिक हो और वो लोगों के बीच में उन कामों को कर सकें। अनुसंधान और विकास के लिए भी हम लोग काफ़ी काम कर रहे हैं, जिसमें आपके BPR&D की बड़ी भूमिका है। और बालाजी ने अभी, मैं थोड़ा जल्दी आ गया था, आज ट्रैफिक कम मिला, मैं थोड़ा जल्दी आ गया, तो काफ़ी चर्चा उस विषय पर भी हुई है। उस पर भी वो लोग काम कर रहे हैं, जिसमें हमारे कई संस्थान हैं, जो हैदराबाद में हमारा केंद्रीय CTTI है, ऐसे कई संस्थान हमने जो स्थापित किए हैं। और उसके साथ हमारी एक सोच ये है कि ये जो साइबर अपराध है, जो शुरुआत में ही स्पष्ट है और आप सब जिम्मेदार अधिकारी हैं, आप सबको जानकारी में भी है कि ये सीमाओं से हट करके है, इसकी कोई सीमा नहीं है। कहीं से भी बैठ करके कोई भी अपराधी किसी भी समय, वो बताया 24x7, 24x7 का अगर हमको है, हर समय सतर्क रहना है। तो ये एक बहुत बड़ा चैलेंज है। हमको पता नहीं होता है कि अपराधी कहाँ पर बैठा, और कई बार हम जानते हैं कि अपराधी फला जगह पर बैठा है, लेकिन फिर भी हम उसका कुछ कर नहीं सकते। उसको अब सामान्यता होता था फिजिकली, तो लोग जाते थे, गिरफ्तार कर लिए, उसका चालान हो गया। लेकिन अभी ये सारे इन्वेस्टिगेशन में भी चैलेंज है, प्रोसिक्यूशन में भी चैलेंज है, और प्रोसिक्यूशन के बाद हम लोग किस तरह से उसको सजा दिला पाते हैं, नहीं दिला पाते हैं, इसके लिए भी हम लोगों को एक बहुत बड़ी व्यवस्था को बनाना पड़ेगा, ऐसा मेरा मानना है। साइबर स्पेस की कई चुनौतियां जो मैंने अभी कही आपको, और इसकी विशालता और सीमाहीन स्वरूप के कारण है। ये जो विशालता है, अब हम वैसे अगर मान लीजिए हमको मालूम हो कि इसी कैंपस में कोई साइबर क्राइम हुआ है तो पकड़ने में हम लोगों को कोई समस्या नहीं है। लेकिन जब साइबर स्पेस की कोई सीमा ही नहीं और कोई दूसरा देश है, यहाँ के व्यक्ति के साथ अपराध किसी दूसरे देश में बैठ करके अगर होता है, तो वैसी स्थिति में हम अगर उस विश्व स्तरीय सूचना प्रौद्योगिकी से अगर हम संचालित नहीं होते हैं, वो अगर हमारा क्षमता का निर्माण नहीं हुआ है, तो फिर हम किसी भी तरह से चाहे जितने उपाय कर लें, हम उसमें सफल नहीं हो सकते। और हमारे भारत जैसे विशाल देश में एक बड़ा चैलेंज है, जैसे मैंने कहा कि भारत के संविधान की 7वीं अनुसूची के साथ साथ हम एक संघ राज्य है, और उसके कारण प्रत्येक राज्य की और केंद्र की सरकार की एक भूमिका है। उस भूमिका को भी देखते हुए हमको प्रदेशों के साथ भी हमारा समन्वय हो और दुनिया के दूसरे देशों के साथ भी समन्वय हो। ये हमारे अधिकारियों का सबसे बड़ा चैलेंज है। इसमें हम साइबर अपराधों की रोकथाम, उनका पता लगाना, जांच और अभियोजन के लिए स्थायी संरचना हमारी बने, मजबूत तंत्र बने, कुशल संसाधन हमारे पास हो, नवीन सोच के साथ कुछ प्रमुख आवश्यकताएं हैं। अब हम लोग नए-नए जो चैलेंजेज आते हैं, उसके लिए अगर हम एक ही लाइन पर चलेंगे, जैसे पहले के समय में होता था कि ये धारा है, ये है, इनका इसमें इसमें चालान हो गया, उसके बाद इन्वेस्टिगेशन का एक सिंपल सा होता था, चार्जशीट है, चार्जशीट के बाद प्रोसिक्यूशन। और लेकिन अभी जब अगर हम नए तरीके से, हमेशा एक नया चैलेंज आएगा। आप जिस अपराधी के विरुद्ध कार्रवाई कर रहे हैं, हो सकता है आपने जो आज इन्वेस्टिगेशन किया उसी केस का उसी तरह का हो, लेकिन उसमें वो दूसरे टेक्नोलॉजी अपना के तुरंत बदलते हैं। तो ऐसे में हम लोगों को एकदम अपडेट हर समय रहना ये बहुत ही आवश्यक है, और इसमें मैं समझता हूँ BPR&D की बहुत बड़ी भूमिका हो सकती है, और वो कर रहे हैं। निश्चित रूप से उनको मैं धन्यवाद दूंगा। उसके साथ ही साथ जो सरकार के स्तर की बात है, गृह मंत्रालय के स्तर की बात है, हम लगातार ऐसे प्रयास कर रहे हैं जिससे केंद्रीकृत सुविधा भी बने, हमारी एडवाइजरी जारी करना हो, कानून का प्रवर्तन करना हो, कानून में जहाँ संशोधन करना हो, नए नए संस्थानों का निर्माण हो, इन्वेस्टिगेशन में मदद देने के लिए फॉरेंसिक लैब हो, ऐसे सूचना एकत्रित करने के अलग अलग माध्यम हो। उसके साथ ही साथ हमने इसमें अभियोजकों को भी जोड़ा है, प्रोसिक्यूशन को भी जोड़ा है, और प्रोसिक्यूशन को जोड़े बिना हम चाहे इन्वेस्टिगेशन करके लाते हैं, अगर प्रोसिक्यूशन भी हमारा उसी स्तर का नहीं होगा तो वो कोर्ट में उसको फेस नहीं कर सकता। कोर्ट में फेस करने के लिए ये एक सबसे बड़ा चैलेंज है। इन्वेस्टिगेटर जो हमारा जांच अधिकारी है, हमारा प्रोसिक्यूशन अधिकारी है, वो भी उसी स्तर पर समान सोच में जब आएंगे और समान सूचनाओं से वो अगर तैयार होंगे, तभी हम कोर्ट में किसी भी साइबर अपराधी को हम उसको दंड दिलाने में सफल होंगे। हमारा एक ये बहुत बड़ी उपलब्धि है। इस बीच में जो हमारे प्रधानमंत्री जी ने, हमारे गृह मंत्री जी ने जिस तरह से देश में साइबर क्षेत्र में मार्गदर्शन किया है, भारत अब वैश्विक साइबर सुरक्षा रैंकिंग में शीर्ष 10 देशों में शामिल हो गया है। पहले अभी कुछ समय पहले ही हमारा 47वां स्थान था, अभी हम 10 देशों में शामिल हो गए हैं। ये हम सब के लिए एक बहुत बड़ी उपलब्धि है। मैं गृह मंत्रालय और माननीय गृह मंत्री जी की तरफ से इतना ही प्रतिबद्धता जाहिर करता हूं कि देश में साइबर अपराधों के समग्र रूप से निपटने के लिए कानून प्रवर्तन और अन्य एजेंसियों के बीच प्रभावी समन्वय के लिए ढांचा और इकोसिस्टम प्रदान करने के लिए हमारी प्रतिबद्धता है। हमारे प्रधानमंत्री जी, हमारे गृह मंत्री जी जिस तरह से मार्गदर्शन कर रहे हैं, मैं समझता हूं कि आने वाले समय में साइबर स्पेस जो दुनिया के लिए एक चैलेंज बनने वाला है, भारत अपनी क्षमता का उससे पूर्व ही निर्माण करेगा, और हम अपडेट रहेंगे विश्व स्तरीय सुविधाओं के साथ। हम अपने अधिकारियों की सक्षमता, उनकी योग्यता और क्षमता का निर्माण करने के साथ साथ साइबर क्राइम और साइबर सूचनाओं की सिक्योरिटी के लिए हम तैयार रहेंगे, ऐसा मेरा मानना है। आप सब ने मुझे यहाँ बुला करके जो सम्मान दिया, उसके लिए मैं आपका हृदय से आभार प्रकट करता हूँ। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much for putting forth the entire scenario of consistent efforts of all the units of MHA in fighting the cyber crime and to ensure the cyber security. Sir has rightly put forth that how awareness, sharing of information, staying alert, and accelerating to match the world's pace can be the true game changer. Thank you so much, sir, for your blessings for the event and gracing the event with wonderful words. Now, I would request Director General BPR&D to present memento to our chief guest, Minister of State Home, as a symbol of regard and gratitude from BPR&D and I4C and NCRNIC MHA. Thank you so much, sir. I would also request the DG BPR&D to present memento to our special guest, ASUT, as a souvenir of respect and regard from BPR&D, I4C, and NCRNIC. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you, all the dignitaries. Now I'm requesting Shri Neeraj Sinha, IPS, ADG, BPR&D, to deliver vote of thanks of today's event.
Honorable Minister of State for Home, Shri Ajay Kumar Mishra, DG BPR&D, Shri Balaji Srivastav, Additional Secretary UT, Shri Govind Mohan, Director Modernization, Shri Karuna Sagar, colleagues in the Bureau, distinguished experts, delegates, ladies and gentlemen. It is my pleasant duty to propose a vote of thanks to all who have joined us today, both here in the auditorium as well as those connected virtually. It is said that the morning shows the day, and even though this was just the inaugural session, the tone and tenor of the opening remarks have set the pace for the deliberations to follow. Data is the new oil because it is precious, and as we transit from the traditional goods and services template to a knowledge economy, data increasingly remains the prominent vector shaping the contours of the future. But that is where the similarities end. Oil, when spilled, is of no use to friend or foe. Spilled data, however, retains its value. I dare say it becomes even more valuable. In inimical hands, spilled data can potentially cause far greater damage than the loss of mere physical assets ever could. Data is indeed at the center of world trade today, and it is transiting physical borders with far greater frequency than ever before. An essay in a much respected international magazine estimates cross-border data flows to have grown 112 times from 2008 to 2020. To use an old world coinage, data is the equivalent of the value of crown jewels raised by a factor of infinity. Strategic data accessed by the enemy can irreparably damage the fabric of national security. Given this backdrop, I would like to thank my course mate and colleague, Director Modernization Division of the BPR&D, Shri Karuna Sagar, and his complete team, including the NCR and IC, for conceiving this well-timed conference under the active patronage of the DG Shri Balaji Srivastav. The presence of the delegates and domain experts in such encouraging numbers is deeply satisfying. Without them, our aspirations for a fulsome event would have remained unfulfilled. Shri Govind Mohan, Additional Secretary, has remained a friend of the Bureau in the MHA, and I would like to thank him for being with us here today. The BPR&D is grateful to the Honorable MOS Home, Shri Ajay Kumar Mishra, who despite his multiple engagements, thought it fit to spare time for the conference. It is indicative of his commitment to the cause we are deliberating today. My gratitude to all the women and men of the Bureau who work behind the scenes to make this conference happen. Unseen they may be, but unsung they shall not remain. Here's wishing happy deliberations to all of us in the sessions ahead. May we emerge better informed, more sensitized, and increasingly committed to protecting data by the end of the day. Thank you. Jai Hind.
Thank you so much, sir, for the overwhelming words. Thank you. Now, ladies and gentlemen, you all are requested to kindly stand up and join for the national anthem, please. Thank you all. Now, on behalf of DG BPR&D, I invite our chief guest, our special guest, and all the dignitaries and delegates to be available for high tea at lounge and cafeteria on the second floor, please. I would also like to inform that first technical session will start at sharp 10:30, and all are requested to reassemble here before commencement of session. With a special note to speakers of the first technical session, they may please appear 5 minutes before, that is sharp by 10:25. The speakers of the first technical session are requested to kindly load their presentation at this moment itself. The speakers of first technical session, please. The speakers of first technical session, Shri Mohammad Akram Khan and Shri Ankit Sarkar, if wish, can load in their presentation, please. Thank you all. Thank you so much.
इसको चेक कर हेलो
Hello,
you can place it somewhere back or you can put on the back pocket.
I'll put in the socket.
So neck के around pocket पर डालना around your neck. Put it around your neck. Yeah. Yes. Yes.
Hello.
Here, just here.
Hello. Hello. It's fine, right? Hello. Hello. It's audible, right?
Correct. So you can just do बोलो बोलो
ये हुआ नहीं पूरा,
कम करो कम करो
हो नहीं पा रहा है, 4/3 में बना हुआ है।
सर आप यहाँ से म्यूट मत करना आप म्यूट यहाँ से ठीक है कर दो चेक कर लीजिए
हेलो।
ठीक है अभी यहाँ से म्यूट कर रहे हैं हम, ठीक है
हाँ।
I request Shri Ankit Sarkar to please be on the stage. Welcome back for the first technical session of this National Conference of CISO, CRO, and intermediaries. I would like to inform all the first technical session is based on the theme Critical Sector, Related Risk, and Roles and Responsibilities of CISO's CRO. And I would like to call on the dais Speaker Shri Muhammad Akram Khan and Shri Ankit Sarkar. Shri Muhammad Akram Khan is scientist at Indian Computer Emergency Response Team, CERT in Ministry of Electronics and Information Technology, Government of India. He has an experience of more than 13 years in the field of cyber security with focus on cyber security incident, response, threat investigation, threat hunting, cyber security situational awareness, and R&D. I would like to request him to deliver his views on emerging cyber threats and mitigation measures for CISO.
A very good morning, everyone. I'm Akram Khan from CERT. So this is the outline. So I would be covering in my session a little bit about CERTIN. It's not that CERTIN requires some introduction, but for the sake of completeness, I will cover something about CERTIN. Then I'll move on to the cyber threats and threat landscape as we see from our vantage point, from the vantage point of CERTIN. And we'll delve into some real-world root causes behind the successful attacks, and we'll discuss about some generic mitigation measures. About CERTIN. CERTIN was established in year 2004 by Department of Information Technology, and then moving on into 2008 Amendment of Information Technology Act, CERTIN was designated as the national nodal agency to serve as certain functions in the area of cybersecurity, which are listed here, which says collection, analysis, and dissemination of information on security incident, forecast and alerts of cybersecurity incidents, emergency measures for handling cybersecurity incidents, and issuing advisories, tracking vulnerabilities, and the likes. So in CERT, we have basically categorized our services into 3 tiers. First one is the reactive service, which we call incident response. So we have a 24/7 incident response team working 24/7. We have an incident response help desk, which can be reached over varied communication channels, which I have listed in the last slide for everyone. We also conduct investigation, evidence collection, and investigation, technical investigation to say, on certain specialized and critical or serious cases. The second service is proactive service, wherein we try to promote, we track security threats and cyber attacks. We do vulnerability coordination with vendors and OEMs for the resolution of the same. We issue security alerts and advisories on our websites. We issue tailored advisories to CISOs in the form of threat intelligence, which are quite relevant, as you'll see in the subsequently in the presentation. We conduct regular security workshops and security awareness programs. The third tier, which is also very, very relevant and very important, is the security quality and management services, wherein we promote security best practices and security standards. We do empanelment of security auditors. We basically assess them, and then they become empaneled security auditors, and then they can so that they can conduct audit of critical sectors and government organizations. We conduct security mock drills. We also promote implementation of a cyber crisis management plan prepared by my team. Moving on to the next section about the cyber threats. So in general, cyber threat can be categorized into 3 levels as depicted here: individual level, organization level, and national level. So as we move on from individual level to organization level, the complexity increases. The attack becomes more complex. They become a combination of multiple threats. And at national level, the things become more serious, wherein the cyber terrorism or attack on critical infrastructure or sophisticated malicious code comes into picture. This is the threat landscape as we see from our vantage point, from CERTIN's vantage point. So we see targeted scanning on the rise, malware, virus, spyware, Trojan, and especially the ransomware. Into 2021 was the year of ransomware, rather 2020 also was the year of ransomware, where we see systems getting compromised, the hackers encrypting the system and then demanding ransom from the organizations in order to decrypt the data. We have also seen a trend wherein the data is also getting exfiltrated, and the data is then hosted on the dark web or on the forums, wherein a threat is issued to the organization saying that we will release the data if you don't pay us. So that is also on the rise. We have seen sophisticated malware, the malwares which are very much designed, specially designed to conduct a particular purpose, like to disrupt certain services. Targeted attack, the classical APT is also on the rise, wherein the targeted entities are BFSI, finance, government, military, research, academia, and healthcare. We also see in the past 7-8 months the rise in the critical vulnerabilities on the services side, like the Exchange or SharePoint or the most recent one, the Confluence one. So what these vulnerabilities, discovery of these vulnerabilities lead to the compromise of the thing. So like, for example, in the Exchange case, there has been, in the recent, there has been a series of vulnerabilities, serious vulnerabilities in the Microsoft Exchange server, which have been then further leveraged by the threat actors to compromise the mail server and then use it as a channel to further enter into the organization. We have also seen rise in the supply chain attacks. I think last year, December, suddenly it was a buzzword, the supply chain attack with the compromise of Microsoft due to the vulnerability in the SolarWinds, because of the compromise of the SolarWinds. But supply chain attacks were there. They were there since 2011. But suddenly they're becoming more and more common. So that's the trend we are seeing. Attacks on IoT is another area where we are seeing that the threats are increasing, and more IoT devices, as they are getting connected to the internet, the security posture of those devices are very difficult to control because they're low computing devices and then continuously update. In the beginning of year 2021, wherein CERT Korea, CERT CC of Sri Lanka, and Australia CERT collaborated and predicted what would we be seeing in the year 2021. So we predicted that the ransomware would be the talk of the thing there in the year 2021, and we are seeing it happening as we speak. So this slide is about our experience, what we have gained during the pandemic, our learnings from the pandemic, to say. We realized, or we noticed that the typical BCP plans implemented by organization were not enough, or they never anticipated the pandemic kind of scenarios. And then suddenly everyone was forced to work in a non-standard manner. Now, if someone is forced to work in a non-standard manner, there are more chances of errors, people committing more mistakes, or maybe unorganized way of arranging work from home things without realizing whether you have these necessary security controls in place first, and then move to work from home. People suddenly shifted to work from home culture. This also led to the increase in the attack surface, wherein the reliance on VPN or remote office infrastructure and the web meetings increased. I think today morning there was a news that certain VPN credentials of Fortinet were leaked. 40,000 plus VPN credentials were leaked. This is all result of the change work culture. Why attackers are now focusing more and more on VPN? Earlier also they were focusing, but now they're focusing more because more and more people are adopting to it, and basically it is leading to the increase in the attack surface of the organization. The third aspect, the third learning which we had was the poor operational and monitoring controls. How do you operate a security operations center in the pandemic? How do you operate that? Because people are not coming to office. They are operating from remote. So it's difficult because any security analysis requires a collaborative work, and it need to be discussed among various stakeholders. So that is not happening, then human errors, it will result in human errors or maybe misreading the initial signals of the attack. Then again, because of the pandemic, we see, as it happens with any of the trend which happens in the real world, the opportunistic attacks, craving for information pandemic, conducive for social engineering attacks. So the attackers resorted to theme their attacks based on the COVID theme. So coronavirus theme phishing and malware campaigns we have seen. We have seen malicious websites, phishing emails, malicious attachments that drop malware to steal and credentials. Misinformation campaigns also on the related to the pandemic. Increased potential for insider threats. That's also what we have seen because so insider threats were also there since the beginning, but because of the pandemic, the risk increased. Physical security. Now your business data is at home. So how do you protect that? That also was one of the concern which was there during the pandemic. So that was about the cyber threat and the threat landscape. Before we move on to the next section, let us just go through the a brief refresher of the attack lifecycle. So this is a typical APT attack. This is a typical APT attack. You can call it, or you can map it to the Lockheed Martin's kill chain or attack matrix there. But this is there with us with certain since 2011. So it says for any attack to succeed, an attacker has to do certain reconnaissance first. Okay. And then he'll have to identify the target, he'll have to identify the vulnerability and launch an attack. The attack could be in the form of any service, or it could be as simple as a USB device containing malware, or it could be a spear phishing, a targeted email sent to the targeted individual, or it could be a watering hole or a drive-by kind of thing, wherein the user is lured to a website, or they compromise, or the attacker compromises a website which the user frequents. So this is the thing. So these are all attack vectors which are listed there. And then it results in the system compromise. And the next step for the attacker is to move laterally, gain foothold, and then try to find what he was looking for, the data or the intellectual property or whatever he was after. Okay. So the next section is about certain real world root causes which we have experienced in our day-to-day operations at certain during the analysis of various threats and all. They are painfully simple. They're so trivial that it pains us that, okay, such trivial things can lead to such serious consequences. The first one is the weak passwords. Weak passwords. You can have n number of security solutions. You can have spent millions of dollars or crores of rupees in building a cybersecurity program or putting in required technology. But if you are not keeping a strong password, it's going to kill everything. That's the entire money has gone to waste. The second one is the spear phishing. It is all about user awareness. You have to make your user aware that how an individual is targeted typically. Okay, so you can have, again, a series of systems. But if a user clicks on a malware email, if he visits the URL which is sent in the email, or if he opens the attachment, everything is gone. The attacker is inside. Same thing here. There is one example of spear phishing email, COVID-themed spear phishing email, which was reported to us. We analyzed and we found that it was delivering a malware to the user system. The next one, and this is also very trivial. We ignore our obsolete systems, or we rather tend to utilize them. So we have seen in our incident investigation, people are still using Windows XP machines, Windows 2007 machines, Windows Vista machines, RHEL 5, Solaris 2000 I have seen in one of the incident people were using. I said, where did you find the hardware compatible with that? It was still being used. Basically, you are openly inviting attackers to attack you. This is one more thing. This is more recent thing, rather, wherein we have seen misconfigured AWS buckets or Elasticsearch instances directly open to the public, containing critical business data in the backend, leading to the data breach. As simple as that. Or insider threats. Insider threats, as I mentioned in the beginning, that they were there since the beginning. They were there. They were very much there. But now we're living in the age of ransomware. Just look at. Oh, sorry. So in this thing, which I found in the social media, it's a very interesting thing, wherein some random guy is asking an employee on social media, if you work in an office, you can install ransomware in your computer or Windows Server. Once the company pays us big cash in Bitcoins, you'll get 40%. And definitely the threat actor would have sent such message to thousands of people. At least, even if one is replying, the attack would be a success. It's directly, exploiting the human weakness. The another thing which we see is the compliance-only mindset leading to the things, wherein you don't put the sufficient safeguards or sufficient backup policies in place. And in case of a sabotage kind of attack or a ransomware kind of attack, you will not be able to recover because you don't have the backup plans, or your backup plans were not sufficient to restore the business. This is, again, a learning, ignoring incidents. We have seen this tendency in very matured organizations also. They tend to ignore the initial signs of the compromise. So on the left-hand side, you see the Lockheed Martin's classical kill chain. So what this kill chain says that you can detect and mitigate the attack at any level, from level 1 to the level 7, which is the actual wherein the attacker is trying to, very near to achieving the actual goal. But your effort will increase. So if you are stopping the attack at the beginning, you'll require less effort. But as the attacker moves down, your effort will increase. So this is the thing. If you are ignoring the initial alerts, or if you are trivializing them by saying, okay, this was a simple malware, let's just format it and clean it and then forget about it. So that kind of tendency will actually lead to quite serious attacks. We have also seen incidents getting wrongly assessed. That is also there. Or they are ignoring the fact that once the attacker has compromised the machine, he will definitely move laterally. So you'll have to find that lateral. You should identify that lateral movement. If you're not doing it, you are doing it wrong. You must report incident to certain. That's a must, because certain is at the top. They're actually, they can actually correlate it. They can actually guide you. Okay, they can actually tell you this is this kind of threat and this is how it should be mitigated. And they can correlate it with the other information. We can correlate it with the other information which is available to us, and we can advise the other entities in the nation. Moving on to the next section about the mitigation measures. These are also quite simple measures I will be talking about. Very simple measures to put into. So we have technology with us, right? We have technology. You name it, it is there. You say, I want to secure this, it is there. They are available in all kinds of flavors. You name it. I think I may have not listed all of them. If I start listing them, I think 2 or 3 slides would be required. But the technology is there. What is more important is how you deploy this technology, whether you buy it and just simply put it there, or you basically first assess the exact use case for you, and then you customize the technology or customize the tool according to your requirement and deploy it. That's more important here. Another thing I would like to tell you guys is the defense in depth. Defense in depth is important. You cannot have a flat network and expect that you will be secure. So the Swiss cheese model says that any protection effort which you put has certain holes, like in the cheese. And then the more layers you put, and the threat or the attack will only succeed if all the holes are lining up. So the assumption is that, okay, if the first layer is failing, the second layer should protect you. If second layer is failing, then the third layer should protect you. But as it happens with all kind of protections also, that the attack is imminent, the compromise is imminent, it is going to happen. It will happen. So if the attacker is motivated enough, he will find some weakness over a period of time. It may take him 6 months or it may take him 1 year. If he is motivated enough, he will definitely find maybe a time period wherein you were vulnerable, your defenses were low, and he will get into it. Then you'll have to have an incident response plan, because you cannot totally rely on the protective technologies. You need to have an incident response plan. Okay, so this is one of the very critical area which certain promotes, that all organizations must develop and implement a security incident response plan to deal with cyber crisis, contingencies, and disasters, and attack on IT systems. That's very relevant, because attack is imminent. It will happen. The incident response plan is also one area which CISOs must focus on. And this one, the last slide, is about threat hunting, which is kind of a coming up area. And more and more organizations are now tilting towards this. So you must hunt for threats. You must have a source of threat intelligence. You must know your network. You must have the data set or the data, because without data, you will not be able to do anything. You must have the data. You must have the required logs. We have seen in our incident analysis that people are not maintaining logs. They're not keeping logs. Incident investigation is not possible at all after that. So you must have systems in place to have the logs. You must have security analysis tools, or you must have a security analysis capability. And then it's a cycle, right? Security is all about cycle, right? You cannot do it once and forget about it. You have to do it in cycles. Like incident response, you have to do it in cycles, right? Cycle. Here also it's a cycle, threat hunting. You have to plan, you have to hunt. And once, based on your finding, you have to enrich your understanding and then hunt again. And you have to do it. You have to repeat it again and again. And in the last, these are the 5 security must-haves which I would recommend. You must know your network. You must know what you have. You must have secure configurations. You must have secure technology in place. You must have secure configurations in place. You must have a system or you must have a process for continuous vulnerability management. You have to have it. You need to control, you should also control the use of administrative privileges. And the last but not the least, continuous security monitoring and incident response. That capability must exist with all the organization. In 2017, MITI published this document about the key roles and responsibilities of CISOs in the ministry and organization managing ICT operations. It's available on the website. I've given the link in the description here, and anyone can go there and access it. I think most of you would already be knowing it, but it's worthwhile to mention it here as well. Now, how certain can help? What certain can do? How certain can help you? So we, as I mentioned in the beginning, we have a 24/7 incident response help desk. And I urge all of you to must report incident to certain. That's a must. You can refer to alert and advisory on our website. We have a mailing list also. I urge you to subscribe to it. We have a cyber threat exchange platform wherein we send very curated information about the latest threats. We send specific indicators in that threat exchange. And it's available as an email and it's available as an automated thing. You can just simply plug in with your security infrastructure. That is available. We have a Cyber Swachhta Kendra, which is a botnet cleaning and malware analysis center. You can collaborate with it and get regular alerts if any vulnerable services or any attack, so basically any exploitable thing is visible. If the intel is available with Cyber Swachhta Kendra, you will be alerted. So you can collaborate with Cyber Swachhta Kendra. We have a list of impaneled auditors. You can, as all of you must be knowing already. We conduct exercise and drills. You can participate in this and gain some experiential learning also that how to deal with this. So we have a variety of drills. There are technical drills. There are tabletop drills. Wherein when the scenario is only on the tabletop, people are just hypothetically discuss things and brainstorming about a particular scenario. We have a situational awareness project also, wherein we collect metadatas. You can collaborate, and that's on invite basis. I think many of you must have received communication from pertaining to the situational awareness project, which is also known as National Cyber Coordination Center. That's it from my side. Thank you.
Now I would like to call Shri Ankit Sarkar, who is a scientist and director of National Critical Information Infrastructure Protection Center, NCIIPC. He has been working in the field of information security since 2008 and has an experience in the areas of vulnerability and risk assessments, incident response, and digital forensic, along with ISMS implementations. I would request him to deliver his views on cybersecurity, modern critical information infrastructure. All yours, sir.
Okay, yeah. Well, never mind, the presentation is being loaded. But to begin with, I could take cues from the Honorable Minister of States when he said that India is now one of the top 10 countries in terms of cybersecurity. And we passionate Indians, I'm very sure at least in the youngsters' mind, okay, top 10 में तो आ गए, 1 पे कैसे जाना है? 1 पे करने का भी तो कुछ है ना? ऊपर जाना है. But this is the realization that we all need. We are now no more those people who are to be told that cybersecurity is required. We are now mature enough to realize that we are cyber aware. And when we are cyber aware, we have to take ourselves forward. साइबर अवेयर करके ही तो टॉप 10 में आए हैं। तो अब आगे जाने के लिए we have been following the best practices. And what is next to be thought? So the realization, this is where people like us at NCI, IPC come into picture. When we say that there is important businesses, there are priorities. What are you thinking of? Are you really thinking of your priorities first? Do you really know your priorities? And then there are modern priorities because technologies are improving every other day. Nothing stops technology from improving, and our knowledge also gets obsolete in a few days. It happens very quickly. But when we have set up our businesses, they are at large, we have invested so much of money into it, so much of effort into it, and we had projected that it'll go for a few years. We cannot let it be obsolete right at the next day. What do we do about it? How do we continue our businesses? So it's important that we realize our CII, and CII has been a buzzword in the last 4 years all through the world. II, the information infrastructure that supports my any kind of IT requirements, modernization, even in the router at my home, the Wi-Fi router at my home is information infrastructure. But a critical information infrastructure is that could have when it doesn't function as well as we want it to be, it could have a very serious impact on any of the nationally critical functions. The definition is out there. And as the world progresses, we cannot stay behind in terms of those progresses as well. So the CIIs get modernized. Now the modern CIIs are not those databases, those small computers, those systems that were locked inside our safe warehouses, data houses, everywhere. The modern CII is out in the open. How many of us realize that everything, consider this case of a smart city, a typical smart city, you'd see small corners into it. That at the top right, you'd see the typical international headquarters, which works all on IT, where everything is being done, everything is being shared. There is a lot of stuff going on. There are controls required. It goes on in the traditional way because there's everything out there in the soft. However, if you come towards the bottom left of the picture, you see a ship which is being utilized for operational technologies. You see all kinds of plants that are processing so much of input. This is just an idea of the modern landscape. So many things happen here. You have those critical pumps that are being controlled by usage of information infrastructure, which the pumps were critical earlier as well, but they were not being controlled separately using computers. We use computers for the sake of precision, for the sake of having accurate outputs, having rapid business objectives achievement, everything. So those pumps, those systems, even the navigation of ships by means of satellites, all these things are happening. And suddenly, for the sake of convenience, we have started deploying information technology into it, and it started to merge. Even at the landside facility, you'll see the power systems, which had largely been using SCADA, but they are being monitored, they are being controlled, they are being uh, done with all sorts of things that now you don't need to interact physically with these devices, which were, yes, earlier critical again, but they were critical infrastructures only. Now suddenly they are critical information infrastructure, and we have an entire new space. This is the attack surface that somebody could launch, and you don't need to physically attack it. Somebody could launch an attack over the cyber world from anywhere across the world. So yes, convenience, great. But how far are we thinking of securing it? Can we, and do we even think of that these things are going to be attacked? That there's something missing in this picture. Even our residences in the smart cities, they are being enabled with those IoT devices, and smart meters, etc., taking our home space every day. So talking about all of those information infrastructures, starting from the right side, we had those typical IT systems, which were our office systems, our servers, our web applications, our databases. our internal networks, which may be isolated from the internet, but are never away from those internal threats or misconfigurations. And there we started migrating to IoT devices with tablets controlling our local systems in a remote way over the Wi-Fi, smartphones, bringing in the smart meters I just talked about. Then IIoTs have started to come up. They are being used at large with the industries, manufacturing. Then those manufactured instruments and devices are being deployed at production at all kinds of places, even our space programs, our nuclear programs, which are highly strategic. Not only the power sector, even the banking technology, where IT is their OT in the modern scene. So I see a lot of people here who could be decision makers, who could be influencers of decisions or working closely or devising those projects. So the idea is to generate food for thought. So how far are we thinking? Those control systems with SCADA and ECS, they've been out there for at least last 20 odd years. But now they are exposed. They are all connected over those clouds and networks. So IT cybersecurity, OT cybersecurity, we talk about a lot, but they are largely having no boundaries at all. So what are we thinking of? The situation is true in all of the sector. I just used this slide for that NCIPC normally tries to show where all the information infrastructure which could be potentially be critical because the progress has taken place. Where all the modern critical information infrastructure lies. The power sector uses so much of SCADA, so much of controls. The power grids are entirely automated. Even now we don't even notice those voltage fluctuations at our home that we used to notice when we were little. In fact, there are so many people who are older than me. They would have noticed a lot more. The reliability of power has increased immensely. In the transport sector, you have railways which uses signaling for all kinds of reliance, all kinds of things. Airport authority uses those again signal mechanisms. The roads and transport for traffic management, shipping, and so on. Strategic systems, I talked about even our space program, the rockets fly, they are not being operated by humans. They are more or less autonomous vehicles which take decisions on the right time and keep on passing information. So the technology is out there so much at large. Banking sector, most of it, yes, I talked about that. IT is the OT with them. And then there is insurance who buys your risks. Telecom, which is the backbone for everything, once their systems are deployed, they're critical all the time. And the modern healthcare system, since the 2017 National Health Plan was raised, there has been huge amount of advancements in the health sector. Now there's so much of information infrastructure. There are mandates to have district level databases for all kinds of health information records. There is medicine manufacturing, vaccine manufacturing that is happening. And even while we are using those computers to manufacture those using bioinformatics, we remember that even a single drop of error during those titrations, the entire experiment could fail, the entire product can fail. And sometimes we don't even realize that those errors have been made. And government, of course, sitting out right there, and the government people right here know that everything, there is answerability with the government is responsible, the government wants to do, and government wants to take advantage of technology as well. So what next? The information infrastructure layout and the model, this a typical representation, it could change with the kind of setup or the business that is being owned. The top 3 blocks more or less remain the same everywhere. The system is, the entire corporate is connected to the internet. There is a DMZ, there is a web server, there are active mechanisms for protection of those computers, backends. There are operational DMZs which know, which seek information from the actual hardware downside and manage all kinds of things. But below that, there comes a layer which is supervising the actual hardware which is at the bottom. Now these hardware are being controlled using supervisory mechanisms. There are PLCs, etc., which are manufactured by anywhere in the world, SCADA, Siemens, ABB, whomsoever, and they are interoperable. Who takes care of the information security? Whose responsibility it is? It's the business owner. It's the CISO who's answerable, who has to take charge. So what next? What can happen? If something is attacked, if something is deliberately tampered with, if somebody makes a configuration error even. So these are a few things that it's not everything, but these are a few things that we normally think of. There could be blocked or delayed flow of information that you need right there to make your business run smoothly. Unauthorized changes, inaccurate information to the controllers, then the controllers, according to the input they receive, they issue a command, and which could lead to mayhem. Malware infection, the modern malwares are so well customized that there are malware available for everything out there for sale. You don't need to devise your own malware. There are malware for sale because there's so much of uh, uh, open systems. And then, of course, there could be configuration manipulation without you realizing. That's what happened. It happens at any place where there's an incident. So people don't even realize that some configurations have been manipulated, and they've never been monitored. Who could be? What could be the possible reasons for these to happen? There could be adversarial nation attacks, individuals, groups. There could be accidental problems because of users not using the system properly, giving it the right input, or the configurations by the users. There could be infrastructural problems that the system fails to function as it's supposed to. So there's a design issue that we didn't take enough redundancy into our thoughts. Or, of course, there could be natural disasters. So that nobody can control, but measures can be taken by establishing a very critical information infrastructure into different seismic zones, say. So what changes? Do the basic cybersecurity essential practices change with the modern CII? I don't say that. Nothing, no, they don't change. It's just the perspective, the larger picture that we have to see rather than looking at those few systems. Now we have to see it at entire business function to continuously go. So to prevent malware delivery and its execution, sometimes the malwares do get delivered, but we can still prevent its execution. How? Application whitelisting. If my system knows what applications are supposed to run on it only, then at least I am sure that there's no other application which can run even if it is there on my system, which I can find probably later and take necessary measures. Patching of all applications. We barely write our own applications. We take and integrate so many applications from the outside. So ensuring that we make those patches, but know our patch. There have been incidences where patches have led to failure of systems. So it's very important to know our patch as well. So we have to have a midway process of testing those patches, and are they really delivering to what is required, or I can afford to have that delay. Those decisions can be taken. So and working around and falling back. Then the user application hardening, we have to, the user may not know everything. So can we really allow the user to give an input which could lead to garbage input to my system? So better have input sanitizations, kind of things that we can work with. Emailing your sandbox. Akram talked about those phishing attacks. So can we think of our own corporate emails? Can we think of sandboxing our emails, checking them before they are delivered to the intended user, or removing those attachments, maybe even at least reading the scripts if they are on that, because the compose form usually can take any kinds of inputs. Can we filter it? Web content. If I'm at an organization, I'm working anywhere, I'm supposed to be clear what my teams, the users would be browsing. What are the web applications they would want to access? What is required, and what can be ideally just be blocked, so that I don't have that problem of accidental browsing to an adware and my system get infected, and all kinds of logs being generated where it could be a simple adware, but it creates a mayhem because my SOC saw a lot of connections, and something has to be done. There has to be an incident response raised, and a whole lot of energy, efforts are lost. The business loses its continuity. The problems arise. So can we do this? Operating system exploits to be mitigated. There, how can we can use our operating systems at the minimum possible functionalities that we wanted to operate on, whitelisting of the services that we require. Then servers, application hardening. The server is the center of everything that every user, every system owner would be doing, working with. But the application is being accessed by everyone. So there will be cross linkages of input into the data, and this needs to be thought of. Operating system hardening, it's something very commonly everybody does, but logging at the operating system level also helps. There are a lot of activities that unintentionally, maliciously happen, get dropped, but then don't get logged. So we don't sometimes realize that the system was making those particular requests to my firewall, the firewall dropped it, nothing happened. But it'll keep on making those requests, but nothing is getting logged. So enabling those and hardening our operating system, of course, controlling removable media, the idea has always been there, but why not take advantage of networking for passing on information? In the modern world, I don't think anybody requires to work on a standalone system anymore. There are internal networks and they connect with each other. So the use of removable media can now at least be adequately reduced or even removed at most places. Then limit the extent of cybersecurity incidents. The problem, okay, we took every measure, but is it possible that no incident would happen? नहीं, incidents होंगे, हमेशा होंगे. हो सकता है हम ठीक से देख नहीं रहे तो हमें पता नहीं, but there are incidents always happening. So we still need to limit the extent and the damage that could be caused. So restrict the privilege, least privilege principle use करिए. Multi-factor authentication, the idea has always been there. Segmentation of networks. There are different kinds of people working at different kinds of systems requiring different kinds of access mechanism, access controls. So can they be at different segments entirely? I could do that in my lab itself, which has say 10 odd computers. So it's of course, it can be done at a large level in the organizations. Core switch may network segmentations, but we have discovered a lot of times, Akram would have discovered a lot of times that core switch layer 2 पे ही काम कर रहा होता है. Right, Akram? Then virtualizing and sandboxing environment. अगर application run कर भी रही है, कुछ malicious होता भी है, तो इतनी आसानी से बाहर ना जाए, कम से कम localized रहे. पता चल जाएगा, पर localized रहे तो फैलेगा नहीं. Blocking unwanted traffic. मेरा वेबसाइट है, मेरा बिजनेस है, मुझे पता है कहाँ कहाँ से लोग आएंगे, मेरे कस्टमर्स कौन होंगे, मेरे देखने वाला कौन होगा, या फिर हो सकता है कि ये डिफाइंड ही कुछ सेट ऑफ पीपल के लिए हो, तो जो नहीं चाहिए उसको ब्लॉक कर देते हैं. जिसको नहीं देखना उसको दिखाने की जरूरत हमें भी नहीं है. बट इंसिडेंट हो गया, डिटेक्ट कैसे करें? डिटेक्ट करना भी जरूरी है. डिटेक्ट करेंगे तब तो सर्टेन को, एनसीआईपीसी को, अपने मिनिस्ट्री के सर्ट को हम रिपोर्ट करेंगे, तब तो मिटिगेशन होगा. डिटेक्ट ही नहीं करेंगे तो कैसे होगा? तो डिटेक्ट करने के लिए भी सेटअप्स, मैकेनिज्म्स जरूरी हैं जो कि नेसेसरीली सिस्टम्स हमारे रख पाए. ये तो ठीक है, लेकिन अगर हम ऑनगोइंग एक हंट रखते हैं कि क्या कोई इंसिडेंट हुआ, छोटा ही सही, क्या कोई एडवेयर डिलीवर हो गया, Why can't we keep looking at those things? So, and the culture automatically develops a proxy organization. कैप्चरिंग योर नेटवर्क ट्रैफिक, नॉर्मली अगर हमें अपने नेटवर्क ट्रैफिक किस तरीके का है, कितना ट्रैफिक आता है, कोई स्पाइक है, कोई ड्रॉप है, कोई नया प्रोटोकॉल आने लग रहा है, अगर मुझे नॉर्मली पता रहता है कि मेरा ट्रैफिक किस तरीके का है, तो एक सडन चेंज मुझे इंडिकेशन देता है कि कुछ हो रहा है, कोई अटैक करने की कोशिश कर रहा है, कोई एप्लीकेशन अनवांटेड रन कर रही है. दोस काइंड ऑफ आइडियाज वी स्टार्ट टू गेट. फिर इंसिडेंट हो जाने के बाद बिजनेस शुरू करना है, बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है, जल्दी से जल्दी वापस आना है. इतने सारे लोग सवाल पूछ रहे हैं कब तक नहीं चलेगा. एंड देर आर लॉसेस नॉट ओनली फाइनेंशियल, देर आर रेप्यूटेशनल. सो डेली बैकअप्स, not only your data but also your applications, your configurations. Having a disaster recovery plan हो गया तो भी दोबारा कैसे चालू करेंगे. इसमें एक छोटा सा चीज आता है कि मेरे एक सिस्टम डाउन हो गया, मेरे पास एक रिडंडेंट सिस्टम है, मैं उसको चालू कर लूंगा, बट वो आइडेंटिकल था तो थोड़ी देर में उस पर भी वैसा ही अटैक उसको भी डाउन कर देगा. अब मैं क्या करूंगा? तो why not design a redundant system which is different from the initial one, at least in terms of usage of OEMs, routers, firewalls, same vulnerabilities नहीं होंगी. तो heterogeneity would help. Your system will not come down as quickly क्योंकि इसकी vulnerability कुछ discover हो गई थी, attacker ने exploit कर ली, ये down हो गया, but जरूरी नहीं है इसमें वो vulnerability है. अगर है भी तो उस पर अब उसको penetrate करने का effort लगेगा, time लगेगा. In the meantime, I can work everything around realizing. So I can buy myself time. And of course, system recovery capability, system अपने आप से वापस खड़े होने के कितना capable रहता है, या अपने minimum capability पे क्या run करता रह सकता है. So at least the pressure that would come from the bosses कि बंद क्यों है? नहीं सर, बंद नहीं है, हम लोग measures ले रहे हैं, कुछ चल रहा है, कुछ drills चल रही हैं, चालू है, थोड़ा सा कम potential पे है. And of course, personal management, right people accessing the right resources, they having the right knowledge, right access, and trainings, etc. HR wala control ke malicious people are not able to exploit. तो multi-factor authentication का पीछे वाला यहाँ पे भी काम आता है, sharing of keys, etc. Then modernization, even the government is now looking to use clouds. क्लाउड सिक्योरिटी बहुत अच्छी चीज़ है. क्लाउड बहुत सारे फीचर्स देता है, क्लाउड बहुत सारे एडवांटेजेस देता है. NIST ने तो 5 एडवांटेजेस दे ही रखे हैं कि ऑन डिमांड बढ़ा लो, घटा लो, इलास्टिसिटी है, पे पर यूज़ है, तो मुझे हार्डवेयर एक्चुअली खरीदने की ज़रूरत नहीं, इट सेव्स माई कॉस्ट, लॉट ऑफ थिंग्स. लेकिन when we think of using the clouds, we notice that the cloud vendor is very dominant कि सर मैं तो ये दूंगा, इसके अलावा इतना ही होता है. एंड मोस्ट ऑफ अस आर नॉट अवेयर कि उनसे मांगना क्या है. तो क्या हमने सोचा है कि हमारे पास एक फ्रेमवर्क होना चाहिए? आई एम जस्ट ट्राइंग टू ब्रिंग आउट सम ब्रॉड पॉइंट्स दैट कुड बी सीन, अगेन फूड फॉर थॉट, देयर कुड बी मोर. बट whenever we are deploying a cloud model or looking to use a cloud model, are we looking at all these things? Does my cloud ensure a business continuity and disaster recovery plan for me? Does my cloud give me compensation when my cloud is not able to give me service? डेटा रेस्टोरेशन का क्या है? मैंने क्लाउड पे डाल दिया, क्लाउड्स की सर्विस फेल होगी, मेरा डेटा तो वहीं रह गया, उड़ गया. वेंडर चेंजिंग की फैसिलिटी है कि नहीं? ठीक है, आई डोंट लाइक सर्विसेज विद दिस वेंडर बट आई वांट टू माइग्रेट टू अ न्यू वेंडर. हाउ कैन आई, व्हाट कैन आई डू टू माइग्रेट? एम आई फ्लेक्सिबल इनफ? And SLAs with those cloud vendors. There are issues that what kind of data encryption technologies is the cloud uses. I have the right to know it. They don't mostly tell about that. Then the ability, do I have the ability to audit the vendor's IT security posture and so on? So just some broad points that we do need to think. And when we think of this according to our business plan, more points do actually come up. साइबर सिक्योरिटी डिसेप्शन एक छोटा सा मैकेनिज्म हमारा, हम अगर डिप्लॉय करें कि अटैकर को थोड़ा सा फूल करने की कोशिश, उसका टाइम लेने की कोशिश, उसको लो हैंगिंग फ्रूट्स दें.
हैकर को भी लगेगा दैट आई हैव अचीव्ड इट, वो उसने मेरे हनीपॉट को एक्सेस कर लिया, कुछ निकाल लिया जो मेरे किसी काम का नहीं था, ट्वीट भी कर दिया।
मुझे फर्क नहीं पड़ता क्योंकि मुझे पता है ये कौन सा सिस्टम है। सो इनसाइड आई कैन स्माइल, आई कैन लाफ at the attacker, but I'm also very happy that I deployed it. So the idea of having an active deception, a passive deception, and the advantage at the bottom, I'm not sure ये नीचे वाला clearly दिख रहा है कि नहीं, the font is very small. I just read out for you. It puts the defender in an advantageous position by increasing entropy of leaked information. इतना सारा डेटा उसको दे दिया कि अब उसे ढूंढना पड़ेगा कि इंपॉर्टेंट क्या है। I buy time. Gaining information about compromise methodologies. वो अटैक मेरे सिस्टम पे तो नहीं हो पाया, लेकिन कैसे कैसे सिस्टम अटैक करने की कोशिश हो रही है, क्या क्या मेथोडोलॉजीज हैं, आई गेट अवेयर, आई कैन डिजाइन माई सेल्फ। एंड देन इनेबलिंग ऑब्जर्वेशन, ओरिएंटेशन, डिसीजन एंड एक्शन। आई एम ऑल द टाइम रेडी। इंडस्ट्रियल इंटरनेट ऑफ थिंग्स, एडवांटेज, सिक्योरिटी, सेफ्टी, रिलायबिलिटी, रेजिलियंस, प्राइवेसी सब देता है। आई एम रनिंग आउट ऑफ टाइम, मैम प्लीज एक्सक्यूज मी 5 minutes एक्स्ट्रा। बट IIoT use करते time, the diagram that I used in the beginning, IIoT use करते time, we are always worried कि legacy systems हैं, इतने सारे problems हैं, कैसे handle करेंगे, एक दिन में तो आ नहीं जाएगा, नया update है। तो at least ये कर सकते हैं कि मेरे उस system पे simply whitelisted people, whitelisted systems can only access. Then जो मेरे विंडोज एक्सपी वाला सिस्टम है, जिसपे मेरा वो वाला एप्लीकेशन जो मैंने 20 साल पहले खरीदा था आज नहीं खरीद सकता, वो वेंडर ही बंद हो गया, क्या करूं, वर्चुअलाइज करके चला सकता हूं। तो एटलीस्ट आई बिल्ड सिक्योरिटी अराउंड इट। लेटेस्ट ओएस का प्लेटफॉर्म है, वर्चुअलाइज पे एक्सपी चल रहा है, तो बेस ओएस प्रोटेक्ट कर रहा है, मॉनिटर कर रहा है। Input and output of those actual hardware devices would have a pattern. So if I can monitor and alarm for variations, maintaining logs, क्या हो रहा है, situational awareness, and then मोशन सेंसर्स का एक सिंपल सा एग्जांपल है, बट अगर वेरिएशन होता है जितना मेरा एक्चुअल मोशन होना चाहिए, तो उस वेरिएशन के हिसाब से अगेन मॉनिटर एंड अलार्म। सो दिस वे वी कैन वर्क विद व्हाट वी हैव, not panicking to bring out the modern system very quickly. At least I'm sure that my business is at some better level of security. DDoS has not died out. People think that DDoS is we have enough bandwidth, हमारे पास मल्टीपल रिडंडेंसी है, सब है, लेकिन डिनायल ऑफ सर्विस दूसरे तरीके से भी होता है। मेरा सिस्टम ही कॉम्प्रोमाइज हो गया तो वो डिनायल ऑफ सर्विस ही तो है। तो डू वी हैव अ डिनायल ऑफ सर्विस स्ट्रैटेजी, मिटिगेशन स्ट्रैटेजी? डू वी हैव अ रिस्पॉन्स प्लान जिसमें सबकी रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटीज फिक्स हैं, असेसमेंट हम करते हैं, हमें अपने सिंगल पॉइंट ऑफ फेलियर पता है, हमें अपने डीडॉस रेडीनेस को हम टेस्ट करते हो? रैंसमवेयर आउट देयर एट द लार्ज, एक रैंसमवेयर के लिए स्ट्रैटेजी इंटरनली हम क्यों नहीं कर सकते? सिर्फ बैकअप रखना एक चीज नहीं है, रैंसमवेयर की डिलीवरी, उसकी वाइट लिस्टिंग, वो भी तो एप्लीकेशन ही है, कुछ वो करता है। एंड देन नोइंग माई फाइल सिस्टम वेरी क्लियरली, मोस्ट ऑफ द टाइम्स फाइल सिस्टम के वेरिएशन करके रैंसमवेयर एग्जीक्यूट होता है। Adaptive approach is something that I personally recommend, that in the top where we mentioned that cycle of detection, prevention, analysis, and effective incident response, taking cue from Akram described in the incident response plan. लेकिन हम डिटेक्ट करें, प्रिवेंट करें, एनालाइज भी करते रहें, वरना पता कैसे चलेगा कि करना क्या है। So the increased understanding of our existing capabilities and accurate assessment of what better can be done helps a lot. At the end, I just want to bring out this, that security by design, not being always dependent on our supply chains and securing those. Of course, it is required, but if we are able to design our system securely, information and operation technologies help the entire infrastructure community. So let's talk and share. Let's talk to each other. Complete awareness of my own asset. I can't be at the dark. Compliance is significant, but a passionate system owners always wants to go beyond compliance. So top 10 में आ गए, 1 तक जाने का best है passion. And securing the supply chain is important, but knowing the system in exact details helps a lot. So we know which are the areas where securing supply chain is high priority, and areas where it can be low, so I can relax a little bit. And cybersecurity initiatives always act as a encouragement. So we should not say no to newer technologies. We should be welcoming it, but know our responsibilities very well, what to do with it, how to do with it, and where to implement. That's all from my side. Thanks a lot.
Thank you so much, sir. Now, our eminent speakers are open for your question answer session for the next 5 minutes.
Sir, I just want to know how to detect. Just earlier you told about detecting a cyber threat. How can we detect cyber threat either on personal cyberspace or a government cyberspace? How can we detect it? Is there any body at central level or government level who can tell us that yes, you are under cyber threat, yeah, this particular site is under threat? How can we detect it, sir?
Well, I think there are two parts to your question. The first thing that you spoke about, the personal cyberspace. So I'd answer that first, and the second one Akram would support me with. So the first question I would want to ask you at how I described it during my presentation as well. Do you think that you always know how your router at home behaves, the bandwidth that you're always experiencing? And do you realize those changes when suddenly there are drops in bandwidth, so your smart TV is unable to stream as smoothly as it was doing yesterday? Are you able to do that all the time?
Bandwidth change वगैरह होता है, but we do not visualize कि ये cyber threat है. It happens, but we do not visualize that it is due to cyber attack from somewhere.
That's where the difference lies. A cyber threat is not always an attack. It could be an attack, but it could also be something that is misconfigured, something that is not functioning well. आपका router है, वो फ्लक्चुएट होके फ्यूज खराब हो गया, काम नहीं कर रहा है, आप कनेक्टेड नहीं है, आपका बिजनेस रुक गया, आपके लिए थ्रेट है. तो threat has to be looked at not only from attack point of view. Yes, when you're talking about intelligence, so there are agencies like NCIPC, like CERT, and there are other agencies who are working at large. And whenever the Indian cyberspace is so massive, we are trying to look at everything. लेकिन सबसे इंपॉर्टेंट है कि बिजनेस ओनर को हमेशा अपना पता है कि उसका सिस्टम नॉर्मली कैसा बिहेव करता है. अगर कुछ भी एबनॉर्मल है, मेरा सिस्टम स्लो हो रहा है, कंप्यूटर, मेरी हार्ड ड्राइव सडनली कुछ ज़्यादा तेजी से घूम रही है, these are the behaviors that you always know. So at least you would want to investigate at your own level to begin with. And once you start developing that habit of thinking that something is going wrong, I cannot be under an attack. Why should I be under an attack? But there's something that is wrong. बच्चे ने कल रात को एक वीडियो की वेबसाइट ब्राउज करी थी, उसने किसी ऐड पे क्लिक कर दिया, मैलवेयर डिलीवर हो गया, आराम से बैठ के मेरे सिस्टम का प्रोसेसर खा रहा है और क्रिप्टो करेंसी माइन हो रही है मेरे लैपटॉप पे. ग्रेट, आई डोंट नो, बट देयर इज अ साइबर थ्रेट and I'm contributing to mining that thing. But did we think कि slow चल रहा है, कुछ अजीब है? So having that analytic mindset first is important. The second part, Akram, I would want you to support me on this. We do keep releasing those kind of threat perceptions whenever we are able to see something, and we are actively trying to do it all the time. We try to release IOCs, we try to release IPs that should be blocked at a time, because we have been noticing various bots being hosted there, malware, etc., and things like those happening. So I believe I've been able to answer your question in a way that you can introspect yourself very well. Right?
Okay, thank you.
It's all about situational awareness. So you should know what you have. घर भी रेंट पे लेने जाते हो कभी तो आप देखते हो सराउंडिंग पहले देखते हो ना then you see कि अच्छा ये मेरे weak points क्या क्या है how many doors are there how many windows are there so that you should know your network you should know what you are running अभी मैंने जैसे बताया था presentation में that people are still running old Windows 2000 Windows XP machines now if CISO doesn't know that they have XP machines then God saves you वो बड़ा मुश्किल है so you should know so it's all about situational awareness then on top of that situational awareness then you have to rely on threat intel, then you have to have an incident response plan, you have to have a detection capability. So it's a combination of all these which results to the effective threat detection and then the response to it. You need to have a response plan as I have explained.
And to add, it's best to stay self-dependent. Yes, there are agencies, there are so many people working out there, but जरूरी नहीं है उनकी आप पे नजर उस टाइम पे पड़ी. बट आपका बिजनेस आपका ही अगर उनकी नजर आप पे पड़ गई तब भी आपको जवाब देना है नहीं पड़ी तब भी आपको जवाब देना है द बेस्ट वे इज टू बी क्लियरली अवेयर और ऑफ व्हाट योर सिस्टम इज व्हाट इट इज केपेबल ऑफ डूइंग व्हाट इज बीइंग डन एट इट what you clearly know should be blocked it's not required at all and then taking all the necessary best practices at least and you would be able to prevent incidents detection of threats or experience से अपने आप आने लगता है.
Morning. I'm Rohit. I'm SP CBCID from Tamil Nadu. I have two questions. First question is to Mr. Akram. So certain conducts a lot of investigations when it comes to cyber breaches. So all those offenses that are made out as per the IT Act are actually punishable. In the criminal jurisprudence, right? But I don't see certain very as an organization that comes forward to go for a criminal case and investigate it with the police because I don't understand whether certain actually has the capacity to file an FIR and go for a prosecution. This was recently seen at a personal capacity because there was a data breach in Tamil Nadu where PDS data was leaked on the dark web. And certain did a quick report and just filed it. So I personally felt that that wasn't sufficient. So I want your views on an incident like that. The second question I have for you, Mr. Akram, is that so certain being a national level body, right now everybody understands the importance of the dark web, but we still don't have any legal provisions or legal safety net for a government organization to go on a deep web crawl on or intelligence gathering from the dark web. What are your views on that, or have you suggested a framework for the government to institute a law that gives us protection when we go into the dark web and we conduct sting operations or any such, information mining and crawling activities on the dark web? Your views on these two issues, please.
Yeah, about the first, why certain is not coming forward and lodging an FIR and all. So the kind of SOP which we have here is that we are a technical body. We will help. Will extend whatever help is possible to the affected entity, and we advise affected entity to approach the LEAs for taking necessary legal recourse because the incident happened at the entity level, right? So we advise them that you can approach, you can if you want to take a legal route, this is how you should do it. So that all advice we issue. So it's an SOP, we do it. So that was about the first question. And in the second question was about dark web. So I can tell you that we have a certain inputs which we receive with respect to the dark web. And that whatever input we receive, I'm not saying that it's a full-fledged dark web monitoring program which we run at certain. No, it's not like that as of now. We don't have that. But we have certain information sources and information channels through which we receive dark web specific information about the threats which are likely to be there in the Indian context, and we disseminate that information to the relevant stakeholders through our threat intel platforms. So that's how we do it. But as you said that whether a framework is required or whether a framework is possible, yes, definitely it's very much relevant, and I think more thought is required or more methodical approach is required to basically achieve that. So definitely, I fully agree with your viewpoint. Yep.
Sir, I am Yasin Kichlo, SSP Security from J&K. I have two questions. We feel confront with the problems on ground because as far as compliance of section 70 and 79A is concerned, we don't have be protected by the government. We don't have 79 under 79A Information Technology Act 2000, the digital examiner to be declared by the government. We cannot hold always chief information security officer or chief risk officer responsible because we don't feel to be the data to be protected or the system to be protected by the concerned quarters. Unless and until these things happen, otherwise these will amount to mere cyber contraventions, not the cyber crime. What is your take? How many states and UTs have complied with this sections? Because they are condition precedent for bringing anybody to book and proving the case in the court of law. After all, we do the hard work on ground for digital evidence collection and presenting it to the honorable court. But that two parts at times lead to the procedural lapses. Thank you.
Hello. Yeah, so regarding your question, I think I may not be the right person responding to this query because certain is not the nodal body for dealing with such matters. So maybe I'm not the right person in this regard because I really don't have any idea that how many states are complying to this. What I can tell you is, if anything, any incident or any case or any breach has to be legally taken forward, then there are certain safeguard or certain additional cares need to be taken while handling the data. If it has to go to the court, otherwise it would be inadmissible in the court. So that has to take place. There we have a cyber forensic laboratory in certain that that lab can guide or they can give you the SOP that how to deal with it.
Good morning. I am Group Captain Shivakumar. We're from the Ministry of Defense. My question is for both of you, Shri Muhammad Akram as well as Shri Ankit Sarkar. So what are the mechanisms or the thought process towards active intervention by certain and NCIPC for ongoing attacks detected on critical sectors under your own areas of responsibility?
Well, that could have been very distinguishedly described had we been talking about what NCIPC does and what certain does. But we are open to have these discussions offline. And I think you're from, as you said, you're from Ministry of Defense. There is some open information that we want likely give out. And there is some information that discreetly reaches the people of responsibility for about those kind of active information that includes vulnerability information as well. But if we speak out a little too loud, it would create a mayhem. So we try to ensure that it reaches the right people at the right time so that measures for closing them can be taken up.
Yeah, so just to Hello. Yeah, to add on to that, the scenario which you have mentioned actually strictly falls into the threat hunting kind of scenario, wherein you have identified certain malicious activity and the breach is ongoing. So basically that's what the threat hunting is all about, which I have explained. So idea is if you are if your security operations are matured enough to have a security threat hunting kind of operation, then we would advise you that how can you do it in a proper way. And if let's say you say that no, you do not possess that capability, then there definitely certain can help. Certain can definitely help, and maybe help you, and maybe on site also we can come and do the threat response for you. That's also we have done, but on case to case basis and based on the criticality of the incidents. So that's possible, very much possible.
Hello, this Arjun Chetri, Assistant Director from NEPA. I have a point. I would like to know actually from my organization point of view also, like if we want to start monitoring, as many of you said that we have to monitor the network to understand. In that case, maybe we will use some packet capturing tools and all, but what are the exact methodology to follow? And if we want to develop a new methodology, and if we want to deploy the honeypot as said by the speaker, is there any organization, or can we approach certain or somebody so that we can deploy such facilities in our premises?
You can definitely approach certain for any help for this for that matter. So we have an info desk also where you can pose your query, and definitely we'll respond, and we'll help you in setting up that monitoring capability. That's possible.
Okay, so there is a team who helps. Okay, thank you.
Sir, my questions are not being addressed. I would request CERT to take up this matter with the government to just declare these systems as and data as protected one, so that we cannot face any problem on ground, sir. This is my humble request.
Maybe after this session, we'll have a one-to-one discussion, and maybe I will try and understand the requirement better.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. So nice.
Thank you for your enthusiastic response. But due to the crunch of time, we are stopping this question answer session. And now I would like to invite Shri H.K. Kusumakar, Home Secretary, West Bengal, to please facilitate Shri Mohammad Akram Khan, sir. And now I would request sir to please facilitate Shri Ankit Sarkar. Thank you so much, sir. This would be the ending of the first technical session. And now for the beginning of the second technical session.
Yes, respected all. Moving towards a second technical session. Now, I would like to inform you all about the second technical session, which is based on the theme Best Practices in Cybersecurity. And I would like to inform you about the speakers of this session, Sri Vikas Tiwari, Head and Solutions Architect, India Federal Business at Amazon, Sri Vaidyanathan R. Iyer, Chief of Operations, IBM Asia Pacific, and Sri Shrikant Chitole, Senior Director, VP and Head, FireEye. I would request the speakers to take their seats on the dais, please, and would also like to inform one of the speakers, Sri Vaidyanathan R. Iyer, is joining us through online mode. So, speakers, please. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I request you to be kindly be seated on the dais. Sri Vikas Tiwari is the Head of Solutions Architecture for Government, Amazon Internet Services Private Limited. He has experience of more than 17 years in the field of solution architecture, cybersecurity, software development, startup founder, cloud, and open source evangelist. For last 5 years, he has been working closely with government organizations in India, helping them to design citizen scale and mission critical cloud native applications, leveraging open source technologies. I would request him to deliver his views on secure cloud services. Please, sir.
Hi, good morning, everyone. My name is Vikas, and as mentioned, I've been working with Amazon for around 5 years. I'm very passionate about security, and then being part of an Indian, I really passionate about public sector. When I joined Amazon, our public sector team, we had a vision that we want to impact life of every citizen of India leveraging the technology. So leveraging my experience working with multiple government departments across the country, maintaining and hosting few of the critical workloads that we have, the best practices and my experience, how can we leverage the technology in cloud and the best practices across the globe? How can we demystify some of the myths that typically we come when we talk about cloud, the first figure that comes in our mind. That's about scale, that we can get as much capacity on demand. We can scale up, we can scale down. But can we also look at cloud, how we can talk about from security perspective? So I was listening to the wonderful insights from Mr. Ankit and Akramji, where he mentioned about cybersecurity. We have worked with certain on several occasions, worked closely with them. But my experience working with government departments, if I say that, um, you know, what I see that from the Indian context perspective, there are lots of government departments who are still relying on lots of RFP processes. There are outsourced vendors, and their internal IT teams and the security professionals are still limited. So though there is an information overload, there are lots of best practices that we can adopt from cybersecurity perspective. But how practical it is to have each and every department to have that kind of expertise. So we talked about lots of security solutions, but that's also a fact that to manage all those security components, you need that kind of manpower, that kind of expertise who can manage it. So what we call it security operations center. So do we have SOC operations running in each and every organization? Can we say that? So certain and the other security agencies are there to help when, in case you reach out to them that you need your help, your guidance. There's an STQC team which can do the audit certain whenever we are trying to launch a new application. So a certain empaneled agency will come and they will do an audit. But to keep it running, we should have in-house expertise to manage the security operations. And that's one very critical part. So today I'm quickly going to talk about, from the Indian context, what's our experience. If we are moving our workloads to cloud, how you can securely automate many of these cybersecurity responsibilities. So good thing is, I mean, if I look from the cybersecurity, so there's a risk, right? We saw so many things to be done, and good thing is we are not the only one. Each and every government, each and every department across the globe, they are facing the same risk. Can we leverage the best practices? Can we leverage what others have already learned? I was on the other day, I was in our DSCI conference roundtable for cybersecurity. So esteemed guests from the Ministry of IT were there, and I'm really thankful to MIT that the way they have come up with the mighty empanelment of cloud providers. One of the things which came up, there was a esteemed gentleman from UK who shared the UK government story. So I'll just take maybe a few seconds to refer to that. What he mentioned that UK started their journey few years ahead of us. They came up with a data classification. They create like 6 to 7 categories of data. And what they realized, everything which has any kind of personal information data, any kind of confidential information, they classified, they say that this is very critical. I should do a bespoke. I should create my own data centers. I should be managing it my way. But later on, they identified there were few misses in security, and there was a large data breach happened a couple of, I think, 3 years back. That time they realized that, one mistake that they did, they were trying to think that what they are doing is very different from what rest of the world is doing. So they realized that, and they reclassified their data. They classified in 3 categories: secret, top secret, and everything else was official. So any kind of government information which is not secret or top secret, they say that this is official category, and you should try to leverage the best practices in a commercial cloud. What advantages they got out of it, I'll just talk in the relevant slides. I would also talk briefly about the zero trust security methods. So we talked about the security risk, but there are multiple kinds of risk. Our security solutions typically talk about all kind of external risk that we can address. But what about the internal risk? How can we trust a cloud service provider? How can we search a managed service provider or an SI who is managing our application? How can we ensure that we have the right controls which can detect and tell when a particular activity is an anomaly in the system? So to start with, I just want to say that first thing, when we talk about cloud, so first thing comes to our mind is cloud is something similar to like my data center, but probably there's lots of hardware available. I would like to give an analogy. So just like we see that, traditionally, let's say in old time, we might be having our own power generator sets, right? And then we got electricity, which was delivered as a service. You turn on the switch and you get the electricity. So same ways, the cloud computing is an on-demand delivery of IT resources. That means everything is kind of defined by an API. So you do an API call using the browser console. If you have if you can operate a website, if you can log into your organization portal, you can go to the cloud console and you can launch virtual machines, you can launch databases. It's just a few clicks. You don't really need that kind of IT expertise to launch the components in cloud. Now that changes the perspective. If you look from the traditional data center perspective, what we have is a physical layer of data center. We have a network, routers, switches, which are not going to change. So we assume there's a physical layer, and then we put on top of it certain controls, our firewalls and other security controls, and then we assume our applications are secured. So the security objectives are still the same. We have the same requirements for security, but the controls have to be changed because everything is now software driven, it's API driven. The challenges have changed. Your network layer is no more static. So it's not like a physical network, it's a software defined networking. That means on a click of a button, you can create your own virtual data center. In 5 minutes, you can have new data center, new IP topology, and new set of servers. So this brings lots of flexibility, but with the flexibility comes a challenge and responsibility. So how cloud is addressing that, I'll quickly talk about that. I think certain team has already spoken about multiple data breaches. We have seen lots of cases where even air-gapped systems across the globe have been breached because of these various malware intents. So how can we address that? So we all have the good intent, and we were discussing, right? So we should have like the directions available, but always the best intentions don't work. You should have mechanism, you should have action points. So I'll probably talk about some of the ways how the governments across the globe, they are trying to solve the cybersecurity problems. And there are lots of compliance requirements. So there are ISO requirements. So ISOs have come up with lots of 27,001, 17, 18, multiple ISO compliances have come. If I talk about from the different global perspective, SOC operations, so SOC 1, SOC 2, SOC 3 are the certain set of reports, which are like a periodic audits and will give you lots of insights how the cloud operators are performing their internal processes. So that gives lots of visibility. If you go for country specific, if you look at United States, I should say from the defense perspective or this data security perspective, they are defining lots of kind of frameworks and compliances. So FedRAMP is there. When we talk about the healthcare PHI data, then there's a HIPAA compliance. Department of Defense has come up with their own regulations. And NIST, the NIST frameworks are there. NIST is a US body which has defined lots of cybersecurity frameworks. So NIST has a cybersecurity frameworks. And recently, MIT also came up with a paper where they defined around 400 controls. If you really want to secure your application, so you should have around 400 controls. I'll just talk about how we can map all those security controls to a cloud environment where you really don't have to do that heavy lifting. You don't really need to worry about implementing all those things. But if you are in a cloud environment, if you use certain services, you can comply to all those capabilities, or you can mitigate the cybersecurity risk. As I mentioned, we have also started our journey, and I really thank Meiti for the cloud empanelment. The other thing which excites me is the personal data protection bill. Now we are talking about setting the responsibility. Earlier we have seen multiple instances. We have seen that certain has identified certain data breach, and I think a gentleman was talking about that. With PDP, there will be a responsibility, and if I say that, it's loosely adopted or kind of influenced by GDPR in Europe. In GDPR also, you have multiple roles and responsibility defined. So if you are a data controller or a data processor or a sub-processor, depending on that, your roles and responsibilities have been defined. Every citizen has been given certain rights. They can define that whatever data is stored, they should be have the right to be forgotten. They have the right to be data to be portable. And then the security by design is important. See, cybersecurity threats are there and they're evolving, they'll keep happening. But do you have security by design? Can you say that your system has the default security components? And that's where a hyperscale cloud provider can really come in. So just to give a perspective, I've created a model. So for example, if you look at this architecture, the multiple components, and you start with hardware, software, all data components. These all typically are the customer responsibility. So if a department is hosting your workload, for example, in your data center, you have to manage each and everything from hardware and securing your data center and up to the top stack. Now, when you go to cloud, it becomes a shared responsibility model, and that is very much aligned to, I should say, the NIST framework, all the best practices, where the cloud provider, I'm from AWS, I'm showcasing AWS, but this is applicable for any hyperscale cloud provider, a true cloud, which is coming up with these kind of capabilities. So the hyperscale cloud provider will take care of the core infrastructure, where the network is secured by default. One thing I just take an analogy. So when you deploy your data center, you deploy the network, physical network, and physical networks are not secured by default. You have to enforce or implement security on top of it. You will create VLANs, you will create deploy multiple firewalls and other security appliances. In cloud, this changes dynamically, because it's a software-defined networking. What happens that the software-defined networking has got some inbuilt security controls. For example, you can't do IP spoofing. So these security controls are embedded into the hypervisor. In this, that's how the multi-tenant cloud model works. You can't do port scanning. If you try to do a DDoS attack or any kind of attacks, that gets detected by the cloud provider. So you are free from lots of hassles of a typical networking layer. So, but again, having said that, what we are talking here, we are securing the workloads, but anything on top of it. I'm talking about a typical infrastructure as a service layer, where we will give you a virtual machine. You take that virtual machine, and we don't have any access within that. So only the customer has access. You can choose which operating system you want, and then everything is customer's responsibility. Like in the sense that since we don't have access, we can't patch your machine. So the customer will be responsible for patching. And typically that's where our partner will come in, who will do the patching. So that's one way of looking at the responsibility. But if you go ahead, there are multiple ways. So you understand this is a common thing. You don't want to take ownership of even operating system. Why should I manage operating system? Can the cloud provider take the responsibility? So there comes the managed services. As I mentioned, if we have to follow all the cybersecurity guidelines, and we'll talk, let's say, in terms of database. We need to ensure we are doing a proper backup. We are doing backups across data centers. We should do proper patching. We should test whether the new patch will have any impact on the performance of database or not. And there are lots of other DBA tasks, database administrator tasks. If you have database administrators in-house, you may do that. But the fact is, we don't have so much IT resources in our government department. And typically, we would like the SI or the partner to do that. That's where the cloud service provider takes more and more responsibility. So compared to a virtual machine, if you look at the platform as a service layer, maybe a container service or a relational database, where we take care of the OS control, we take care of the platform application database to be deployed, any kind of scaling required. So you are running a 16-core database, and we have seen like an event comes, PM announces, and then suddenly we have to jump to the largest possible, maybe 96 vCPUs kind of machine. Click of a button, and you want to have a HA system running across 2 data centers, very much possible. Again, click of a button. So again, go to the console, say I want to change it. On that event day, early morning, you go to the maximum compute you want. At the end of the day, once the event is done, you again click another button, it will come back to the normal size. So similarly, if I look at, I was listening to Dr. Aziz Sharma. So he talked about how our vaccination platform has leveraged the scalable architecture of cloud, right? So that also is a great, I should say, testimony, how we can leverage the cloud technology for the critical workload. So security is extremely important. We have seen multiple instances where global hackers have been trying to come after our applications, and we work with certain, and we have seen how we can securely mitigate that. So why we are able to do so? So first thing is, the moment you realize that what you're trying to achieve, you're not the only one who is facing this problem. There's every government department, or every enterprise is facing the same cybersecurity threats. Can we leverage the best practices that we have seen from, or maybe the others that they have done? And that's where the hyperscale cloud providers are really helpful. So if you look at NASA or NASDAQ or Department of Defense, they have very, very stringent requirement. What we created in MIT's empanelment, that was a baseline. The other empanelments, maybe PDP is going there, but even beyond that, there are many more stringent requirements. So PCI compliance for banks is there for any kind of payment solution. So once we implement a control, that's implemented for all the customers. We don't do any custom work for single customer. So that's where the real difference comes in. When, let's say, we'll talk about the Intel. So a couple of years back, there was an Intel's WannaCry. So there was a vulnerability identified in the Intel platform, right? So it was automatically fixed in the cloud environment, and it was fixed for all the customers. And because of the scale of the cloud, we are in touch with all the global research organizations, all the global security agencies. We typically get that information weeks ahead, when compared to how you'll get that, and you get time to kind of update that. So the scale of the cloud is its real value. Because we are handling millions of customers worldwide, we get lots of information. So I'll take a simple example. Let's say there's a domain, and that domain is performing some kind of malicious activity. And this is observed. We have huge data set, right? And as we say in machine learning, the larger the data set, the chances of better accuracy of prediction is there. So that's where when we talk about the cloud, the scale really gives a power of scale. We are monitoring more than 250 of the metrics using our decentralized cloud monitoring system. There are 230 plus security compliances that we are doing it. So chances are, when you come up for any new security requirements, that might have already been addressed or asked by some other government agency worldwide. We talked about encryption. So Mr. Ankit talked about encryption capabilities. All our services are by default supported for server-side encryption. You want client-side encryption, that's just a click of a button. I was working with the government department, and they say that we are working with tenders, right? So I want to mitigate the insider threat. These are thousands of crores of worth of tender. What if my insider admin guy tries to read that data which has been submitted? So we say that there's a server-side encryption. You use HSM and use a client-side encryption on top of it, so that you can define, as a business user, when you say approve or you enter your credentials, only then that tender document can be decrypted. Or maybe what if you allow that client or the bidder to bring their own key? First submit the tender and then submit the key. So that's where the encryption thing comes very handy. Integration of encryption. See, one is purchasing the encryption software. You might have already procured the encryption software, but integrating with all the components in the application, that's a real challenge, and that's solved in the cloud. 100% of our services are compliant with GDPR. So we believe when the PDP comes in, if we have to do work for the PDP, we'll have to do it one time, and it will be done for all the government departments. So I'll quickly touch upon the zero trust security. That's again a key term which has been coined. So when we talk about zero trust security, we want to talk about how can we protect the government data, the confidential data from the CSP. So even if I'm from Amazon, how can we ensure even the Amazon's administrator should not be able to access it? How can we ensure leveraging the technology even if there's a malware or any kind of vulnerability in our software code, it should not be able to access it. And how can we ensure even the customers, your own administrator should not have access to that? So coming to that, there are lots of innovation. So in your data centers, typically we use certain commercial hypervisors, be it could be VMware or Hyper-V. There are a few players in the market. But these are like single tenant, and there's always a super administrator who has access to the backend where he can go and log into any virtual machine. I don't want that in cloud. So in cloud, based on the customer stringent requirement, we have come up with a hypervisor, which is totally on firmware. So there's no software for the hypervisor, or there's various IO cards. Everything is in some kind of a PCI card, which is plugged into the hardware. So that means because it's a firmware, and we have got tight controls where no one can really go and modify it. So that's the model. Even if there are only certain APIs which have been exposed, there's no backend because it's a custom built for hypervisor. We want to protect. So there's no backend where anyone can go and just log into any virtual machine. That's closed. If any admin activities are required, that's API driven. Only few activities have been allowed. They are properly audited, and a single guy can't go and do that. So you need multiple levels of authorization. So that's when we say that even if the technology wants, so we have kind of checked that even if the software tries to go and change the BIOS information or the hypervisor, that's technically not possible. So just like, we have seen Bitcoin, if you're using technology to provide that kind of assurance. So something similar to that, we have got our security chips where there's digitally signed certificates available which validate there's no tamper has been done. So that's the innovation we have seen. The other thing which is important is there's a term called confidential computing. We talk about encryption of data while transit or at rest. There's also a term called encryption of data in use, right? So you have encrypted your volumes, your disk is encrypted, your all network channels are encrypted, you're using HTTPS. But what if when your virtual machine is executing that machine, you have to decrypt, your data is in plain text format. If a root user logs into the system, can he access that data? The answer is yes. If there's a malware with proper access, can he read that data? The answer is yes. How to protect that? So for that, there are lots of innovations where we say that you can create certain kind of enclaves. So enclaves are like a small portion of your virtual machine, which is connected to your virtual machine, but is not accessible even to the root users. So even if your machine is infected, like Mr. Akram was talking about the security and defense in depth, right? So multiple layers of security. So even if your machine has been breached, root user has been compromised, still they can't access any data. So all your critical or confidential information definitely should go to such enclave. The software will be digitally signed. The data it's processing will be saved. So for example, the same tender solution, if I have to decrypt the codes, that should happen in this secured enclave. So the data will be decrypted from this enclave and will be processed, and then it will be discarded. So the root user or the admin user will never get hold of that data. So that's the kind of innovation. If you want to leverage, you can just go to cloud, launch a machine, again a checkbox, and it's available. Similarly, we talked about various external threats, right? So as we mentioned, there are two kinds of controls we typically talk about: the network controls and the identity controls. So Gartner has also predicted that most of the times that they have seen the breaches, they track down to not to network threats, but mostly some kind of identity loss. Someone has leaked their credentials and someone has done a manual mistake. They've kept their, for example, web servers open. The files are available on open net without any security. So what other thing is, Ankit talked about the least privilege access controls. The cloud gives you that capability. And what automation can you do? See, everyone knows, I'll give my practical example. Everyone knows that least privilege security is most important. But is it so easy to write the rules to give the least privilege? What we typically say, if you want to give access, you'll try one or two line items and then you'll find that there are lots of things which are not working. So you'll just give admin access, right? So that's the typical thing which happens. What cloud gives you the capability, you give full access, let them work for 1 hour, 2 hour, and then identify what exactly they used and can you create the role and the policy based on that, so that whatever they have worked in last 1 hour, that's the only thing they want to do, and from today onwards they can only do that. So you run your complete use case. Cloud will help you to generate that very minimal capacity. For example, you want to just restart your virtual machines. You don't want to allow administrators through a destructive option where someone just go and try to delete the virtual machines. That may contain like critical information, right? So you can restrict in cloud very well who can do what from what location. You want to say certain rules, for example, if a person is during the daytime in office, he should be able to access the console or these critical activities from office network only. But when at home, maybe you want to allow internet access because of the constraint or the vice versa. So those kind of critical things you should definitely do. And that's where the cloud really helps, where you can do this resource-based, what we call it, attribute access control. So typical username and passwords, the way we used to do for users, right? So we'll give every user a username and credential, and then they can access the cloud, the servers and do it. Here, even for machine-to-machine communication in cloud, you can define various attributes. So you can define various projects and tag them and say that, this is project A, this is project B. And resources will also have the tags. So databases, you can say this is for project A, this is for project B. And then you define the policies dynamically. All the project A resources will have access to project A resources only. So project A members, for example, if you add a person to a group of project A, he will get access to all the resources of project A. So these kind of advanced attribute controls eliminate any chances of someone leaving the organization and still having access to your backend system. So that's where the identity management, access management, and resource management comes in picture. Again, coming to the network layer, we have got that's what the thing is. This is the best practice. You talk about the most stringent control at the network layer. At each layer, we have got encryption by default. That's the design. So if you launch a virtual machine in cloud, it will by default be available in a VPC, a virtual private cloud, which will allow encryption by default. So you don't have to do anything. Other thing is when you call any API to AWS, so that's a V4 signature, we call it. It's on TLS. It's a digitally signed API which has to be called. So as I mentioned, network perspective, it's a software-defined networking. There are multiple layers. The defense in depth, where even if two machines on the same physical host, they can't talk to each other. They have to go through the hypervisor, and hypervisor on a firmware, it will implement its own rule. So if you allow as a customer, allow that I want to allow communication between these two groups, that's possible. Any kind of IP spoofing is all dropped at the hypervisor layer. So that's the main thing why so many customers are moving their critical workloads. So many banks run natively on cloud because of these security controls. Other thing is we are using lots and lots of machine learning. So I'll take an example. I picked one service. There are lots of services in cloud. I don't want to go in detail in every one, but want to pick one service to give you a perspective how cloud is really solving the real challenges that we discussed about cybersecurity. So while we might have procured, first thing is these are expensive software, all these security softwares. If you start procuring, if it's a very critical application, you may procure all these softwares, but for every workload, it might not be practical. So what will end up, you may deploy certain controls, but it might not be covering their entire security. So instead of an agent-based security model, what we have got is a behavior-based intrusion detection system. We collect data from all the network logs. So you have a real-time visibility, what kind of traffic is going on. We talked about dark web, for example, or a Tor network. So if any of your virtual machine is talking to a Tor network, within 5 minutes, you'll get an alert that there's a suspicious activity in your network. Now, similarly, there's a CloudTrail, which is an API events of cloud. Each and everything that you access in cloud is via API. We are tracking that, who did that. So suppose your credentials has been leaked and the one who has got the credential, he tries to launch new VMs or new network. You'll come to know within a matter of few minutes. And based on that alerts, what you want to do, you will get all those findings, and then the system will automatically categorize whether it's a high priority alert, low priority, or is it a medium priority. So this is using machine learning. And because we have got like connects with all the security agencies worldwide, and commercially also, if you look at, it's very much viable because that's our entire business, right? So we can and we have to like deploy hundreds of security professionals to put these automation to protect our customer workload. So there are two options for government departments. Either they reinvent the wheel, procure all these software and deploy and manage on their own, or they can leverage the cloud technologies where these problems have already been solved for millions of customers. Our challenge is not like we want to prove that we can manage the cybersecurity challenges on our own, but we want to mitigate, we want to safeguard our data, right? So let's leverage what already has been proven by the system. So all these alerts go to a single system, and then automation is the part where this really works, where and of course, these all are like many of these things are native capabilities of cloud, right? So without any procurement of third party, the DDoS mitigation is enabled by default. Basically, you can automate the remediation. So if your machine is talking to a Tor network, I can put on automation within 5 minutes. That outbound network port will be automatically blocked. So you will get an email, and you will buy some time that communication has been stopped. Maybe that may kind of prevent any kind of legal traffic as well. But I mean, you can take a call. At least your Tor communication is immediately stopped. So that's where the foundational security layer comes in picture. So and this is again, I was talking about the NIST cybersecurity framework. This is very much aligned to that. First of all, can you identify what all components are there in your network? Many times we have spoken to customers, they have like HIPS and IPS systems, they are talking, but there are certain servers they're not even aware of. Is there a possibility there are a few systems running some code and you have no visibility because you have not deployed agents on top of it? That's not possible in cloud. So by default, you can enable certain ticks, and then it will give you the inventory of all the softwares, all the virtual machines, all the firewalls, each and every configuration, which firewall configuration is open for internet, you can get in single console. You can set your compliance rules. And that's again, interesting thing I would like to talk about. So if you look at the current wave, so when we want to take a government application to cloud or to production, we say that it should be evaluated by a certain empaneled auditor. So they will come, they will evaluate, and they'll certify, and the application goes in production. When is the next audit? So typically, minimum 6 months, or in some cases I've seen for years, I mean, the next audit doesn't happen. Can we say how cloud can help? So the cloud can help with a continuous compliance. So you are, you're not relying on a point and check where there's a check sheet and you showcase that this is done. It's a continuous compliance where in real time you're getting data, you are complying all those security requirements, and you have a real-time dashboard. So that's one thing definitely I would recommend government departments to utilize. So that comes from the identify and defining the your compliance requirements, your rules. So there are multiple controls for protecting data, be it in terms of encryption, identity, ML-based controls, centralized monitoring. And then once you have protected your system, so there's a detection system. So threat hunting we talked about. How can we detect? So there's a centralized monitoring system in cloud, which you can leverage. There's a threat hunting platform that you can do. And then, of course, with automation, you can respond to that. there is a investigation, as I mentioned, the detection part, so threat hunting we call, and there's a recover phase. So recover is one important aspect. When you're running it in on-prem environment, typically in your DC, so you have to do lots of heavy lifting. In cloud, typically you have got built-in control mechanism. So I'll take an example of maybe an object storage where by default the data gets synced or replicated in 3 data centers within India. So even if one DC goes down, there's no impact. There are multiple copies in each DC. I was talking about one customer and they were saying, what if someone comes and deletes my data? So first thing is, I can deny it. Nobody in the entire organization, your cloud environment, can delete anything without a multi-factor authentication. You can attach a hardware token or a software MFA, and it will ensure it can't be deleted without it. Second thing is you can have multiple controls so that you allow only a soft deletion, not a real deletion. So that's possible. So this is the NIST cybersecurity framework, and maybe I would recommend if someone can go through that and see that how they are defining the security controls that we can adopt. One quick reference to FINRA, so Financial Industry Regulation Authority, they do a fraud detection in US and they kind of process billions of records and I think several billions of record on a daily basis, I think 37 billion. So how there's a complete study they evaluated, they were running on-prem and they evaluated cloud. And they came up with this after running it for a certain duration that cloud is even providing better security what they could have achieved in on-prem. So with that, I would like to say thank. In Amazon terms, we say it's still day one. We are still learning, we are still working, and yeah, thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much for the enlightening words. Our next speaker, Sri Vaidyanathan R. Iyer, is Chief of Operations, IBM Security Command Center, Asia Pacific, and has 33 years of experience in the IT industry, of which more than 20 years have been in the information security domain. He has been associated with organizations like Apple Computer, Computer Associates, etc. He has been with IBM since March 2009 and was responsible for the security product and services business. He is also associated with IBM cybersecurity education initiatives. So I would like to know Sri Vaidyanathan R. Iyer, sir. You have joined in virtually to the online mode. Are we audible to you, sir?
Yes, you are audible. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we are able to see the presentation. And I think you can take over, please.
You are able to see the presentation. I have not even launched the presentation. So I will launch it now.
Mr. Iyer would be covering about the secure network infrastructure. So, sir, you shall start your presentation, please.
Thank you. Are you able to see the presentation?
Pardon,
Hello?
please?
Yeah,
Yes.
can you just confirm that the presentation is visible?
Yes, yes, of course it's visible.
Thank you very much.
You can please go ahead.
Yeah, good morning and good afternoon as we are entering the afternoon to everyone. It's my loss that I'm not able to be there personally. I would have definitely wanted to come, but some constraints prevented me from coming. Apologies for that. I see the wonderful conference over there. I think not being able to come there physically is my loss. So first of all, good morning, good afternoon to everyone. I was just listening to all the some of the earlier speakers, especially the speaker just before me from Amazon, speaking about how the cloud infrastructure is picking up, what are the best security practices, etc. The theme here we are going to discuss about is actually security of the network infrastructure. My name is Vaidyanathan Iyer. You can call me Vaidi. I work for IBM. And I've been in the industry for almost 35 years now. 34, 35 years. Started security when security was just not even antivirus. That was itself was pretty much unknown those times. and have the fortune of seeing how the security industry, computer security industry, the information security industry has evolved till date. And I think, I've just learned by watching and being with it, right? And I think what I learned is probably 1% of what the industry is, and there's so much to be learned still. So I'm going to be more discussing here the concepts. We have technical stalwarts here. We will try to keep the jargon out as much as possible, because my firm belief is that we either use jargon either if we don't want the other person to understand, or we ourselves don't know what we're talking, right? So I will try to make it simple and put it in a word in which I will understand, and then go ahead with that. And I will pause for questions, and somebody will have to relay the questions for me. Apologies first, since I'm working from home, there could be some disturbances, so some noises because it's an apartment. I would request you to excuse me for such eventualities in case they happen. Let's look at the network as it was, as we knew, right? And how was the network? The network, as we knew, it's a standard. The picture here you see is the standard fort, the old fort which has been in castles and fort. Because why? Because the fort is the center of all the activities, and it is not connected to the other world. You have, if you look at down here, you have the cannon holders over there. There's a moat over there. So that's the security, and there is only one way to approach the fort. It's impregnable. So they wanted to make the fort impregnable. Our network was like that. Our servers were inside the corporate or the government entities, were secure, and there was only one way of getting in. That is your port 80, port 443, 440, whatever it is. That's the way I will get in through the firewall. It was all fine. But that was the network as we knew. This was the network of 1980s, okay, and 1990s for that matter, right? Even 1990, when I was in the United States doing my master's, Novell was just coming up. There was a more popular software called PowerLAN, which I used at that point in time. That was a time when Novell was just coming up and establishing as a network organization. Netscape hadn't even hit the field running. But today, where is the network? Look at the network of today, an example of it, right? This is an open marketplace. It's an open marketplace where people are connected. People can walk in anytime. People can walk out anytime. There are multiple businesses which are open. When I say businesses, you can convert that into activities. So this is the network of today. So please see the difference between network of those days and network of today. They are widely different. And the population that is on the network is very different today than what it was earlier. Which means the threat landscape that we were having when we had a fort-like structure, and those who have handled those networks will understand the fort-like structure, which you will understand that we had the firewalls, we have an IDS later, which became IPS, which is intrusion detection system, became intrusion prevention system. Then we had a content inspection software to inspect the content of whatever comes inside. And then we had this server level, little bit of security, right? That was all it about. And firewall used to monitor everything. And what's firewall? Firewall is nothing like a gate. It's a watchman. Whatever it comes, it allows, it checks the watchman, but what the person does after he or she enters the system is not managed by firewall. So that's why we had little bit different layers of experience, defense. But what happens here is the threat landscape of those days, where if I inspect the content, if I enter it, allow it to enter it through the firewall, through firewall policies, and then do an intrusion detection with whatever true positives, false positives I can find out, we were kind of okay. But today, the threat landscape is completely different because we are highly connected. Look at the network, which we talked about earlier. What are the threats of today? Ransomware. We live in the world of ransomware, right? I just heard about one of the police officers talking about the PDS data of Tamil Nadu going on the dark web. Now, this is common. This is absolutely common. I mean, large organizations get hit by malware. I was talking to a group in Philippines yesterday. I was talking to the group CIO, and they have been hit by Rayville ransomware, and they have multiple groups and multiple interests, right? Luckily, they came out without paying any money, but a lot of the ransomware is done for financial interest. They are done by organized actors, state or non-state. Phishing. We all fall for phishing, and phishing has assumed gargantuan proportions in the time of the pandemic. In the time of when people are working from home, everything is online, everything is digital, right? People do, even the, I saw one message going on in the social media that the government has said download COVID certificate, 2 certificates of vaccination. The Ministry of Home Affairs actually let out a directive saying that, interstate travels, I think a couple of weeks back, they modified the interstate travel. They wanted to make it common across the country, which is a very good initiative. And the ministry issued a directive. But then there is a message which came on social media, said, oh, click on this link. This is the Ministry of Home Affairs, directive. You click on the download, you will get an OTP. Just, share the OTP, and using the OTP, you can download your COVID certificate. Now, to people whom I know, I said, don't even go there, because the only place you can download the COVID certificate is from the authorized COVID portal. So this is another way of, phishing, because there people might share the OTP and you don't know what happens once you share the OTP, right? Your malware can directly sit on your device, whichever it is. Identity theft. And when I put a malware, I'm not putting a malware for the heck of it. I'm putting a malware to steal whatever I want to steal. And what data I steal, what identity I steal is more important. So network is not your firewall anymore. Social engineering, whatever I told you just now is social engineering, right? Is one form of social engineering. There are multiple forms of social engineering. And open source intelligence. We'll talk about open source intelligence, which we in short form called OSINT. So the threat landscape of today is very different. A lot of organizations have threat intelligence feeds, like IBM has X-Force. A lot of other companies have other threat intelligence. There are open threat intelligence platforms, which keeps scanning billions and billions of events. So threat landscape, and the picture I put there was intentional, because it's like a horizon. It's ever expanding. Horizon ever expands. So the threat landscape of today is expanding as your network is expanding. 10 years back, when someone told me that, look, why the identity is the new perimeter, it sounded a little odd to me at that point in time, because network was still network as we know, physical network. But today, identity is the perimeter. Identity is the perimeter whenever you move, when you do digital transformation. So what should the network security goals be? Can we be futuristic on the network security goals? What should the network be today? Some of these are fundamental concepts, but we will have to change and modify these concepts as we move forward in the current digital transformation era. And as you notice, India is one country which has adopted digital transformation. I believe the digital transformation is actually happening when the vegetable fruit vendor who is pushing a cart tells me to pay through a UPI code. That's when the digital transformation is actually hitting the public. You can really see it, right? I've never used cash personally, I've stopped using cash for a lot of things, because UPI is so widely acceptable, from my next door grocery shop to push cart vendor to probably, even when I go to a 5-star hotel for a dinner, I can still use my UPI code, or I can use my card. That's how the digital payments have picked up across the country. So the network should be resilient to handle all this. It should be eminently defendable. And when we say there are 2 types of networks, I want to a little bit focus here. One is the control system, because we are into, we talked about critical infrastructure. How do we protect critical infrastructure? We'll take an example of a critical infrastructure. The second one is data systems. Now, does the control system don't have data? Of course, they have data, but there is a little bit of difference in managing a control system network and the data system network. Control systems, even today, pretty much static model. Take a nuclear reactor. A static model, traditional defense systems, because most of them are SCADA systems. And if you notice, most of the control systems do not have hardened. It's very easy to break control system, trust me. That's where the security is minimal. So we have to put a different way. Whereas in the IT systems, which is data systems, you have to look at the data flow, data residence, and how do you do a dynamic risk assessment model. This is extremely important. Your network security today is no more a static physical on-site security model. It is a dynamic model, ever evolving, stretchable, because the threat landscape is stretchable, and it has to stretch the way it stretches with the cloud. Right? There are cloud providers, IBM, Amazon, Google, Microsoft. There are multiple cloud providers. Each one of them have their own, they provide, cutting edge securities postures for their customers, of course. But at the end of the day, the enterprise or the department of the government is responsible for the security of their data. Yes, we have legal agreements which will bind the cloud provider to an extent, but at the end of the day, the data lost is data lost. Right? If I put the money in the bank and I lose, yes, I do have some protection, but I can't just go back and take the entire protection onto the bank. Right? Bank does what it has to do, but we have to do what we have to do. So we talk about an onion skin model. Now, this is not my invention, so I acknowledge the copyright. This has been put up by one of the leading analyst firms. So assuming that you have a reactor, and what's this onion skin model? You have multiple layers. And what are the multiple layers? Next to the reactor is your safety system. The reactor is where exactly everything happens, right? That's where I need to get to. So if I'm a hacker, if I'm a malefic intended person, or as we call it, an adversarial actor, I want to get to the reactor, stop the reactor, or do something to the reactor, right? So I have to bypass the safety system. But the safety system here, so you have multiple layers. You have a safety system, you have a control room, you have an office network, you have the DMZ internet with which you actually confabulate with the world outside. But if you look at it, one layer, the immediate layer can only talk to the next immediate layer. For example, the DMC talks only to the office network. There is stop, right? DMC cannot talk to the control room. You can't come to DMC and get to the control room. If you can get that, then your security is absolutely pathetic, right? And the only system which will talk to the reactor, which is the core, is safety system. So you put multiple layers of security, and each of this network has to be secured. Each of this network has to be secure. When you secure the network, you secure the traffic. You have to have secure traffic. You have to understand what content it is. You have to understand what kind of threat feeds are coming from the threat intelligence platform, whatever you are using, because the threat intelligence platform will keep throwing up. And don't use one threat intelligence platform. Use multiple threat intelligence platform, because they at the back end collaborate. And they share the total intelligence which is available to you. And you should have a platform, and we'll come to analytics a little later, which will actually tell you, analyze and tell you whether this threat is relevant for you. There are so many threats in the world. It may not be relevant for you, right? For example, if there is a threat of ships sinking in Bermuda Triangle, it's a threat. But for me, it doesn't affect, because I rarely travel by ship, and I don't intend to go to Bermuda Triangle, right? So, for me, it's a knowledge, but it's not a risk to me personally, right? So like that, in your organization, is that risk applicable to you? So every software, every vulnerability may not become a risk to you. That's why you need to have a risk assessment, which is a dynamic risk assessment on your platform on a regular basis. So you use an onion skin model. This is one of the models. There are multiple models. I just took one model as an example, put out by one of the leading consultants, analyst firms in the globe. If you come to data, at the end of the day, network security is so much linked to data security. Data security. So today, when we say network security, we will see that we are more talking about what are we protecting. We are not protecting the network. We are protecting our assets. Network is a gateway to the asset. So we protect the gateway, like we put CCTV cameras on our gate. Okay, but what are you protecting? I am protecting my data, because data is the blood. So network protection is an enabler. So today you have to look at network protection being an enabler. Actual protection is to the data. Whether I do identity theft, whether I do this theft, that theft, whatever I do, at the end of the day, I want your data, either to manipulate or to block it or to do whatever I want to do. So you need to have a strategy. That's why these are interlinked, whether the data at rest, data in motion, data in use, And data in use and in motion are two different things. While data in use can be in motion, it could be circular motions. Data in motion is slightly different. Data access, right? I think I saw an access-based statement by the previous speaker. Data exfiltration. That's the last thing that we should ever have. That data should not exfiltrate. Unwanted data should never exfiltrate from the organization, right? So, what should we do for a network setup? I do not know how many of us have watched Star Trek. So this is actually the picture of that USS, fictitious USS Enterprise. Go beyond where no one has gone before is their motto. So you have to go beyond network to secure the network. So you cannot be in the network and secure the network. You should be beyond the network. You should when you say beyond the network, you should look at risks which are beyond the network to come back to your network security. So things which were not associated with network security, as we know earlier, is because in 1990s earlier, if I had told that you need to harden system to have network security, people would have laughed at me. I mean, they're saying, why are you clubbing two things? This is OS hardening, that is like network protection. So these are not related, but yes, right? So what do you do with, so the three things we are going to discuss here is system hardening, application hardening, and move network towards data. That is actually called microperimeterization, right? I didn't want to use that word, but move network to data. Because the idea here is visibility. Now let's look at system hardening, right? Now system hardening, I'm just touching two large OSs which are being used. I mean, why Mac is not there, don't ask me, because Mac can also be there, or any of the OS can also be there. But just let's take common, because Windows is still used in a lot of control systems. You might be surprised, right? Those are basic Windows or basic Unix system. Unix is a little bit harder, easier to fine tune, because you can have a net filter firewall. You can configure, LP tablet, tables. You can have TCP wrappers. I don't want to get too technical here. You can do a lot of things to have Unix kind of hardened, because once the network traffic comes in, it is getting into the OS. So you have to have, and you need to have a connection between these two. You should have, the traffic, and we'll see down the line, you should have traffic which is aware. You should have traffic aware networks. And today you have a lot of these vendors coming out with traffic aware networks, right? And if it's Windows, of course, it's not exactly Unix. So you have appliances you can use to harden Windows. You can use software, but you have appliances which can help you harden Windows. Endpoints. Endpoints is the most important today. Today, the ongoing concept is XDR, right? So EDR, NDR, right? Network detection response, endpoint detection response, all have, kind of collapsed into a concept called XDR, right? XDR and zero trust. You have to combine them. And zero trust, the previous speaker spoke about zero trust. Zero trust actually doesn't mean I don't trust you. Even though at the end of the day, probably the English translation is, yeah, I have no trust on you. That's negative, right? It's like saying, just imagine the statement, nobody is perfect, is an accepted statement. The same meaning can be communicated in English by saying everybody is imperfect. That's negative, right? When I say nobody is perfect, yes, we all understand, all of us have our own follies. But if you turn around and say everybody is imperfect, that's not a nice statement for anyone to hear. Similarly, when we say zero trust, if you don't know, explain it. It is, zero trust actually means trust at every level, every time. Means it's not that I don't trust you, but I want to make sure that I'm trusting the right way, the right person, and I'm ensuring that you are only dealing with a trusted source. That's what is zero trust is. So trust at every level, every step. So I go out, come back, I again have to revalidate my credentials. Very important when you are handling critical infrastructures. So corporate endpoints, when I say corporate endpoints, I use the word corporate, but I consider, you take all the government endpoints, all the public endpoints which are over there. When you're looking at corporate endpoints, you can actually install, your software. For example, in my laptop, right? I cannot use a USB device, right? It is disabled. But you may be surprised to know if you disable USB, you can have something called rubber ducky. If you have heard of a term called rubber ducky is actually, you can go and web search it and you will see what rubber ducky means. There are, the rubber ducky doesn't appear as a USB at all to the computer. It appears as a keyboard. So when I plug in onto a USB port, it'll look like an USB, but actually it's a keyboard. The circuitry is that of a keyboard. And the moment I plug it in, even if I have banned USB by USB software in my system, rubber ducky will work. Second thing is you have, what we call as USB ninjas, right? You plug it in, it generates a circuit, a power surge, it kills your motherboard. Now, it is not USB still. So your system doesn't recognize it as USB, but you just have to plug it in. If you plug it in, it kills your motherboard. Now, there are multiple ways of disabling a system. You'll be surprised. In fact, in IBM Command Center, we conduct all these real-time simulation exercises. And when we launched that in Bangalore, we have not launched it because of the pandemic. We'll be launching it shortly once the regulations ease. And obviously, we would love to have you over there. Similar, the difference is BYOD. When we talk about BYOD, when I'm using a system for my government usage or for my corporate usage or my enterprise usage, it should have the same security what is required if I use a desktop in my setup, enterprise setup. So you have to have system hardening at every place. Not only OS hardening, you have to have hardening at the XDR level as well, which is also related to network security. And how is application security related to network security? Because what you move back and forth through the network, you move data and applications. Today, you have application firewalls, web application firewalls for that matter, or even firewalls which are specific to applications are coming up. Somebody said firewall is dead, right? Long time back, when I was studying computers, I remember one of that time computer expert wrote an article in a famous magazine that COBOL is dead. And there was a lot of reaction to that at that time. I'm talking about 80s, right? In the later part of the 80s. COBOL is dead because C was catching up. C++ was catching up. And what happened to COBOL? COBOL is not dead today. COBOL is still very much active. A lot of applications run on COBOL. So we can't see the future to that level. So firewall is not dead, but the firewall has evolved. People said firewall won't work. No, it works, right? There are enough firms who are selling you advanced firewalls. Application firewall, web application firewall. Use secure protocols for applications. Use automated vulnerability tools to check the vulnerability of protocols. Check your API vulnerability on a regular basis. The next one is move perimeter close to data, right? Your network is not the moat which we saw long back in the first picture that we saw. Your network, your data and network are very, very close today, especially in a digitally transformed environment, right? Digitally transformed environment is not equal to cloud. People always say, okay, digital transformation is moving data to cloud. No, it's way beyond that, right? Moving data to cloud is just one aspect of digital transformation, right? I can still do digital transformation, without moving to data, without moving to cloud if I'm not looking for scalability or any of the cloud benefits which I want to look at. But today, that's like given that you will move your data to cloud, whether it is private cloud, public cloud, or you'll have on-prem in a hybrid situation. Today you have you don't have you have web application firewall, you have application firewall, you have firewall for database servers which are specialized, and you have identity aware firewall. I told you about firewalls which are context aware. So context aware firewalls can be identity aware firewalls, which will make sure that your identity policies are embedded in that firewall. So today's firewall is not a gate which opens and closes and get some rules. So cumbersome rules, I do it, I open. No, firewalls are highly programmable, and firewalls have evolved beyond what we see today, what we saw yesterday. Sorry. So you can have a Windows Active Directory, You can put it. You can put an identity-aware firewall in front of Active Directory if you want, if you wish so. So but here the trick here is never compromise the user experience. You can keep on putting layers, but the layer should not compromise. Suppose take an institution like NIC, or take UIDA or anything like that, which deals with the people. If you make it very difficult for people to log in and get the data or do whatever you want, the people will stop using the system. The success of the system is how many more people, how many more citizens use the system. So, but at the same time, the people will not also use it if they feel their data is being misused or data is going somewhere or they're not, it's not secure, etc. So it's always a challenge between security and usability. That's why you have now consumer identity access management solutions. So today, identity, and I'm coming to that long back, 10 years back, when someone told me, a CEO of a company told me that identity is the new perimeter, right? Identity has become a function of network security. How has it become a function of network security? You are connecting to your corporate network or any other network using identity. I'm connecting to DigiLocker using my identity. I'm connecting to CoWIN using my identity. I'm connecting to the PDS system using my identity. I'm connecting to UPI using my identity, right? So, I'm not sure whether healthcare system is still a critical infrastructure in India. I've been doing some paper on that. I don't think so yet, even though there are recommendations. Then if that happens, then you understand the people who will come in. I think it'll come sooner than later. It will be part of the critical infrastructure if it is not already. So in a corporate Wi-Fi, and you don't have to do the same replica, right? You don't have to put the same replica. If it is a connecting to a Wi-Fi from outside, you can go with user identity and device identity. Today, there are multi-factor authentication which is available. When multi-factor doesn't mean that put 5 factors, right? Then I will never get into that system. Put 2 factors. For example, when I have to log into my IBM network, right, I get a verification code on my handphone. That's the way I have structured it. You can structure it in a different way. You can do another password. You can do that. But at least there are two entry points, 2 verifications, and they're dynamic. That code keeps changing. We talked about, I saw a couple of days back an article about tokenization from the NPCI chief, right? Tokenization for security, right? That's the concept which is important. That's again, a stretch of the authentication and access control mechanisms. In corporate server, again, your user identity, your device identity. On top of that, you can have organizational identity. If that is not there, then I cannot join my corporate network, right? I can't touch my company servers if I'm not through my corporate VPN. Right? It doesn't take me to certain sites at all if I'm not on a corporate network. So that's a policy which is kind of implemented across. And then you have to look at anomaly detection. Despite all this, now coming back to our standard thing, everybody has your SIEMs, your SOAR for incident response and all that. Now, how do you actually what do you check? You need to check appliance logs. You need to check even application logs. I've not put it there. You have to check endpoint logs. You have to check network log. That's why the XDR has come into prominence, because it's now connected to your SIEM and it is connected to your incident response. XDR does one level of analytics at its level. So the augmented intelligence, AI as we call it, I mean, I personally don't call it artificial intelligence, and we call it augmented intelligence, because we don't believe anything is artificial, right? There's no intelligence which is artificial. The intelligence is augmenting the human capacity. You can never take the human element out of the system. Human element is always there, but you can get some of the mundane tasks, some of the tasks to be faster done using augmented intelligence. Link the logging to analytics engine, right? In IBM we use Watson, and security intelligence, which in IBM we use QRadar. So we use security intelligence tools. You can use any of the tools. There are other tools available in the market. Use correlation analysis. The correlation engine is most important. So your network security is now not being resting at the network. It is across, it's permeating through your enterprise. And of course, big data, because you are in social media. I talked about, some of the social media frauds which are getting propagated. How do we analyze it? talk about high security networks. When I say high security networks, I've just given two examples. Financial trade is a high security network today, right? I mean, our markets are on a tizzy today. People would be watching it. People would be wanting to do something, not good with it, right? There are always state and non-state actors, very organized crime gangs which are waiting for exploiting any vulnerability which they can see. So we should be running ahead of them. Take the scientific research labs, right? I mean, I have seen how we have all seen how the DRDO came out with a solution for the oxygen situation, which was in the second COVID wave, right? Something which was invented at DRDO, right? So, and lot of, I'm just taking pandemic as an example because it's fresh in our mind. Lot of vaccines being, manufactured in India, whether they are outside vaccine or even Indian vaccines, research labs, just now I saw one article where some of the researchers have come out with converting the hay, which is the stubble burning, which is causing one of the major problems, which is also a politically very sensitive issue here. Bringing in, converting burning the coal, the hay and making it into coal, and can be used as a substitute for coal. Right? If that happens, and if that's already tested, if it comes out, it'll be a boon, right? But these technologies will make the country progress, and that's what these labs are doing. So the research labs have to be much more secure. So only trusted device can be allowed, and you can, just a little technique, you can use port-based network access control and encryption, leverage identity and encryption. Go beyond generic firewalls. Of course, you cannot have generic firewalls. You can have generic firewalls because you still need a gate, but you have specialized firewalls today. So you need to have specialized firewalls. Don't worry about the throughput. Most of these firewalls by vendors do manage the throughput that you require, but please do the risk assessment of the network on a regular basis, right? And UBA, user behavior analysis. It's very important because that tells us very many things. In network, when you do the analysis of the logs, also you have to do the user behavior analysis because, assuming, just give an example in user behavior analysis. Okay, I open my laptop at a particular point in time. I close the laptop. I am not normally on the laptop at 2 a.m. in the morning, normally, right? But if I am, it could be me, but it could be somebody masquerading as me. So it is important for us to do the user behavior analysis. So concluding with the best practices on the network security, if you expected me to say install this firewall, install this IPS, install this IDS, install this, install that, no, that's not what I'm going to say. The outside insecure, inside secure model is obsolete. That's the first slide we saw. That is, inside secure is my fort is absolutely impregnable, but outside is insecure because outside is public. That model is gone. The model is now, it's equally secure or equally insecure, because we have the second one which we saw because the public is moving. Data flow analysis drives the network security in the era of DX. DX is a short form for digital transformation. So data flow analysis and risk analysis. Network security should function with identity posture. So that's the change we have to bring in. So when you're talking about cloud network security, you bring in solutions like CSPM, cloud security posture management.
Mr. Iyer, I would just request you to conclude this because of quench of time. So I would just request you to come to the concluding remarks, please.
This is the concluding stage. Concluding slide.
Thank you so much.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. So continuous risk assessment is the key. Maintain an asset register, segregate OTSS from IT assets, and implement and detection and protection capabilities. So any which way, I think I was in sync with the anchor who asked me to conclude. If you do not have, but I also would like to tell you that I started a little late, so probably it took a little time. So anyway, it was a pleasure talking to every one of you. I'm not sure whether I have time to answer questions because I think we are late running for the second session. If there are questions, you can send it to me. My email ID is with the organizers. You can send questions to me. Official email ID is with the organizers. You can send all the questions to me. I will try to answer as many as possible. If I am not able to find an answer, I will at least talk to somebody who knows the answer and I'll try to get back to you. Thank you very much. Have a great day ahead.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you. Now, our next speaker of the day, Shrikant Chitole. He's a Vice President and Country Head for India and SAARC at FireEye. Shrikant Chitole spearheads the company's efforts to assist more Indian organizations protect and defend themselves from the consequences of cyber attacks. A seasoned industry veteran, Mr. Shrikant Chitole has over 28 years experience. So I would just request them to commence their talk, please. Sir.
Yeah, I think once my PowerPoint comes up. Yeah, I think I'm standing between the lunch and you guys. So a lot many things have been spoken on in the previous two sessions in terms of what needs to be done and how to go about it. I think I'll skip some of the slides in case of the need be, but definitely I would like to cover the case study, which I have brought in actually as part of my presentation for the understanding from the audience perspective. And I hope that, we'll go quickly over this. So let me just go to the current cyber threat. So before that, let me first take you to the agenda. Agenda, I think, is to look at threat landscape today with some updates, and more important is the case study which I'm going to just present. And as part of the case study, what are the learnings which we have to look at? I think that's what I think I will be covering here. Very important aspect is, we as a FireEye, we have two areas where we operate. One is the technology product platform areas, and the other is where we have cyber threat intelligence, as well as we do a lot of investigations. We have, I think some of you, or most of you would have heard about the Mandiant as another brand for FireEye. So we have all the cyber security services as well as threat intelligence as part of the Mandiant. So we do about 1,000 investigations on the cyber breach across the globe per year. And out of those 1,000 plus, I think we have close to about 300 plus as the red teaming exercises. There are various other cyber assessment exercises which we do. But I think more important is, let me just take you through some of the landscape and quickly take me through the case study as well. So these are the I think various breaches which we have seen across last I don't know how many years now, which we have been at least we have been capturing as part of our investigation areas. I think as the bubble is bigger, you can see the loss in the or the value mentioned in that bubble. It is because of either the money paid from the ransom perspective or overall expenditure actually to come out of the breach. I think this is what I just wanted to indicate, number one. Number two, I think if you look at the World Economic Forum, more than actually, cross-border terrorism, I think one of the key area which has been highlighted is the cyber threats by the World Economic Forum from the global perspective. And of course, when you look at this is much bigger than when you see some of the human trafficking or drug trafficking, weapon trafficking, cross-border terrorisms. I think these are, if you look at the amount here from the cyber crime and the cyber espionage perspective is much, much bigger than any of these. So I think, cyber is becoming a key. And this is what I just wanted to present the last 9 months, what we have seen from the market perspective, some of the breaches. Even, we as FireEye, one of our red teaming tool got breached in December 2020. We openly went back to the market and we provided the measures. There were about 300 plus measures we provided back to the market, so that you can implant those measures into your firewall, WAF, IPS, DLP, endpoint, etc., so that you can kill this red teaming tool completely. Similarly, if you see the other breaches, those are there. Now, what we found is that how did we encounter some of these, at least especially the FireEye breach. So when we did the investigation on our own, we realized that one of the tools which we were using, which was SolarWinds, had the backdoor entry because of the update which every software tool offers. When we updated actually, from the SolarWinds perspective, that update actually had a backdoor opening from one of the threat actor. And so naturally, you would not suspect that in the initial stages. But when we suspected that, then we did the investigation. We came out with much larger, investigation, and it ended up into a bigger problem for the entire globe. And it turned out to be a sunburst. That's what we gave a name. And that happened to be across, I think, 200 plus organizations within US because of that. Even the Kaseya, the last one, sorry, let me just. Even the Kaseya, which you saw again, was again a tool, again a similar backdoor entry from the updates perspective. The threat actors went in, and as the product got or the tool got updated by various customers, everybody started getting compromised. I think the last one, of course, is the Accenture, which you saw I think about a couple of weeks back using a Lockbit kind of a ransomware. What I've captured here is that what has happened is the key learnings out of these actually. So if you look at from the key learnings perspective, we have clearly said what are the threat actors? Is it a national or the cyber espionage or a nation state actor, or was it a cyber crime, or was it a hacktivism? I think you will find always these three areas. From the audience point of view, you have to categorize your attack into one of these three. Who's trying to get, what is their motive, etc. And that's important because I can give some of the examples, at least two examples I can give straightforward. One of the IT's BPO company in Bangalore. We saw actually their end customer was, I think, one of the large financial institution as well as one of the large insurance company, and they had outsourced some of the work to this BPO company. And in their threat hunting or their threat, I would say, threat intelligence, they figured out that there is one of the outsourcer of this particular BPO. That name actually appeared in their threat intelligence as part of their digital threat monitoring or digital threat modeling actually. So immediately they informed this BPO and said, okay, we are stopping actually the processing of the data to you, and we are going to suspend your activity for next 7 days. Now the amount of loss which these guys had was, for those 7 days, people on the bench, and they had about 6,000 employees sitting on the bench, their entire facility management, travel management, and including electricity expense. And most important, the worst part is the top line which they lost as for the suspension was close to around $15 million. So that's the nature of impact which you see, and people always see that, okay, how do I look at some of these attacks, and I'm looking at the malware, but it's not essentially a malware. A malware is a software. You all must understand, malware is a software. It's a bad software designed, sorry, it's a software designed by the bad person or by bad IT person who has a very bad intention. So if you look at, and if you go to the FireEye.com and see APT1, which is one of the key or the first threat actor which we figured out, and we profiled them for almost close to about 4 years, and we named them as APT1. So if you look at the chronology, what we have is right from APT1 to APT41. Those are the advanced persistent threat actors which are in the cyber espionage space. And then we have about 11 financially crime motivated actors which we have already profiled. Out of 41 actors, if you see APT 36, which is not listed in again there, is Lapis Group, which is based out of Pakistan, again, which we have gone and identified. So if you look at some of these groups, very well funded, and APT1, when we took we have even picture posted there actually on our website. The first group which we picked up, it's a cyber espionage run by the PRC, the People's Republic of China, funded by them. It's a classical glass building which you see in Bangalore or anywhere in Chennai or Bombay, where you have it looks like an IT company with about 2,000 IT professionals working in 3 shifts. If you look at now, suddenly if you turn around to the APT 41 group, again, Chinese group, but they work in 2 areas. They work in espionage as well as crime both. So they have 1 or 2 shifts which is part of the espionage, and 1 shift is purely on the cyber crime. So again, you have to look at what is going to come to you, and perhaps I think threat hunting, I will discuss that in a bit. But these are some of the areas which we have gone, understood, and seen what needs to be done. So I have profiled actually them in terms of the method, the impact, etc. Wherever we feel that certain remarks are required, we have put in that. Like Sunburst, we have put against my own company, which is FireEye. SolarWinds, in any case, suspect APT 29, but we are not categorized it yet. So our last conversation with NCSC was that why we still call SolarWinds as we call it UNC group. Why? Because it's called uncategorized. That means we are yet to put our attribution to that group. Once we profile and once we are confirmed, then only we'll put which APT group it belongs to. Is it APT 29 or somebody else? So while US government has already gone ahead and announced it as the Russian actors. Okay, we are not. Okay, while we are still working on this investigation, and once the investigation is out, definitely we'll go and announce that part of it. These are some of the other ones, very important. I think the one important activity out of this, both the charts is very much important for us to understand. Geopolitical tension and geopolitical pressure is one of the key activity from the cyber espionage perspective. Anytime we see attacks going up from the cyber crime perspective, it is clearly that the digital index of the country from the investment perspective, yes, somebody's trying to pull us down as a country. Okay. And naturally, when you see some of the geopolitical pressures, for example, when we are doing bilateral agreement with US about a year or 2 years back. Same time, China was doing a bilateral agreement. We see some of the activities, again, suddenly going up. Why? Because the cyber espionage groups would love to monitor what's going on between India, US from their bilateral agreement perspective, would love to monitor some of the activities and see what's going on inside that particular, draft agreement. And then they can start negotiating better for themselves, or, if they can do something differently, and they can create some problem for us. I think some of these activities are definitely related, and when you see some of the financially motivated crimes, big ones, it is definitely in the line to bring down, sometimes not from the ransomware perspective essentially, or the money motivation, but it is a motivation to bring down the digital index or the digital safety index for the country to do the business here in India. I think we got to understand some of these aspects very, very clearly. I'll just move to the next area now. I'm just taking this example of Singapore Health Services. This was the attack which happened in year 2018. This is a very well drafted attack, and the Singapore, the CSA, which is Cyber Security Authority of Singapore, and the Singapore Health Agency, both have jointly released this about 450 pages report, which we were also part of the investigation as such. But what was more important is that the findings is something which I want like you to go through, and what are the learnings which you're looking at. Sunrise is one of their IT centralized umbrella IT company which covers basically the entire Singapore Health. Now, how the Singapore Health is arranged is similar to perhaps we are trying to get into, like National Health Agency of ours is looking at similar. Perhaps we are slightly one or two steps away from what they are doing. So essentially, what they're doing is government and the private hospitals, they share a common IT network in order to share the patient records and the health records of the citizens, and that is completely controlled by Sunrise. And naturally, then this is also connected back to your insurance companies, etc. So I think NHA, in my mind, is in India is similarly looking at this kind of approach, which will essentially benefit all the citizens. But what are the drawbacks in case if anything goes wrong? I think that's what I'm trying to highlight here. So when Sunrise, actually, if you look at what they're doing, there are about 11 sectors, and one of them is actually they're looking at this. They clinically keep all the patient records and move the records actually across various hospitals. But essentially, there's a central database of the citizen where all these patient records get attached. So exactly, from the insurance company or even any other, I would say, part of the ecosystem, if they have to look at it, they can look at from here. So this is a centralized IT agency for that. And if you look at, what is the investment before the breach happened? I think they had bought best of the technologies, at that particular point in time. They had. So if you say perhaps firewall, they must have evaluated and had the best of the firewall at that particular point in time. Now, after, of course, 3 years, 4 years, you may evolve and say, okay, now today the firewall has gone into next generation firewall. Perhaps you want to have an improvement. But if you look at the controls, what they have from the security posture perspective, one of the best, I would say. I will not say it is great. I will not say it is inferior, but they had some of the better security posture. If you look at some of the activities like the tabletop exercises which they are doing, if you look at some of the activities around their CERT team creation, their creation around the governance risk compliance, I think this is definitely part and parcel of some of the best practices which we have seen in the market. Okay, so there is no doubt about that. They had a good security posture when they had it. Of course, this slide should have been the previous slide, because this is showing what investment they had made. I think they had more or less had almost all the investment, right from the 2FA, PIM. If you look at SIEM, the firewalls, the WAF, everything was invested. And they had also were doing tabletop exercises. They were doing a lot of risk assessments on a perhaps regular basis. So what went wrong? Okay, I think if you look at even playbooks perspective, so the playbooks they had for the malware, they had the playbooks from the ransomware, they had the playbooks actually with respect to their website defacement, etc. But this is where they missed out. The advanced persistent threat, which is classically understood as a malware, unfortunately, it is not. Okay, because malware is sub-function of the APT attackers. At the end of the day, what you need to understand, the human attacker behind that particular attack. If you keep looking at the malware, it's like a COVID situation today. So you have Delta variant, then you have Delta plus. So you'll have mutations coming out every now and then. You'll keep getting those variants. The problem is, if you keep getting those variants, you will, as and when you understand it, you will keep blocking it, correct? But the problem is, when you next variant, if you don't understand, that's where the APT guys are, and that's where they get funding for. Their only whole and sole job is be focused in terms of whom they want to go and attack. They identify their targets very, very carefully. They understand what is going on in the dark web, deep web. They understand actually what vulnerabilities to exploit. They have their own tools because they're software professional, whatever they use behind. They all have some expertise on certain tools. And when they have those certain tools, those TTPs, which we talk about from the FireEye context perspective or even the industry perspective, we talk about the tools, techniques, and process. So once they have the expertise with certain software developers, which are bad software developers, those tools, they will start creating those malwares. Now, once you understand the TTP, becomes very easy for anybody to start getting into it. So I'll just get into the attack part of it very quickly. One of the workstations, somehow they got the initial entry. And after that, the initial entry, which was, and I put even the stamp data as well. They, of course, had the lateral movement actually going up into another workstation, which with the higher privilege access, they could get into a lateral movement into the second workstation. The post-second workstation, they could actually access the server farms. Now, fortunately, unfortunately, they had two server farms. So one was the one which was supposed to be getting retired, and the other one was coming up. So when the other one came up, actually, someone forgot to decommission the previous server farm. Okay. And naturally, because of the lateral movement and the privilege access, someone could get into the second one, where that second one also had the entire database actually connected back, okay, to that particular server farm. Now that's where when the problem started. So when they had the medical, now if you keep looking at the chronology of the dates or the time frame, 2017 August, December 2007, that means for the 4 months, they were like practically dormant in the network. From there, if you look at now, by the time they got the access, it was July 18. It was almost 11 months later. Okay. And then the data came out, data got resided actually on that particular first machine. Nobody knew that the first machine was already getting utilized. Everybody started focusing on the second machine, and the first machine was used actually to exfiltrate the data. And that is how it went out. Okay, so everybody started focusing on the second machine, the first machine actually where the data was kept, and they took out the data. I'll just take you to the now attack timelines. I hope you got some gist in terms of the how it happened. If you want more details, you can go to the Singapore Health site and Singapore Healthcare, and you can look at the detailed report as well. So if you look at the timeline, the attacker gains the initial access, he remains dormant, he gets the further access, and he tries, he fails. A noise level is created. A noise level is created. The SOC people actually saw that, analysts saw that, they ignored. Okay. So the first learning was, naturally don't ignore, whichever way it's. Again, it failed. Second time, again ignored. Noise level, very small, not much. June 27th is when they successfully accessed the database. They completed the data exfiltration on July 4th, correct? Then came the announcement, because the CISO, the CIO, everybody had to notify to the management. And then they notified back to the CSA. CSA went to public, thinking that this has already happened. Now we need to go and tell them. Now, the best part here is that they came back. The attackers came back again, and they completed the entire mission, okay, on July 19th. If you look at this entire time scale, what you see is basically that, yes, they had some of the best technologies, but where did they miss out? I think they missed out something to understand. There was some human error. The noise level was completely missed. You should have, looked at that, because at the end of the day, it's like you have people who are firing machine guns on the road, and you have somebody sniper who's sitting in the dark. So this is like a sniper kind of a shot. So somebody is waiting for you to come in the range, and then they will shoot. This is not a machine gun. Machine gun, you can easily figure it out, correct? So that's what. So essentially, if you look at now from the operations perspective, and I'm just trying to go back into now the next step, which is when you look at the attack lifecycle, what happens? So essentially, the breach happens. Everybody says breach happened when the public media announcement happened. No, that's not the situation. The breach actually happened 11 months before. Okay, but what's important is the impact. The impact is when your crown jewel actually has been taken out. Your data has been taken out, correct? So that's the impact. If you are able to manage yourself, so that's the machine, and that's what your crown jewel is. Now, if you look at from the prevention technologies versus response technologies, if you look at now a breach versus the impact, this is the only point which I wanted to really highlight. Okay, out of my entire presentation, very very important. In case if you see the breach and if you see the impact, there's a difference of about close to about typically 8 to 9 months for the large attacks. If you are able to see that noise level and if you are able to contain it, your impact might be very, very less. But if you look at the dwell time, this is what we call is dwell time, the time difference between breach versus impact. So that is called dwell time. So more time you allow the attacker to be in the system, the impact is going to be higher and higher. But if you control him way earlier, I think your impact will be less. Don't think that you'll not get breached. You'll get breached. What's important is that before impact, if you're able to take care of this, you're done. Your impact is much, much, much less. So as I'm saying, this is the malware problem. Most of the companies think that, they have got EPP, they have got, endpoint registered there. But yes, EDR is something important because that's the human attacker problem. If you look at people put the firewalls, that's the north-south traffic. You have to also look at the lateral movement, which is your east-west traffic as well. These are some of the fundamentals, differences from the security aspect perspective. I'm just trying to highlight. So you are more prepared, in terms of what to do and what not to do. Okay, post-exploitation stages. The EDR is one of the key area. EPP is important, but EDR is important. So between breach to impact is something which you can do a lot. People forget that, and people simply start hiding behind, that, okay, let me just inform the management, or let me not inform the management part. So if you look at now the evidence piece of it, you only have a 9% of evidence, but 91% of the evidence you see between breach and the impact timeline. And if you're able to focus on this, okay, you are able to take care of your stuff. Okay, you are able to take care of your assets, your brand reputation, your entire IP of your organization. So this is so don't forget that when you are breached, that means you are done. No, the breach is that the real impact is here. So just focus on some of these pointers. I think because of lack of time, I won't get much into this. This is very important slide. I think, cyber security maturity curve is dependent on essentially two areas. One is your capability in terms of your people process, and other is, what kind of tools you have, correct? If you look at there are three blocks, right? The first block is essentially a prevention block where you already invested a lot of technologies, your AV, your firewalls, your IPS, your WAF, SIEM, etc., etc. The second block becomes key because that's when the breach to impact, that particular journey you have to cover using the other two blocks. So this is essentially a malware problem, but this is essentially a human attacker problem. So if you focus on the human attacker problem, you have to invest into these two areas. If you look at the middle portion is where a lot of technologies are there, like EDR, the previous speaker also spoke about the XDR. I think Vikas spoke about the CSPM and the other areas and how the cloud, security can be done. So all that is part and parcel of the second block. Third block is where you'll start focusing on how do you upskill your people, how do you take them and start covering the risk. How do you look at them, ask them to look at the threat hunting kind of areas? Threat intelligence is one of the key tool in that, and those kind of things. If I have to give analogy, in case if suppose attack has to happen actually here in this building, for this building, I don't know what will happen. But for example, if attack is outside, and if I know that for the next 8 blocks on either side, okay, if I have the full visibility of the cameras, my response time goes up drastically. Correct? But in case if I do not have the external visibility, my response time comes down drastically. So what I'm trying to say is that between the breach and impact, improve your visibility, which will give you enough time in your hand to respond. So if you're early detect, you can respond very quickly. You are able to detect late, by then the impact has happened, data is gone out. So that's what I'm trying to say for last 10 minutes. But I'm just repeating myself again and again. So these are some of the technologies. Don't forget about these areas. Why I talk about the attack vectors? Because file, endpoint, file, I'm talking about the storage piece of it. Endpoint, if you look at the email and if you look at the network, 4 key areas. Multi-stage, multi-vector attacks is very common now for the large attacks perspective. It is like, if at all I have to take AK-47 inside the airport, I cannot take it as it is. So what will I do? I will break it into multiple parts and put it in one bag and take it inside. Now, when I take it inside, naturally, still you have good amount of
Sorry for
few
interrupting.
minutes, 2 minutes. I mean, unfortunately. So, so when you take inside, actually, if you keep it in the one bag, naturally you are still able to detect because some of the technology will be able to detect that. But understand that if I break it into various parts, and put them into multiple bags at multiple time shots and then take inside and recreate the entire weapon. In that case, it is possible to do that. That's what I'm referring to refer here. So don't ignore about, okay, I have endpoint security, so I'm done. No, don't forget about network. Don't forget about email. Email is still a 91% of total attack, whatever we have seen. 91% is attributed to the email attack vector. So don't forget that. So first part, start with a no. If you critically evaluate and say, okay, I'm going to get breached. I'm not really happy about my cybersecurity posture. That's the first point. If you start with that point, then you will start getting into a cybersecurity seriously. Otherwise, you will have classical, IT guys keep getting shifted to the security and then think about productivity as the first important aspect rather than security. So if you start thinking from security angle, first thing you will say, no, I'm not protected. You start from that assumption or that hypothesis, and then you start looking at various areas. I think YD also has covered most of these points in his presentation as well. So I don't want to again repeat.
I think we're running really out of time, so it's a point to conclude, sir. Point to conclude.
Yes, so I'm just concluding now. So I think some of these are suggestions in terms of what you can do between the, some of your, before you get breached, and some of the recommendations are between breach and the impact. So just go through this. I think it will be very, very important for you. Some of them are, investing in technology areas, production areas. Some of them are, related to your, how do you deal with your processes internally? Some of them are actually related to your, how do you skill your people from, security aspect perspective? I'm just running the slides because we're running out of time. I think some of these are very, very important. Design your playbooks, test and revise, because what we have seen is, again, people have designed the playbooks and forgotten. So you need to keep updating them. Yep, that's all.
Thank you so much. I would like to request Dr. Karuna Sagar, IG Modernization, BPR&D, to felicitate the speakers, please. Thank you so much, sir. IG BPR&D. I would like to thank our speakers for the overwhelming response and an experience.
Good afternoon, friends. I'm sorry that last session we really overshot the time. So we'll cut short the lunch by 15 minutes and please join for lunch on the second floor where we had the high tea in the morning, and we assemble back at 2:15, and please cooperate in terms of questioning in maintaining the time so that we finish well in time. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Please join us for the lunch. Second floor, thank you so much all. Farhan, kindly come to the dais, please.
Welcome back all for the third technical session. Now, I would like to inform all about the third technical session, which is based on the theme, Securing Critical Cyber Physical Infrastructure. And I would like to call on the dais speakers, Shri Rinka Singh, co-founder iSpirit, Shri Pronab Mohanty, IPS, Deputy Director General, UIDAI, Dr. Bal Singh Rajput, IPS, DCP, Crime Branch, Mumbai, and Shri Venkatesh S., Assistant Director, IB, to take their respective seat on the dais, please. Shri Rinka Singh has worked in the software sector both as an architect and a manager through his career of 38 years. He has held managerial and executive roles in large organizations such as IBM, Novell, etc. He has been an entrepreneur and was involved in co-founding two tech startups, first as a CTO and then as a CEO. Sri Rinka Singh currently contributes at iSpirit. He leads the cybersecurity initiative with a goal to create platforms and systems that will help cyber secure India. I would request him to deliver his views on secure online, public financial services, and citizens' data.
Hello, everyone. Let me see if I can get this presentation up. Okay. Yeah, that's the first slide. Okay, so I have short time. So essentially, this is, how should I put it, a collection of the best practices we've had within iSpirit and in other areas of how does one go about securing a system. And the system could be whether it's an organization or larger. So it's all about scalability. The first is, of course, data. And one of the things I've noted today, as everyone talked, data is seen as the new oil. Its primacy is critical. It's the only thing. It's not. But I'll come to that. So when you look at data, you need to look at data from data in motion, data at rest, and as well as data access, whether it is by an application, whether it's being pulled in or exfiltrated, etc. And you need to look at protecting data from those perspectives. Beyond the data, you also need to look at your apps, the software, the hardware. Compromising hardware and software, or rather preventing that, is just as important as data. The reason I make this point is as I talk to people here, I got the feeling that apps and software were not seen as important as data. I mean, I can use apps to either corrupt your data, or I can use apps to attack your infrastructure. You need to protect your apps too. I bring down your infrastructure, the data is not worth anything, right? Wrapping around this is management. Technically, we can talk about data, we can talk about apps, we can talk of all kinds of tools, but if you do not have the right kind of management in place, you're not going to succeed. You need to look at an ISMS as part of your deployment. So innovation here is, how should I put it? It's not really, it's really part of management, but innovation here is learning from your mistakes and doing things that you hadn't done before. And you need to look at that. As part of the picture here, if you see, I've talked about continuous improvement. Continuous improvement consists of analyzing your data, analyzing the events that have happened, and attempting to recover from it. And finally, of course, standards. Make sure you follow the standards. These come out of our experience in iSpirit. And I thought I'll talk a little bit about iSpirit and what we're doing within iSpirit. So iSpirit is a think tank. Well, we are more of a do tank than a think tank, in the sense we don't measure ourselves in terms of papers produced, but in terms of the interventions and the impact we've had. UPI has been out of iSpirit. The health stack, which is the core of Ayushman Bharat, is again out of iSpirit. CoWIN was developed in conjunction with iSpirit. There's a host of other initiatives that are coming out of iSpirit, and I lead the cybersecurity initiative here. We can afford, see, it's essentially a kind of a give back for us. So we can afford to take a purist perspective and look into the distance to see what needs to be done. And it is from that perspective that UPI, etc., were done. And like I said from my first slide, all the inputs there have been out of our experience there. Finally, what are we doing in cybersecurity? I just thought I'd give you a quick heads up. Basically, what we've realized is there is a significant lack of knowledge across the country, and also the lack of experience. So how does one address that? One of the best ways, and this has been found to be very effective in the airlines industry, as well as in the hospital industry. So if you've read your checklist by Atul Gawande, he talks about the effectiveness of checklists. Atul Gawande talks about how checklists reduce the mortality in hospitals by almost 25%. So what we are looking at doing is converting our experiences into questions, into a checklist, which can be automated and deployed. And this is, think of it as a tool that CISO would use to essentially validate your deployments. iSpirit essentially uses the wisdom of the community. It uses the community for everything, for developing, for validating, adding knowledge and wisdom. So with time, the value of the product goes. And so this is the road that we want to take. And the goal here is we want to deliver this software that will eventually cover from big to small. And we are able to cover society at large. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Now, I would request Shri Pranab Mohanty, an IPS Deputy Director General, Unique Identification Authority of India, to please speak on the topic Secure Online Public Financial Services and Citizen Data.
So good afternoon to the distinguished guests and invitees. It's an honor to be speaking on this topic here in this gathering. So as introduced, I am the Deputy Director General Information Security and CISO for UIDI, which is popularly known as Aadhaar. I'm also the Director of National Cyber Coordination Center in the Ministry of Information and Technology. So this today is a very, very valid topic. We are looking at the role played by CISOs across the spectrum from a very, very new perspective in the light of emerging technologies. So I've prepared a very few slides and I'll be open to the questions after the slides are presented. Please feel free to let me know if any of these slides needs any improvement or anywhere any feedback is needed to be offered. Is this a changing of slides? Sorry. स्लाइड चेंज कहाँ होता है भाई? इसी से होता है क्या? You can change it. I'll just tell you. आप ही change करते जाइए. Next slide को जाइए. So I'll be speaking on two topics: how the cyber landscape is changing, and how the roles of CISOs are evolving along with it. Next. So how is the cyber landscape changing in recent times? How is it evolving? Is what we'll be now discussing in the beginning. Next. So the first thing that we should look at would be the rate of cyber attacks which have been happening in our country for the period of last 5 years, which is not a very large period, half a decade. So we have from the sources, of course, certain. So there were about 50,000 reported in 2015, and now we are having almost 11,58,208. This would be an increase of 200 times since records began. So this kind of increase that we are seeing is exponential. It's almost climbing a wall. If you see the last 2019 versus 2020, there are hardly about 4 lakh of attacks, and then this increased to 12 lakhs. And I can assure you 2021 has seen many more, many more, which will be available to us around January of next year. Next. And these cyber attacks are of a nature and of a type which are different from the earlier attacks. We are seeing newer and newer attacks which are evolving, which are coming about every day, if not every hour. And how do you generally deal with them requires ingenuity, patience, skill, and dedication. One of the newer aspects of functioning in the light of the pandemic would be remote working. So in an organization like Aadhaar, which is which engages a lot of people from outside. We have outsourced our managed services. They're known as managed services providers. Many of them don't come to office for fear of infection or contagion. They work from home through VPNs and through other mechanisms. So what kind of security measures are enough to tackle this kind of working? Then the second thing is business continuity, which we call as cyber resilience. Suppose there is an attack. Somehow or the other, the exploit is successful. Then what do you do next? How do you manage to keep your work running? And this is also true of police. This is true of non-police or organizations which come in between like Aadhaar or Mighty. So how do you continue with your work? A question that is allied to businesses and also to police organizations alike is, what about your supply chains? What about where your information comes from, or your information channels, or your pipelines? Or if you are strictly a business proposition, like something like Colonial Pipeline in the US, where are your supplies coming from, the physical supplies? Are they safe? So we call that as partner zone in terms of cybersecurity. Is your partner zone safe? What is the CISO's risk profile due to the repeat digital adoption? As you know, the contagion, the pandemic that happened has led to rampant digitalization of the economy. Earlier, prior to 2020, Aadhaar used to have somewhere around 100 crores of authentication transactions in a month. Now that figure has almost gone up to 200 crores. On an average, we're having 6 to 7 crores of online authentication transactions which are happening. And these are happening all across the country, ranging from Arunachal Pradesh to the deserts of Rajasthan, Jammu and Kashmir to Kanyakumari, Lakadai, Andaman and Nicobar. Everywhere these authentication transactions are happening. And please remember that this is done digitally, and they are also vulnerable to attacks. They provide substrates for attack. So given these kind of new developments with remote working, cyber resilience, supply chains and partner zone safety, rapid digital expansion of the economy, what should be the CISO's priorities in terms of cyber security? You know, in any task there should be priorities. Priorities may be time-wise, priorities may be execution-wise. Time-wise in the sense, what is extremely critical, what should be done immediately. If we don't do, there will be immediate damage. What can be kept for the long haul, which can be done in the coming weeks or perhaps in the month, you know. When we look at the question of vulnerabilities and threats, there are 4 categories: critical, high, medium, low. I don't need to explain this to you. Most of you are knowledgeable about this. So the critical components of cybersecurity and threats are those which should have been attended to day before yesterday. I mean, they are causing damage to the organization already, and the organization has started to bleed. High are those which have to be attended perhaps which have not been activated yet, which are not damaging you expressly, but which have to be attended to within at least a week. Medium and low are something that can be looked at in the medium to long term. So time-wise, this is the priority. Then we have priority sector-wise, which is the sector that we must look at. Suppose we come to an organization like UIDI. Are we looking at authentication first? Are we looking at enrollments? Are we looking at the data center that we are having? Which one is the most priority? So this has to be decided by the CISO in consultation with the stakeholders, and the stakeholders will be the other verticals in the organization, in the partner zone. If it is a police organization or a police data center, then we must look at who are the people who are the contributors to the data center, whose interests will be affected in case there is a cyber threat. So all of them must be kept in the picture, and accordingly the priorities must be decided. So it's a distributed decision. And then the substrate, the last point that the CISO should be looked at is, are we collecting data that is not necessary and which can offer an extra layer of or extra surface area of attack to the attacker? Sometimes what happens is we collect data that is not really required, and then we keep it in our storage. Then we are not careful about it, saying that we don't require it. And that also presents an area of vulnerability. This is very, very clear. So in terms of military strategy, we call that as shortening our front, in the sense that if you have a large military front facing the enemy, then you will have to disperse your forces across the front and you will not be able to mount a credible defense. Instead of that, make your front short, shorten your front, decrease the surface areas of attack, and then take your decisions. This will somehow or the other optimize your resources. Next. So businesses and government alike have been re-evaluating the cyber focus areas of late. Some of the top priorities I have mentioned here. So we have 68% of those who have been surveyed. You know, this is from the Evolving Cybersecurity Priorities in India Data Security. This is from the DSCI website. So improving threat management abilities and capabilities, 68%. Advancing identity and access management solutions, 59%. Securing work from anywhere environment, 54%. Proactive monitoring through user behavior analytics, 43%. Securing cloud computing technologies, 29%. So the last one, which is securing the cloud computing technologies, is something of an interest to all of us. Nowadays, everybody is migrating to the cloud. It has got undisputed advantages. We cannot dispute that going to the cloud gives flexi options, which cannot be replicated anywhere. If you have a fixed server model, then the question of distribution of data arises. How will you transport it across great distances? How will you access it? So those things are taken care of by the cloud. But the cloud itself offers a lot of substrate for attacks, because you will have the cloud storage somewhere. Someone will be the cloud broker. Somebody will be the cloud service provider. Others will be the cloud rectifiers, in the sense that they will be looking at in case you run into any trouble, how do we resolve that? So 4 or 5 players will come into the fray once cloud is adopted. So in terms of cloud, the security challenges are multiplied manifold. However, having said that, you cannot jettison the cloud even in the most secure environments, because you need it. Otherwise, you will not be able to spread your services or distribute it.
Similarly, when we are looking at user behavior analytics, this, as all of us know, that in case of
we have got 3 layers of indicators. We have got indicators of compromise, indicators of exploits, and indicators of attack. So indicators of compromise is basically a vulnerability kind of management. Indicators of exploit is generally which are already open and which we have already seen, and which have been exploited by the attackers. And indicators of attack is the final layer, where we come to know about the psychology of the attackers themselves. Why is the person attacking? Is it for seeking ransom? Is it a state actor or a non-state actor? What does the attacker want? Is it simply to show off his or her skills in hacking? Or is it something more deep? Is the attack intended to cause damage to national infrastructure and use the present data structure which has been exploited as a relay to go on to further exploit? So these things need to be studied at the final layer, that indicators of attack. And then the securing from the work from environment. Anywhere environment is basically work from anywhere environment. Identity and access management solutions is nothing but the access control mechanisms that we have in police in a cyberized environment. And then threat management capabilities is basically looking at your antivirus malware and stuff like NIPS, the intrusion prevention system, intrusion detection system, your firewalls, wireless access firewalls, and whatever you got to protect your system. What is the best engineering that you need to secure your data structures? Next. So the key areas to focus on: organizations are looking at enhancing threat management capabilities by leveraging risk-based vulnerability prioritization and automated intelligent remediation. The word that I would like to repeat here is automated intelligent remediation. So this by itself, the word itself, includes the word artificial intelligence or the machine learning process. Nowadays, we are having so many attacks that it's not possible just to look at it manually, evaluate it manually. You need to have some kind of an automated mechanism. Normal automation will not suffice here. What you need is something that learns on the job, and that is a machine learning. So earlier, when we used to manage security operating centers, we used to have a tool called SIEMs or CMs, as they call it, security incident and event management response systems. Now we have enhanced that particular system by using SOAR, or security orchestration and automated response systems, both of which are now working together. SOAR is an artificially intelligent mechanism, which most of us are aware of. Organizations with an existing IAM solution, identity and access management solution, are aiming to enhance the same, and others are considering agile solutions, advanced predictive analytics for effective governance. Organizations are also doubling their efforts in security awareness and culture and focusing on endpoint protection in the context of work from anywhere environment. So when we talk about endpoint protection, we are talking about perimeter security. So it is increasingly a networked environment, be it police, be it non-police, wherever we might be, we are corresponding with others. There is a networking, there is a hand-holding, there's a handshaking mechanism that is involved. If that is involved, that's where perimeter security comes in. So the idea is to detect, at least, if not prevent, the security threat before it enters into your demilitarized zones, the security zones, and then be able to do something about it. And that detection must come in point of time, where we should be able to prevent further damage. Similarly, organizations are leveraging advanced data and behavior analytics to detect anomalous user behavior. Again, this is something that is very, very important. In context of zero-day attacks which are occurring, many of the viruses, almost 20-25% of the virus attacks that are happening are zero-day viruses. There is no knowledge about such viruses. Then what do you do about these kind of attacks? Or what do you do about insider attacks, for which there is no antiviral mechanism or no prevention mechanism available? What you do is behavioral analysis. This is partly automated in form of machine learning programs. This is also available, this is also observable to a person who's very good in looking at system behaviors. Why is the CPU behaving anomalously? It was not consuming so many resources. Why is it now consuming more? Why is it little more heated? The system has become more heated. Is it being are the resources being pulled more than what is necessary? What is the memory usage? What kind of data packets are filtering out? What kind of data packets are coming in? Are their sizes good? Are the data packet sizes, even if they are encrypted, the total amount which is coming in or going out to a particular destination, are they in order? These things are basically a system for a person who understands the system very, very well. So these observable things are totally in the hands of the security management and thus the CISO. Then organizations with an existing cloud environment are focusing on enhancing its security maturity, and others are prioritizing secure cloud adoption. So there are different kinds of secure cloud mechanisms available. For instance, we have normal encryption when we have data at rest, non-cloud environment. It's not a problem. There are dozens of encryption mechanisms available. But in the cloud environment, new kinds of encryptions are required. For instance, homomorphic encryption, which is now coming in onto its own. So this is very good. What is homomorphic encryption? Suppose that I take two numbers, 2 and 3, and add them and get 5. Now, if I have kept 2 and 3 and I want to get 5 in the cloud itself. So 2 is also there on the cloud, 3 is also there on the cloud. We want to arrive at 5. How do you do it? The normal method would be to obtain 2, decrypt it from the cloud, bring it to your ground level computation center, keep it there on storage, get 3, decrypt it, bring it, keep it on your ground level storage, add them, make it 5, encrypt 5, and then put it on cloud, isn't it? That is a solution that you have with traditional encryption, but homomorphic encryption offers more. What it does, it takes the encrypted value of 2, encrypted value of 3, adds both of them, and that addition gives you the encrypted value of 5. So this is a new kind of encryption which is evolving, which is at the cutting edge of technology now. Next. So now we will come to the role of the CISOs, which is basically what we are here to talk about. Next. So what kind of CISO you want to be depends on what kind of environment you are in, what is your temperament, what kind of surroundings that you have around you, how you would like to interact with that surrounding. So you might be a transformational CISO, which will focus on transforming the security program to align with the business objectives while focusing on change management. So when you are transformational, you should be a little careful because CISO is not the head of the organization, the CEO is, or the DG or the director, whosoever that is, will be heading the organization. So whenever you are aiming to be a transformational leader, you should take others along with you. They should flow along with you. Security should be a shared concern. So this must be uppermost in your minds if you take on this role. Then you have a post-breach CEO, manage the immediate fallout of a security breach and oversee significant new investments. So as all of us know, if there is a breach in the wall, it becomes some kind of a reputational damage which has to be controlled. Business resilience has to be looked at. So a CISO who is going to manage these kind of fallouts is a different kind of CISO. Remember, these buckets that I have mentioned here are not mutually exclusive. You can be some parts of one and some parts of the other. It can be a composite, not necessarily something that will only be falling into one bucket but not the other. Then you have got tactical and operational expert CISOs, seasoned security practitioners who excels in taking operational disruptions in stride and handle unanticipated challenges. This is probably the need of the hour now, because most of the challenges which are coming have not been heard of, or have not been foreseen. How do you tackle these kind of environments is not planned. The CISO who comes across as successful in these kind of challenging environments is the one probably who's most required in these circumstances. So this is something of an inventive mechanism, and you have to evolve your own mechanisms as you go along. The compliance and risk guru, as we call them, focus on a risk-based approach to safeguard the organization through rigorous process and thorough documentation. Now, what is a risk-based operation? In the sense that you are a chief information security officer, you have done a thorough overhaul of the system, and you have scanned the system and come across some vulnerabilities. Now the question is, those vulnerabilities, will you rectify them by stopping operations of your data center, of your business centers, and then come back online saying that okay, now that I'm done with the risks, I have already rectified them. Now you can come back on. That will require significant amount of disruption in work. So what should you be your choice? Should you allow the operations to continue when you are tackling the threats, which will be a suboptimal way of dealing with it? Or would you like to go ahead with completely obliterating the risks and then allowing the operations to proceed in a business environment that will be disastrous for you? So what kind of risk approach should you have? Should you not allow the businesses to handle their risks automatically autonomously by telling them that, look, these are the risks. Do you think the risks are not critical enough so that you can continue your businesses? We will try and patch up those risks as best as we can till you are well rested and until you are done with your current phase of operations, and then we can tackle them fully, which is a more balanced approach in our opinion, and which is mostly followed throughout the world. The steady state CISO, basically this is the status quo CISO who doesn't want to change much. So you know that famous American saying that let's not change anything that ain't broke. So something that is working, why must we tamper with it? Let it go on. If there is a breakdown, we'll see. If there is a paradigm shift, we will bring in new technologies. So I would say that this is not a very proactive approach. In the current context where we are facing several threats from within and without, the approach should always be proactive rather than reactive, which is this kind of CISO. And then we have a customer-facing evangelist, focus on secure application development and product management and external-facing interactions. So now mostly we have the apps environment where everything is taken care through apps and through APIs. In such a situation, you will need a different kind of CISO who's kind of a go-getter, who's looking at apps models, but at the same time adhering to the age-old principle that the app layer should not talk to the app layer of your organization. You should still go through the physical and the data link and the transport layers. So these kind of communications, peer-to-peer communications should be avoided, while at the same time ensuring dynamicity of your interactions with the outside environment. So what kind of CISO you want to be, whether a combination of 1, 2, and 3, or all of them, or one of them, is up to you. Next. What was earlier, what is now, and what's likely to be in the future? How the function of the CISO is evolving. Earlier, the CISO used to be self-sufficient, nothing was required from outside, focused on security technology existing, works closely with the IT team, resourceful, relies on own initiative, and self-educating. So this is basically a self-sufficient, self-contained type of CISO which was existing earlier. When I say earlier, this is a couple of years earlier, not very far back. What are we having now? We are having a CISO that is a business leader and a decision maker by himself, who talks business language, who talks about information risk, who aligns security strategy with business strategy, in the sense that CISO currently, which is existing today, the role model is very dynamic, open-ended, and extremely open to external threats, how to respond to threats, to the other verticals in the business or in the data center. Then what is likely to be in the future? This particular thing is going to evolve further to a CISO that's going to balance opportunity with risk. The CISOs will find their own voice in the organization. They will deal with regulatory volumes in the sense that they will no longer be self-contained. They will handle large and complex security technologies. Now, security technologies are evolving, as we know, alongside the threats. Somebody who is going to be a CISO will have to be a jack of all trades for as security threats are concerned, security technologies are concerned. That person should have a command, a 30,000 view of all the security technologies, not just one or two of them. Next. So CISOs, what can they do in their organizations? They bring the CXOs, the board on the same level of the chief executive officers, or the board on the same level of understanding with respect to security. And basically make everybody understand about security, drive a culture of security of organization from top to bottom, bring a strong security team to manage the security function of the organization and overall governance. When I say strong, I don't mean by physically strong or something that is going to force their views on the others. It still has to be a dynamic. It still has to be a process of understanding the other verticals. Secondly, aligning cybersecurity objectives with business prerogatives. It cannot be simply a self-contained solution anymore. Seek and understand the business strategies and downstream impact. Identify areas of investment and push to have the appropriate budget in place. Building business resilience in the face of fast-changing digital environment. So business resilience is something that is occurring again and again. We also call it as business continuity planning. This must be uppermost in the mind of a CISO. Next. Then build security and privacy by design in the rapid digital transformation of the organizations. What is security by design? Security by design is when you are building your business or building your data center, it should be such that it will offer minimal substrate right then. Instead of you are building around it with security perimeters and ring fences, it should be security by design. So without going further into details, I can tell you that UIDI, which is having a very minimalistic data center design, is secure by design itself. By design itself, it's secure and you don't need to build around it. So then security and privacy requirements should be prerequisite and not an afterthought. Identification of security technology and its adoption with other digital initiatives. Constant vigilance and continuous threat and risk management. So security priorities should be built into the data structures. It should not be something that comes as a later, as an icing on the cake. It should be part of the cake itself. It should be baked into the product. Same thing about the other 2 points here. Also be the custodian of your customers' data and secure it through technology development and implementation. So you have to develop the trust of your partners and your stakeholders. And this should be done through a very secure mechanism. And you have to be able to persuade them that whatever you are doing is in the best secure interests of their own participation in your organization. How that is to be done is something that is to be decided depending on circumstances. The effective cyber incident and response mechanism needs no explanation. Quantify our cyber risks and take appropriate decisions, already discussed. Next. So to sum up, what should a CISO be? Basically a jack of all trades and a master of all, not none. Be an internal and external security expert, become a trusted business advisor, identify the executive officers and decision makers, influencers, embed security information bake it into your solution, create monthly knowledge process interfaces and metrics to measure effectiveness, stay informed, hire solid security staff, focus on confidentiality. Next. So we have come to the end of a brief presentation. This is by no means a very exhaustive a solution to what a CISO must be or CISO can be or CISO will be. This is something that will depend on the circumstances. This is something that will depend on the security threats that are also evolving by the hour, as I said. So here I come to the end of the presentation, and I'd like to have your views on the same. And please remember that whatever you view or whatever views you offer will be looked at as the views of stakeholders. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Now, Dr. Bal Singh Rajput, sir, I would request you to please take your place. He is an IPS DCP Crime Branch, Mumbai. He is a serving police officer in Maharashtra State, speaker, researcher, technology evangelist, and doctorate in cyber economic crimes. He has authored a book titled Cyber Economic Crimes in India. He is an International Cyber Security Fellow and also an International Visiting Leadership Programmer Fellow of USA for Cybersecurity 2019. I would request him to deliver his views on new perspective in cybersecurity for LEAs.
It is honored to be here at BPR&D National Conference. My topic of the presentation is perspective of the law enforcement agencies regarding cybersecurity. Whatever we have heard till so far from the morning is from the CISO's perspective, from technical analysis perspective. The law enforcement perspective is something different. Is a cause and impact. So law enforcement mostly deals with finding the cause and impacts of it. Most of the crimes that we see is the impact of that cause. And as an investigator, as a law enforcement agency, we have to find a cause and the person behind that attack. So as a CISO, as a guardian of a system, you basically focus on how to guard the system, how to protect the system, how the bean should not spill out. But the law enforcement come into picture once the beans has been spilled out, and you need to now take a corrective action. And that job of a law enforcement agency is difficult because it's not their system. System is yours. they have to investigate, they have to prevent also further damages and reach out to the perpetrator. So that is the no, uniqueness or a different perspective of a law enforcement agency. If you see the perspectives, the academia have a different perspective. Corporate agencies have a different perspective. Government IT departments have a different perspective of cybersecurity. A law enforcement agency, a security agency, and defense have a different perspective because they are not there only to protect a particular system of a corporate or of an organization, but to protect their systems also and prevent the further attacks on the other systems. If you see the IT guy looking into cybersecurity and a law enforcement guy looking into cybersecurity have two different connotations. The IT guy looking into cybersecurity is basically looks from a technological point of view. Which preventive systems, IDPS, firewall, IPS, whether they are intact, whether we have a log management system, we are looking into it or not, all that technical things. But we are not dealing with the perpetrator, with the cause. Here, when the law enforcement officer comes into the picture, his perspective is to find the perpetrator, the cause. And then what are the impacts point to find the cause? What law enforcement officer basically of the view is first, which are the impact points is the first is the law and order. Whatever that happens on social media, on internet, or maybe through social engineering actually results into law enforcement. And that result is law and order problem, social unrest, or a violence. Second is whatever attacks that happen, out of that some attacks basically convert into a crime. Maybe financial crime, maybe just data manipulation or data theft, or maybe some kind of, character assassination or exploitation of women and children and person that results into this kind of incidences. Some of the attacks are basically an espionage operations, an intelligence operations, and that basically is to harvest the data, to take the data from the system and provide it to the we can say adversary nation or adversary agency that is basically doing the espionage. We have seen that there are some Chinese applications which are sitting on Indian mobile phones. If you see the app space of the average Indian person, you will see 5 years before, the 85% of the applications were of two countries' origin. One was US and another was European. Now you see the app space of a mobile of an average Indian, you will see the 50% of the applications are Chinese, otherwise sponsored by Chinese, and all these applications are not only limited to fetching the data what their applications is fetching, but a cross-application data harvesting. And that is another issue for law enforcement because most of the time data theft and the privacy issues that also has to be looked into by the law enforcement. The last aspect that law enforcement looks is from security perspective, security of assets and persons. Because if you see, it's not only data harvesting or a crime, but a security of asset also. Asset includes critical infrastructure, assets includes the normal corporate business assets, a company or the private person's asset. That also need to be guarded by law enforcement agents. It's the mandate of the police. And the person or citizens, their security is also the concern of the law enforcement agencies. If you, so from that perspective, looking into these kind of impacts, now we have to correlate these impacts with the change technology scenario. Till so far, what your technology was, we have seen the impact in terms of crime, law and order, and social unrest. With these new upcoming technologies, everything is going cloud. So it's difficult for law enforcement to chase because the agencies are outside India. Then IoT everywhere. So there are more ways of intrusion, more ways of committing crime or entering into the system. The AI, ML, even the creator don't know how the system is operating. So for a law enforcement agency, if crime is committed, it's very difficult to trace out who is actually the perpetrator. Then the convergence of the platforms. Take a mobile as an example. It have a transaction, entertainment, communication, and you can say all other online services together combined. It's convergence of platform, and convergence of platforms provides better opportunity for an perpetrator to enter, to commit a crime and steal a data. But it's very difficult for a law enforcement agency to chase out. Then the OTT and online service platforms. There is no other intermediary in between. So either the OTT platform use the information or there is nothing. Encryption in communication, this has provided the major hurdle. Because if you see, for surveillance or for security, interception of communication, getting the actual communication in terrorist cases, in gruesome murders, or maybe serious cases, is very difficult nowadays due to encryption. This slide I will skip. The security is different for different sector. This perspective I have covered. So with the new threats, with the new technological landscape emerging, what is the threat landscape? So on crime, if you see the new crimes, that is data theft, ransomware is now a rampant thing. And that is no police force till so far in India has achieved a logical end to reach to a perpetrator and arrest him and prosecute. Then the bank malware like Lazarus. We have a case in Pune, the Cosmos Bank, which was affected. We lost 91 crore rupees within a span of 6 hours, but is not able to reach to the perpetrator, the actual malware creator and those who have stolen the money. So these technologies are also enabling the cheating, fraud. These are the whatever the traditional crimes. If you see, all these cheating, fraud, job scams, all have shifted to now online space. Another aspect is security. Now we have cyber physical threat. One example is of PETA. So if you see in 2018, the PETA ransomware basically encrypted the entire servers of the Merck's, a company that operates the JNPT. And in 17 other countries, most of the terminals of the port was encrypted and could not, till so far, we could not reach to the final logical conclusion. Because the ransomware, there is first thing, the VPN. Second thing, cloud masking. Third thing, the data itself is encrypted. Fourth, the logs are also encrypted. It's difficult. It's literally impermeable to reach to the perpetrator. Then the cyber espionage has lately come very strongly. Nowadays, you know that there is a hot discussions going on about NSO and its operations. Then there are different other companies that it's not only the state, it's the adversaries, the non-state actors, the corporates, they are availing these services. And the cases of such kind of cases are increasing. The another two important factors that are the data theft and harvesting. We have heard the chart and know from the morning how the data theft happens, but there are a number of data thefts happen in this year only. But we are not going to pursue who is actually hacked the system. No one is registering the FIR. No one is actually putting law into the motion in this kind of data thefts. And that is a major challenge. I will come later on why that is happening and how there is a need for an integrated system. Then the maintenance of law and order. This is very important because if you see in the beginning of the COVID, the fake news and misinformation itself about the COVID was on rise, and there was the communities were blaming each other. Then during the elections, you take the example of US elections and other elections also, the influence operations by the different kind of adversaries are on rise. And that basically boils down to law enforcement as it creates violence or a kind of influence or kind of disturbance in the society. So this is the daily work of the law enforcement agency to find the organized crime. The phishing, the packets have come up within gangs, then the ransomware gangs, then organized cyber financial crimes like Lazarus, then the online shopping scams. These are nowadays rampant. They are sending link, and once the link is gone from the mobile of a victim, we find nothing there. Then the public order and violence that I have talked. So another thing is where the law enforcement is struggling nowadays is regarding these things: data breaches, malware attacks, the ransomware attacks, darknet crime, social engineering attempts, and the APP espionage activities. These are the 6 areas whereas law enforcement agencies are presently struggling, are not able to reach to a destination where we should logically find this is the IP, this is the person, and arrest him. So these are the areas. Registering an investigation of cyber attacks is not happening due to gray area in law and between the agencies. So that I will talk how that the gray area is. Before that, we'll see the challenges. These challenges are the reluctance of the intermediaries to share the information, challenge of locating the final destination of the IP due to VPN and VPS and the cloud masking services. Banks account and SIM cards are being issued on fake IDs or the IDs of other persons, and that is a major cause of concern. And we are finding thousands of mobile numbers, thousands of bank accounts that are being not attributed to the person with which the details or the credentials are being used. Encryption in communication, that is the challenge. Then the self-hosted communication channels, particularly by the terrorists or some of the gangsters or the narcotics people, is a major challenge for like a BO team or maybe other peer-to-peer communication channel. Cryptocurrencies, most of the organizations who are into organized gang criminals, they are dealing into cryptocurrencies once the crime is committed or before the crime is committed. And we are not able to trace properly the cryptocurrencies and investigate and prosecute the person due to its encryption and the anonymity. Then the data harvesting applications, I have talked about it. Cyber espionage, I have talked about it. And dark web. Dark web has emerged. And there is no concrete solution by the industry also. And we don't have, as law enforcement agencies, concrete solution apart from finding some of the OSN techniques to reach out to the criminal. There is nothing more than that. So these are the way forward suggestions, and these points are just food for thought. You from the law enforcement, from the industry, academia, and I'm just putting some of the food for thoughts. So these are the few pointers where the technology is marching. It's towards integration, putting everything on common platform, everything on one place. Every data is being churned. Decision is data driven, and AI and ML are behind that. But what's there when it comes to the government or law enforcement organizations or the government organizations? We are in silos. Every department is collecting its own data, not sharing with others. There are different other regions. We are not churning together or collaborating the data for a data-driven decision-making. Our data-driven decision-making is a single source data-driven decision-making. That is not helping us. So these are the some, I find, lacunas. So present organizational operation, this, all of you know that this is the operational or organizational setup in India for the cyber crime and cyber security and, dealing with the all that problem. But if you see, I conducted a research on this during my PhD, that what should be a holistic approach to deal with the cyber attacks. And I found that the IT and cyber security issues need to be separated. A security guy and an IT guy need to be completely separated. A IT department and a cyber security should be completely different. If maker and checker is one person, he will never find fault of his. There should always be a maker, there should always be a checker, and checker should be a different. If he is from the same organization, same department, he is never going to tell my department is lying. So that is the first thing. Second, spread is fast, lateral, vertical, cross-sectional, and cross-platforms. And because the attack spread. But we require immediate and coherent and coordinated response that we are not able to give. Why? Because we don't have a single platform. All threats, including crimes, threats, are not being recorded on a single platform. CERT is recording threats, NCCRP recording crimes. There are 11 lakh threats that have been recorded, but none of has been brought to the logical conclusion. No LOC, no FIR, no accused arrested, no red corner notice. So we are just technically analyzing it, but not solving the cause, not punishing the person, not basically crushing the intention behind that. And that is the solution, the single platform for reporting it. That is my PhD, and I had suggested a holistic approach that every threat should be identified, analyzed, prevented, responded, secured, and deterred. So that is the cycle that I have suggested, and it shall not be segregated before. It should first be collected together, analyzed in this way, segregated from three perspectives. One a crime perspective, another is national security perspective, and third one is technological perspective. Whether that threat is a technical threat, whether that threat is a national security threat, or whether that threat is a crime, basically. So that is basically not happening. So the threats recorded at CERT are not being one of the question asked by the Tamil Nadu officer, why that is not happening. So this is the gray area that I want to showcase. So these are some of the frameworks that I have suggested. Yeah, I'm finishing 2 minutes. Way forward, needs for policy framework. These are the three things which are very pain points for the law enforcement agency. One is VPN, VPS, and yeah, I have talked. Second, encryption, and third was cryptocurrency. We are facing problems from these three. Then the way forward, sharing the information. I am suggesting to NCCRP that these two portals, one is collaboration portal. Collaboration portal is very important because the data sharing by intermediaries is not responsive as we are requesting. If we have a portal, all the law enforcement agencies through that will reach to the every service provider, so that we have a track, we have a record, and response will also be noted. And the second is information fetching between the intermediaries. So these two portals I have to say is needed. And these three things, one is SIMs and the mobile numbers. For that, an active policy should be there with the law enforcement agency, DOT, and MHA, that numbers which are figuring again and again in different kind of crimes are not blocked. No, we have no such kind of policy. These are some issues from the state law enforcement agencies perspective. The first one is investigation officer. This is the major blockade in registration and investigation. Second, 79(3)(b), there is no penalty, no crime registration, so the intermediaries are not basically responding. 69A, that state level agency should also be formed so that immediate response can be given. 70, that protected systems are not being declared for state agencies. For state, this should be allowed, that a state should declare its protected system. And even police systems are also not declared protected systems. So this is a pain point. That were some of the perspective from the law enforcement agency. Thank you very much for listening to me patiently.
Thank you so much, sir. Now, I would request Shri Venkatesh S., Assistant Director, IB, to deliver his speech.
Good afternoon. In this session, I am going to talking about the cyber physical security and the law enforcement agencies perspective. Just now, my previous predecessor speaker has talked about the challenges of LEAs, which are facing in various fronts like OTT players, getting the information from OTT player, VPN service provider, and other issues. I'm continuing the same thing, but with a new perspective for in the context of the critical cyber physical infrastructure. It is well known as CPS. Sorry. there is an issue. So, so what is CPS? CPS basically is an automation of the internet connected devices. Now people are also associated with IoT, Internet of Things. Basically, it's an automation. I'm not going to elaborate on the CPS technical aspect. It is not a new subject. I'll just give an idea. You all heard about Charlie Chaplin movie City Lights, where you can see that they are already used robots. When the robots are functioning well, everything is fine. But sometimes it will happen like this, right? So this is the challenge of CPS, one of the challenge. From the law enforcement perspective, there are large numbers of sectors. Can I take up my mouse? There are large number of sectors they need to cover. Secondly, there are prevailing vulnerabilities in those critical information infrastructure because most of them are legacy system. Now it's well-known fact that most of the systems still run on Windows XP, and there is no patches for nowadays. Similarly, there is a lack of skills to address the cybersecurity issue in most of these organizations. So some of the threats, like you can see here, that famous is the Stuxnet, wherein a USB created a havoc in the Iranian nuclear plant. Then if somebody enters and compromise your heating and air conditioning system of a data center, they can just ripple out the cooling system and bring the server down. They need not to hack a server to disturb the service. Just bring down their cooling system and all. And similarly, a cyber attack on a critical telecommunication network can bring down any LES critical communications. And similarly, we have heard about nowadays unmanned aerial surveys. Nowadays, they are dropping weapons, explosives. Saudi Arabia oil refinery explosion is a good example. Similarly, we are having ransomware attack. Nowadays, people are exploiting the healthcare system because nowadays, earlier, in fact, in the Indian NCAPC, they have not declared health as one of the critical sector. But now health, because of this ongoing pandemic and all, health sector is now a very critical sector. A couple of example is the pacemaker. You all know that nowadays the pacemaker can be remotely controlled, or so that the cardiologist can control the speed of the pacemaker. In this particular case, if an hacker attacks this pacemaker and just the heartbeat pulse, for example, 72 pulse to say 100 pulse, then the patient's hearts may rupture. In this scenario, what will the police will do? To whom they will against the case? Against the doctor or the pacemaker owner? Because identifying a hacker is not an easy job. Similarly, recently some incident happened wherein a refrigerator was used to suspend malicious mails and spam mails. Again, because it is connected to internet. They made a small SMTP server and used that refrigerator and sent a lot of spam mails from that. Again, who will you what is the investigation lead? Similarly, day-to-day challenges now police are going to face in this autonomous system. Nowadays, Elon Musk and other companies are making the autonomous car. For example, if an autonomous car hits a traffic or breaks the rule, or a uncontrolled bot starts sending malicious or automatically send malware to a lot of system. In this scenario, whether you are going to file a case against the car owner or the manufacturer, because it's an autonomous system, it has taken decision by its own. So that's a challenge we are going to face in the near future. Another concern is about the syndication. For example, we are all heard about the darknet, where irrespective of the border, criminals have their syndication. Nowadays, they are running as CAS, crime as a service, and they got access to so many sensitive data. On the other hand, LES, we have lack of human resource skills. Then we have problem of non-availability of logs and data, because most of these connected devices like sensors and other IoT devices, they don't have the provision to preserve the log itself. So when there is no log, how will you go to investigate? Second problem is anonymity. Most of these cyber attacks happens through various darknets and other channels. And there is a VPN, VPS, then there is a challenge of Tor. So these anonymities again pose challenges to the cybersecurity investigation agencies. Then from the victim point of view, they don't report because of their reputation. If in most of the cases, victim organization don't report because of the reputation. Secondly, there is no, in most of the organization, they don't keep the records of the incidents or the events. So these are the challenges we are on day-to-day basis police facing. So what is the way forward? Cybersecurity is basically a shared responsibility. So it is not the one-man army show. LEAs, end users, and stakeholders. Stakeholders means the concerned agencies need to work together. Just like in the previous slide, I talked about the crime as a service, CAS, in the darknet and all, they are providing that as a service. Similarly, as a shared responsibility, LEAs, end users, and the concerned organization also need to start cooperation as a service, CAAS. So that is the need of the hour. So from the LEA's perspective, the most important thing is the sharing of the threat intelligence. It is not only about the indicator of compromise of IP address URLs. We need to understand the techniques and procedures, TTPs, so that how the adversaries are exploiting the network, how they are acting, because if you know the IP address, you can block. But tomorrow they say attacker will simply change the IP address and URLs and carry on his attacks. So we need to understand the TTPs, techniques and procedure. Then there is the need for establishing a cybersecurity center for excellence, wherein all these LEAs can have their problems sorted out. And we need to have a PPP partnership, because it's not a job of LEA or a single agency to address all the issues. We need to have a cooperation from the industry also. So that's the need of our academia, industry. Everyone should work together to find out some solution. Similarly, sharing and assistance, sharing of expertise amongst, because some state agencies have a good expertise in cybercrime investigation, while other state may not be having that type of capabilities. So there is a need for sharing the expertise amongst the LEAs. And there is a need for adopting the machine learning and artificial intelligence technologies so that we can map the crime, we can predict that crime, and there is a need for building the evidence-based policing. Evidence-based policing means we should have a strong evidences, because it's very difficult to track down the IP address and all those things. So we need to build a capability wherein, for example, using machine learning and artificial intelligence technology, we should be able to recreate the crime scenario just like in the physical world we create. Similarly, we should be able to do that. Nowadays, we are all talking about cyber range. Cyber range is a good thing that we can learn how the attackers are actually carrying out the attacks. So that could be a good platform for all the LEAs to learn the techniques. Then from the organization perspective, they should also have their policy, cybersecurity policy in place. Almost all the organization do have a policies, but the main issue is the implementation part. Nowadays, everyone is talking about the CISOs, but CISO alone cannot do all the implementation of the policy. He should be suitably supported by the ISD, that is Information Security Division. All organization must have an Information Security Division. They are the actual one who actually implement the policies, right from the updation of patches, whatever antivirus updation, or implementing the end user security and all those things. And most importantly, all organizations should carry out periodic audit and vulnerability assessment and penetration testing, because most of the organization do not know about the attacks at all, because some third party agency or other agency will tell them, okay, your organization is hit by so and so malware. So unless you carry regular or periodic audit, you will not be able to identify your problems. And just 2 minutes. Just 1 minute only I'll take. Presently, CISOs and CSOs, Chief Security Officers, are working in silos. in view of this CSS, this cyber physical system, we need to marry them also. We need to have a convergence for CPS also, as CSO as well as CISO. And from the end users, we should also follow Suraksha. Suraksha means first we should scan all our attachment before opening the document, understand the privacy setting, reject unsolicited email, access the internet from standard user account. Always keep your updated application and this antivirus. Then store sensitive data in encrypted form, have different password for different accounts. Always be alert. If you follow these Suraksha formula, I'm sure most of the end users can be protected from various type of cybersecurity attacks. Last but not the least, as a nation, we need to develop cybersecurity culture and maintain a cyber hygiene in our day-to-day life. I just in the previous speaker talked about the having a common platform. In MHA, we have a platform called CyCOD, Cyber Coordination Center. It's basically public-private partnership model, wherein we have members from both academy, industry, and LES. So we all welcome you to join this platform. You will get benefit of this, and you will get the training and exchange of tools and techniques. You will get the cyber threat intelligence, and in some cases, we also provide technical assistance. So this is the URL, cycod.gov.in, and you can contact through cycod.admin@mha@gov.in. Thank you. I think I finished. Thank you. Thanks.
Thank you so much, sir. And now I would request Shri B.S. Jaiswal, IPS, IG Training, BPR&D, to please come on the stage and present mementos to all the eminent speaker of the third technical session. Thank you so much, sir. Now, for the fourth technical session, starting with the fourth technical session, which is based on the emerging trends in cybersecurity, I would like to call upon the dais speakers Dr. Manan Suri, Associate Professor, IIT Delhi, Dr. Pratosh AP, Assistant Professor, IIT Delhi, Dr. Arun Balaji Buduru, Assistant Professor, IIT Delhi, and Professor Sandeep Shukla, IIT Kanpur, to take their respective seat on the dais, please. Dr. Manan Suri is an associate professor in IIT Delhi and is principal investigator NVM and Neuromorphic Hardware Research Group. Group C, Department of Electrical Engineering, Indian Institute of Technology. He was selected by MIT Technology Review as one of the world's top 35 innovators under the age of 35. Dr. Suri received the prestigious IEEE EDS Early Career Award, Young Scientist Award, Young Engineers Award, and many other national and international awards. Dr. Suri has filed several patents, authored 80 plus publications, delivered 60 plus invited talks, and led 10 plus sponsored research projects, consultancies as principal investigator. Dr. Suri is also the founder of prestigious artificial intelligence-based startup at IIT Delhi. I would request him to deliver his views on Zero Trust model for security.
Good afternoon, everyone. So thank you for the introduction, and I would like to thank BPR&D and its officials to give us the opportunity to share our opinion. And thanks to all the distinguished audience to take out your time. So I'll be speaking on Zero Trust model for security. And what I want to focus on is what we believe one of the most important or crucial aspects that would help to realize or translate Zero Trust effectively, and that what we believe is hardware. So quick basics of Zero Trust security. The term was coined by an analyst at Forrester around 2010. And if you want to summarize it in very simple terms, then there are certain key underlying principles. The first one is that trust no one and trust nothing. Okay. The next one is there is no trust zone. There is no safe zone inside which if any individual, any entity is, you can start to trust them. The third one is there is no safe zone. And the fourth one is identity is spontaneous. So, or instantaneous, let's say. So what this means is there is no notion of time with identity. Once, whether you're talking about a network, about a premises, if you associate identity to any individual or entity, you need to revalidate it again and again. I meet you, I run into you, I ask your name, I turn around, I look at you again, I again ask your name. So that is what, it's an extremely paranoid model of security, but that is what, unfortunately, the times that we live in is what has been proposed by experts. So Zero Trust will have several, pillars to it. Zero Trust devices, no trust for data, no trust for networks, no trust for workloads, and no trust for people. So these are the 5 or 6 pillars on which one would start building or architecting the entire Zero Trust model. So if we look at them, if we try to classify these aspects, what one can see is that devices, networks, and people, these are more traditional threat vectors which we normally architect for, which we normally consider for while building any security system or any protective environment. Now, Zero Trust data and Zero Trust workload, these are very interesting. These are interesting because these are new, emerging, and these would take a lot of precedence in the time to come. These are very futuristic. So when we say Zero Trust data, in the past, the threat that data posed was that whether the data is not, carrying any malicious code inside it or whether it is not infected with some virus. So that is the day of past. Now, as we are moving into the age of AI and ML, what we are referring to here is data which is contaminated intentionally to disrupt the AI algorithms or the ML paradigms that you're going to build. So that is something so challenging to catch that it's almost impossible to catch till you end up training or ending up with some models which actually show their impact. So this is something very futuristic that we need to be aware of. There are adversarial networks and so on. And the workload is other interesting thing is because the workload is, as one of the previous speakers mentioned, that certain apps just running many processes in the background, running more processes in the background, trying to create some situation which is not conducive for your physical infrastructure. So as the nature of applications is becoming more computational, it will be difficult to differentiate that whether the resource that an application asks is because of its nature, or whether it is intentionally over there to hurt your systems. You know, AI, ML, the things that we talk about, these are computationally very intensive things. So if you have an app which has AI, ML running in the background, how do you differentiate whether the heat up or let's say any extra power draw, extra memory trace, whatever is happening in your system is because of the nature of the application or it is intentionally placed there. So these are futuristic threat vectors that we need to worry right from now. And some principles, again, trust no one, always give least privilege access. Okay, flat hierarchy, everyone has least privilege and everyone has to ask for every next privilege. Segment the network. That is again one of the previous speakers spoke about security by design. So that is going in the direction of segmenting the network. Use multi-factor authentication, device access control, extensive inspection and logging, and always be ready for a breach, which is more of continuity protocols, business continuity protocols. So now, once we have looked at these 5 or 6 vectors, if we ask ourselves what is the most complex, the toughest, and the one which will make or break zero trust security model, in my opinion, that is the devices. And if you go further from that, it is the hardware, the physical infrastructure, the electronics, the semiconductors, the real physical stuff on which all things run, on which all applications, all data, everything sits. So that is the most crucial, and ultimately it will be that which will ensure whether we have foolproof zero trust security or not. So other challenge with this is that these are extremely complex systems. These systems are not like apps. They are not like just simple data. These work in multiple layers. They have very detailed design stages. They have very detailed testing stages and very extensive and elaborate delivery stages. I'll just go to those details in a moment. But the challenge here is that if you're trying to ensure trust at the level of hardware, then the 3 challenges that you run into is capital, very specialized expertise, and then the impact that it would have. So this is what makes it very difficult. But unless we are not beginning to think, unless our LEAs or critical infrastructure, assurance organizations are not paying attention to the hardware, we are missing out a big thing. You may have heard of the Lakshagraha incident in Mahabharata. So just think if you're living in a house like that, you're building fences, you're building walls, you're putting a gatekeeper at every door. That's no security because your house is made up of wax, right? So it's flammable. So let's look at where we are headed to in the hardware. Even if you don't get into the hardware functionally, one of the key threats that we are facing, which is also more of a geopolitical threat, is the supply chain. What is the assurance of the supply chain of the semiconductors or of the electronics that using which we are building our systems? So there have been several cases in open literature which talk about contamination, vulnerabilities, or intentional vulnerabilities being planted deeply inside hardware, compromising systems. So, and these are some famous cases. But let's just look at a typical supply chain route for any electronics. And what you would see is that it's spread globally. Your wafer is fabricated in one country. It moves to a different continent for the chip design. It moves to a different continent for fabrication. It moves to a different continent for packaging. It moves to a different continent for coming on your PCB, for post-testing of the PCB, and finally, you get it in your hand, deployed in your system. So there are so many open endpoints where intentional actors or adversaries or unintentional issues can crop up. So this is something very, very serious. And 70% of the electronics that we touch, specifically the ICs or the semiconductors, they pass through the Taiwan-China bottleneck. So for true zero trust, in critical electronics, we need to break the globalization supply chain. That is a strong comment, but what I'm trying to say here is that we need local capacity, we need local capability too, if we are really talking about true zero trust systems. Now, the hardware layer, so in the time to come, the domain of threat will be more and more deeper into the hardware. We are still talking about apps, we are talking about data, but it's no fancy anymore. We will encounter more and more Trojans, backdoors, all deeply embedded into silicon. So the warfare, the cyber-physical warfare that we are looking at will be the warfare of atoms and molecules, literally and also figuratively. It's no longer to be the warfare of code, but the kind of transistors that are being made, the kind of devices that are being made intentionally. And there are things like counterfeit ICs, physical attacks, side channel, fault injection, reverse engineering, and fake parts, and so on. So one case study, if you go up and search at some famous zero trust models, you can see several case studies. If you look at one from Intel, for example, you will see that they have several modules, several components, and there is a lot of emphasis on hardware. Okay, so there is this realization that dedicated hardware or specialized silicon hardware has to be there to take care of your real zero trust security, or trust from the root, or trust really ground up while building your systems. So some of ongoing activity that we are doing at IIT Delhi, we actively work in this domain, hardware, cyber physical R&D. We look into semiconductor PUFs, that is physically unclonable functions. So that is like the DNA or the fingerprint of any device or any gadget. And how it is different from conventional fingerprinting is that it's not generated by someone, it's not generated by a software or a code, it's generated intrinsically from the property of the hardware itself. It's generated from the underlying physics. So that makes it less vulnerable, that makes it more difficult to copy. Another thing that we work on is hardware-based RNGs, TRNGs, seeds, entropy sources. So this is for the typical crypto applications. Now, one of the previous speakers mentioned about homomorphic encryption. So that also is a very, it seems like a promising thing to come, but where do you execute that? You need specialized hardware on that to implement things like that, because they are computationally intensive. So you need things like accelerated crypto engines. So that is also one part that we are looking into, making computation more efficient. And then storage security. That can go into the direction of forensics, data recovery, and so on. So these areas which we are working on, they play on both sides. At some points, they're on the red side, or some points they're on the blue side, where sometimes we are trying to defend, sometimes we are trying to secure. Just one quick case study I'll show before ending. So these are some nano devices, nano electronic devices, which as you make them smaller and smaller, they start behaving in a very uncontrolled way. Normally if you make large electronic devices, they are more easier to control. So the industry normally sees this as a headache. They see this as a nuisance. But we try to exploit this when they become more unpredictable, more uncontrollable. We exploit that noise, or we exploit that nuisance of the device to create truly random or truly unclonable or arbitrary functions, your entropy sources. So this is some study that we did in our lab at IIT, and there were several results on this. Another thing, so this is just to show that how real the threat at the hardware level is. This is what you're seeing here is a data recovery done through state-of-the-art microscopes. We talk about data recovery tools, we talk about interfacing challenges or decrypting, but the simple thing is that if you have the semiconductor drive in your hand, you can dissect it, you can cut it, solid state drive, you can open it after some treatment, and with charge contrast techniques and machine learning, you can actually decode bit by bit. So what I'm trying to say here is that this is not science fiction. Hardware on both red and blue side is really becoming more and more relevant. So to conclude, zero trust, it's a digital lifestyle. It's an extremely paranoid digital lifestyle. And there will be trade-offs, because when you do so many authentications, you will start suffering in terms of performance. But that is the trade-off or the cost that one has to pay. And without any focus on hardware, zero trust is an illusion. If you just think that we'll get a zero trust infrastructure built or some applications, and you're not focusing on your hardware or supply chain, it's really an illusion. And in the time to come, cyber physical security will be dominated by hardware level considerations or hardware level threats. So I'd like to end with that. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Our next speaker, Dr. Pratosh AP, is Assistant Professor, IIT Delhi, and has worked in corporate research labs, including Xerox Research India, Philips Research, and Startup USA. He has co-founded a startup, Cognizable Tech, which builds learning algorithm for behavioral healthcare. First place winner of the recent AI Startup Challenge by Government of India also. His current research includes guided deep representational learning, cross-domain generalization, signal processing, and their applications in the healthcare. So I would request, sir, to please start the presentation, please.
Yeah. So we are 5 minutes before to saying good evening. So good evening, all of you. Thanks a lot for the organizers for giving me an opportunity to present my thoughts in front of this elite audience. It actually feels good to be talking to real people after quite a long time, as we have been teaching all online for so long. So thanks for the opportunity. And so my colleague just gave a talk and said that trust nobody. It's a you have to have even though it's paranoid, it's zero trust model is what is the need of the hour. If you trust nobody, then why trust an AI ML system? Right? I mean, we have been talking about using AI/ML to counter the cybersecurity attacks and so on. But I thought we all know how AI/ML can be used to counter the attack, but seldom people talk about the shortcomings of AI/ML. So as somebody who practices AI/ML, I thought in front of the audience like this, it would be good if I tell you that don't trust AI/ML as well. You know, there are problems with AI/ML which you have to be cognizant about before you actually employ AML for an application that is as critical as security, I mean, national security and so on. Yeah, this is a bit of detail, but you know, as an academic, you can't help. See, let's understand how a machine learning system actually works to see why it is vulnerable. See, basically what you start with an image or a speech or a text or any kind of data, what you call as an input, right? It can be logs, anything. So then there are a bunch of functions which are called discriminate functions, which can be your neural network, deep learning, whatever function that you use. Finally, you have an action which can be a classification, it can be fraud detection, rare event detection, speech interception, whatever applications that all of you talked about. Now, we all know that modern machine learning or artificial intelligence has a lot of strengths to it, starting from, it's very effective if you have large amounts of supervised data. And by supervised data, I mean you have millions of examples which somebody has sat down and annotated, you know, very carefully annotated and said that, okay, here is the examples and so on. And you do have matured models, you know, which can recognize faces. Unfortunately, all it took was a small virus to break all these image face recognition models, because once you wear a mask, all these models stop working. Right? I mean, nobody is seen without a mask today, but still you do have good models that are mature, and you can process a gamut of data. I mean, you can process video, you can process text, you can process speech, and so on. So it is kind of data agnostic that way. And somebody was talking that one of the biggest advantages of using ML in security is that it reduces a lot of manual effort. You know, if you were to detect a rare event in a CCTV footage over days or months, it's humanly impossible to sit down there and scan everything. So if you have a ML machine learning method that could detect something, it would be good. With all this, you still have a lot of issues with machine learning that one has to be careful about before deploying it for these kinds of applications of interest. So one very important thing is, you often don't get the data that you need to build machine learning models, right? I mean, machine learning models are as good as the data that they are fed with. So you will not get, see, it is very easy to build a machine learning system that would detect whether this is a chair or a cat or a dog. But to detect if there is some harmful material in a video, or to detect a gun or something, which is a very rare event, it's very difficult to get such data. So to build robust ML systems, you do need a large amount of annotated data that is hard to come by. And you have this problem of domain shift. What do you mean by that? You build a face recognition system for people in India or maybe people in US, and you deploy it for recognizing the Indian faces, right? It fails. So whenever there is a mismatch between the training and the test conditions, you should not trust machine learning. And that is one other thing that one should keep in picture. The other thing is heterogeneity of samples and class imbalance. So what do I mean by this? See, when you have, suppose you are building a machine learning system to classify cats versus dogs from images, a very typical example. So given 100 samples of your data, all the toy data sets will have 50 cats and 50 dogs in it. However, in the applications that we are interested in, so if you have 100 videos, how many video frames do you find in 100 videos where you will actually have an object which is harmful? Maybe 2, maybe 1 or less. So this problem is called as the problem of class imbalance. So whenever the kind of data that you have has lot of samples from one majority class and very, very few samples from the class of interest, which is the minority class, all the ML that you build is doomed to fail, right? I mean, one has to be very careful about using ML in these kinds of applications. And of course, the previous speaker said that even people who build ML doesn't know why it works. So the non-interpretability or non-explainability of the models, they're all black box, as far as, so your ML model gives you a prediction given some data, you don't know why that model is doing what it is doing, right? So I will talk about maybe, a few of these problems in detail. I already talked about data unavailability. You can't get supervised data, right? I mean, if we understand how these face recognition systems were built, large scale recognition systems that were built by companies like Facebook, they use this idea called mechanical Turk, where random people outside the world are given the job of annotating the data and they're paid some money. So now, because your ML system is as good as the data that you feed in, how can you trust some random person to sit down and annotate data? So you need expert annotators. In your case, people who understand the domain, the security problem, to sit down and annotate, and annotating data of that big volume is not simply feasible. And this is the problem of domain shift that I talk about. Here is a textbook example that we give. So basically what I'm showing every row wise is one category of items. If you see the first row, I'm hoping that it is visible. All the items that you see in the first row are horses. And we have, as human beings, we have absolutely no problem in understanding that all of them are horses. But if you train a neural network or a machine learning system to identify horses from the first kind of images, the first column, and test it on the second column, it utterly fails. So it cannot identify a horse if the type of the data is changed, right? So we don't have the same thing with all the other examples. You look at the last column kind of data, and you test it on the last column kind of data, it fails. By fail, I mean the models that are giving you 90+% accuracy will start giving you 20% change the domain. So this is the problem of domain shift that one should be aware of. And this is the problem of class imbalance that I talked about, right? I mean, this is a typical example. So you have two classes, the red balls and the blue balls, and you have large amounts of blue balls and very less amount of red balls, and you build an algorithm which distinguishes between red and blue balls, and the algorithm just fails. So here is the most critical, threat for the machine learning community, which are called the adversarial attacks. Somebody was talking about, I keep asking this question to my students in the class. So you build an autonomous driving system, and the car involves itself in an accident. Nobody is driving. So whom do you hold accountable for? I mean, whom do you charge? So that's a question that I always ask, and the previous speaker actually mentioned it. So now, why does these things happen? These things happen because there is something called an adversarial attack, that machine learning models are vulnerable to. So if you look at the first row, here is an example. See, what you see as a duck, a machine learning model will identify a duck as a duck, which is correct. And all you need to do is add a small amount of noise, which is the second image that you see, right? Which is, when you add it, you still get a duck. As human beings, we all perceive it as a duck. We have no problem. But a neural network which was predicting it as a duck will start predicting it as a horse, just by adding a small amount of noise that is not perceivable through human eyes. Why do you want to trust a model that is like this, right? You take the second example. It's a speech recognition system. The speech that was recognized as "how are you," which is the correct utterance, you add a very, very small amount of noise that a human ear cannot perceive. It starts predicting as "open the door." Right? And this is the last example is more dangerous, right? I mean, you have a stop sign, you add an adversarial perturbation, it starts it starts predicting it as an yield sign, right? But when the car should have stopped, it will just continue going. You know, all you need is a very, very small human, the noise that is not even perceivable by human eyes to break your ML system. So one has to be very, very careful when using, you know, AI ML technologies for security kind of application. Now, I work mostly on healthcare kind of technologies, and we are very careful because we are dealing with, you know, life and death there. Similarly, with security, one has to be very, very careful when somebody is building an ML system. And of course, you know, who can forget about the biases and non-explainability of AI ML? See, as I keep emphasizing the fact that your ML and AI system is as good as the data that it sees. So here is a typical example. You know, people used in one of the countries, they used ML to fasten the judiciary system, and it was shown that the ML system, the prediction of the ML system, was actually biased towards a certain ethnicity, because the data that it has been fed with, it only consists that crime is associated with a certain kind of, you know, community or ethnicity. I don't want to take names. Here is an example. I don't know if you can see this, but what it actually says is it associates the attribute cooking with women. I mean, that's not correct, right? I mean, we all cook. So I mean, basically what I'm trying to say is these models are highly biased in terms of the data that it sees. Sorry. The timer just said that the time is up. Okay, so one has to be very careful about the adversarial examples and the biases that the ML has, and the problem of imbalance and the non-availability of data and so on. Yeah, so this is my last slide. I'll end with a few possible remedies, again a little bit technical. See, what one has to do to counter some of these problems is, now one thing that I have observed is, the ML practitioners and the people who are actually the end users of ML do not talk to each other. Now, this is something that I've seen. So when we build, a lot of ML engineers build systems for detecting cancer without even talking to a doctor even one day. And I've seen this happening. So I think most of the problems that the current ML is bogged with can be solved by actively collaborating with people who are the end users, which I call the domain experts, and the ML practitioners. The way to translate that into a concrete technical domain is that you need to learn representations, or you need to build ML models that would incorporate priors or regularizations that are problem specific. Right? I mean, you can't take a model that would classify cats versus dogs and deploy it to detect a criminal versus non-criminal. That cannot be done. Right? So with this, I'll stop my presentation. Thanks a lot for the opportunity. And yeah, thank you.
Thank you so much for the wonderful presentation and the time that has been very judiciously followed. Thank you. So the next presenter, Dr. Arun Balaji Buduru, is Assistant Professor, IIIT Delhi. He's currently the head of Center of Technology in Policing, established by MHA and Government of NCT, an assistant professor in the Department of Computer Science and Engineering. He has also been exhaustively in research pertaining to reinforcement learning, differential privacy, text and speech analysis. So I would request her to express their views on artificial intelligence and enterprises security. Quite a topic of interest, I must say. Please start, sir.
Thank you. Thanks for this nice introduction, right? And thank you for inviting me here for addressing such an august gathering. And good evening to you all. And I would like to begin my presentation by saying that we need to basically understand why certain things are happening, right? Why certain things are happening certain way. If you have an understanding of that, then we may be able to answer certain questions much better, right? Our first speaker, Dr. Manan, started with the question with the statement that trust nobody, right? And then our second speaker, Dr. Pratosh, said that if we trust nobody, then why trust ML AI system? There are good reasons for it, right? It's not our speakers are saying that don't trust anyone, and also don't trust certain systems, right? There are good reasons, and there are also good reasons for us to trust certain systems, right, which are explainable, right? So there are new branches of learning system which are coming into being called explainable AI, where it will not tell you, it will tell you why it made certain decisions. You can verify those decisions to basically say why system gave a certain decision, right? If you verify it, then you may be able to trust, right? Those fall into the category of trust but verify model, right? There are certain branches, but they are not as popular as other branches of ML and AI systems, right? So that's one thing that I wanted to mention. The second thing I also wanted to talk about is generalized learning system, right? As Dr. Pratosh mentioned about a certain set of ML algorithms which when trained on certain um, categories of training samples, they may be prone to be non-generalizable, right? You cannot just port that model to a different testing environment and say that now work, right? For example, let me give you an example of driving systems, right? So let's take an example of us, right? So we learned how to ride cycles and bicycles first before learning to ride cars, right? But we as humans are very good at generalizing, very good at abstracting things, right? Once we know how to learn bikes and motorbikes and cycles, we kind of know how to behave on the road, right? And learning cars is not as much difficult as you would face when you learn the car without riding bicycles and motorbikes, right? So we are able to adapt, but machine learning algorithms in general are very bad at adapting, very bad at kind of abstracting, right? That's where we come to the concept of generalizable learning systems, right? So that is the motivation for us to talk about generalizing certain machine learning models and trying to see if those machine learning models can adapt if the user environment is changing or dynamic and your requirements also changing. You can adapt in within prescribed margins with least amount of intervention, right? That's what generalizable learning models are, right? The second thing that I wanted to start my presentation with is that we need to ask the question why security is hard, right? Without asking the question about why security is hard, it's very difficult for us to grasp what is happening, right? So I would pose this question to all of you in the audience. Why do you think security is hard? I mean, many speakers and many presenters during the session in the morning and in the afternoon talked about the concepts of what is security and how we build systems to make systems more secure. But have we asked the question why security is hard? Yes, please. Sorry, can you be louder? Okay. Any other answer? Yes. Sorry? Okay. Okay. Any other answer? Any other answer? Anyone would like to attempt that to answer this question? Yes. Correct. Right. So one answer is right because the environment is very dynamic. The requirements are changing. That is definitely one answer. What other reasons are making security very hard to achieve?
See, you have to secure things, you have to run before the adversary. First, you need to know what adversary is doing, how they are means impacting the things, and then you have to run ahead of them.
Well, that's not so much of a problem, right? Because we have enough expertise and skills. I mean, the adversary can also become the protector, right? That also happens in many different organizations.
The
right?
technology is evolving at a very rapid pace, probably make that thing all difficult.
Okay. Okay, let me give you a perspective of my perspective on this, right? So any organization that you talk about, there are three things that is very important, right? One is the process, the other one is the people, and the other one is the technology, right? Process or procedure, people, and technology. We are very good at building processes and procedures, right? No one can match us, right? As human beings, we are very good at building procedures. But we are very bad at implementing and enforcing those procedures with people and very bad at comprehending technology. I'll give you the reasons of both, right? One with respect to people, we all know. Generally, humans are considered to be the weakest link in the security paradigm, right? So that is for various reasons, because the humans may not know, or the users or the developers may not fully comprehend what they're building and how to use the system. That is one reason. The second reason with respect to technology is that take any software, any system, any particular, even it being a security system, no one actually builds it from scratch, right? Everyone depends upon certain libraries, other works to actually build on the system. No one really actually builds any system from scratch. It's also not recommended also, right? When you do that, even the developers don't know what vulnerabilities are there in the libraries that they are using, right? If the developers don't know what vulnerabilities there are, then how will they come up with patches? Or how will they be responsible for certain software or pieces of code that they are deploying, right? It's impossible. That's kind of one of the challenge why security is very hard, right? Because there is no system, there is no developer builds any system from scratch. If you don't do that, you don't fully comprehend the piece of technology that you're deploying. If you don't fully comprehend, then you don't know what the weaknesses are, right? So given this paradigm, we have to come to the conclusion that no piece of code, no piece of software, no piece of system is 100% secure. We have to come to this conclusion, right? Every system that you develop, every system that you deploy is prone to attack, and it's prone to breach, because all of the systems that you use right now have vulnerabilities in it, period, right? It's the question of how the attacker is trying to exploit those vulnerabilities, and now how your system actually handles it. That's where the cybersecurity researchers and everyone comes into being, where we come and say that, okay, assuming that all of the systems are prone to breaches, how do we harden the systems to better handle such breaches and recognize that certain breaches are happening, and kind of put into place certain actions or procedures which can prevent data from being stolen or or misused, right? So that is where the what we are going to discuss today will come into being, where we use generalized ML and AI systems to basically harden the systems to make sure that even if there are breaches, we try to kind of control those breaches, right? So this is the kind of environment that we live in. No one can run away from this, right? So we kind of are in an environment of smart world environment, where all of us are continuously being monitored, be it through CCTVs, be it through your smartphones, smart trackers, smart wearables, smart watches, smart shoes, smart glasses, right? All of it is collecting your rich personal data, which you may not even want your family members to access, right? And this is the environment that we are in. And the assumptions that we are working with are extremely dangerous, right? That means that no system is safe, no device is safe, and everything is accessible and everything is exploitable, right? So it's very serious, and we need to pay very close attention to how we kind of harden these systems, right? So this, I think we've already discussed, right? And most of the economy today is increasingly becoming digitized. That mean that smallest of information makes it to the biggest of corporations, right? And they can use it any way they want. So many recent attacks have taken place, right? LinkedIn, Heartbleed, right? Mirai botnet, right? All of these attacks that have taken place will fall into one of these two categories that I talked about. One is people, the other one is technology, right? People in the sense that if the users are not careful about resetting the default password, then you will see attacks like Mirai happening, right? Mirai basically took over millions of or hundreds and thousands of CCTVs and attacked the DNS system, right? And why that happened? Because most of the CCTVs had default passwords as their credentials, right? And two guys sitting in somewhere part of the one part of the country could take down quarter of the world's internet down, right? So that's how serious it is. So this belongs to the category of people, right? Which is that if the user does not understand what the system is and how the system operates, he does not have an idea of how security paradigm works, then this happens, right? So you need to be very, very careful about people training also. That's an important part that every organization need to worry about, right? So why ML AI, right? That's one of the reasons that we discussed is respect to hardening systems, right? Second is growing complexity in attack and in attack surfaces and increasing complexities which are coming into networks, right? Not enough experienced security professional. That's also very important, as you're all CSOs, you would know best, right? So it's very hard to get experienced security professionals who are capable to handle security incidents, right? And humans are slow in responding, primarily because the interfaces that which we consume information is extremely limited. We are no way closer to consuming resources and information where computing systems can consume, right? So we can't make a decision which is faster than systems, right? We can make better decisions, but we cannot make faster decisions, right? And massive amounts of data that is there, right? It's very difficult to consume and make sense of these data, right? And current view of ML, right? I'll go quickly
So,
over
Dr.
it.
Balaji, I would just request to conclude, please.
Yes. So I'll quickly conclude. This all we will skip, right? And so this is the current state of the art, right? We started with very rudimentary algorithms. Now we are at AlphaGo, right? Which is extremely complex and considered to be a bit more generalized. And it is being deployed in various applications ranging from healthcare to security, right? And what we are working at IIIT Delhi is, which is very relevant to various departments of police, is language independent models for emotion detection and speaker verification system, which we are closely working with Delhi police to kind of validate this particular model. And it could potentially be used in 112 and 100 call that are coming into control systems, right? So we are in the process of validating it. We hope to deploy it very soon. Let's see how it performs, right? The second system that we're working on is, as Dr. Pratosh mentioned, adversarial attacks, right? And my hometown is Chennai, and in Chennai, right, you see every 100 meters, you see CCTVs in the roads, right? They're monitoring the traffic. But I don't know if they are using ML systems to actually monitor, make an intelligent monitor the system, but these kinds of adversarial attacks are extremely likely. Let's assume that you're using CCTVs to actually capture registration numbers of vehicles on the road for violation purposes. It's easy for users or end users to just stick a invisible film on top of the registration numbers and add noise and fool the system. That's possible. That's a possibility. So if you don't harden the systems, these kinds of attacks are you will likely to see, right? And the other problem that we are working on is differential privacy, right? Providing effective trade-off between data privacy and data utility. Our Supreme Court recently gave a verdict on privacy being one of the fundamental rights, and there are also laws about GDPR in Europe and other places. This is one way in which you can upload data which still has utility, but but will still protect privacy of the users, right? And we also do certain work on malware analysis, right? We look at user behavioral aspects of it and not the code, the binaries, or other aspects of malware. So we come from the user behavioral perspective, how the malware behaves in the particular system, and how we use that behavioral aspects to actually categorize and classify malware, right? And this is with respect to privacy breaches. Here we use kind of reinforcement learning to kind of predict breaches into critical cyber infrastructures, right? And we also do a little bit of work on profiling encrypted traffic, right? And if any of you are interested, please get in touch with us. We are happy to work with you. So all of this, and I'll also mention just 2 minutes. I'll mention about CTP at IIIT Delhi, right? So Center of Technology in Policing was established at IIIT Delhi in 2019 by government of NCT and also MHA to support Delhi police to technologically be at the forefront, right? So that's one of the objective, and there are several objectives with respect to this. As part of this, we are focusing on 3 things. One is take up research projects, take up training for law enforcement agencies, and technology testing, validation, and consulting, right? So this we are actively doing. So I'm the head of CTP at IIIT Delhi.
Probably,
So
I hope the things are concluded now.
yeah, so
Because
if you
I-
are interested, get in touch with me. So these are some of the projects that we are working on. So all these slides, I'm sure you'll share.
Yeah,
with-
sure. Everybody probably
so
have
if
got
you are-
insight.
If you are interested, do get in touch, right? So with that, I'll conclude my talk, and thank you.
So much. Thank you so much, sir. Now, our fourth speaker for this technical session, Professor Sandeep Shukla. Sandeep Shukla is a professor at IIT Kanpur, and he's also a joint coordinator in Center for Cybersecurity and Cyber Defense of Critical Infrastructure, C3I Center, the National Blockchain Project, Department of Computer Science and Engineering at IIT Kanpur. Sir is also a ACM Distinguished Speaker, IEEE Computer Society Distinguished Visitor, and is also the winner of Presidential Early Career Award. Mr. Shukla is available with us through the online mode. So I would just check, are we audible to you, sir? Professor Sandeep Shukla?
Yes. Should I start?
Professor Shukla, are we audible?
Yes, you are audible. Can you hear me? Hello?
Professor Sandeep Shukla?
Yes.
Sir,
Yes,
are you able to connect to us? Are you able to hear us?
Yes. I can hear you.
I think you should check the audio. We are not able to hear your voice.
Oh, really?
We are able to see the presentation. We are not able to hear your voice.
Oh, let me see.
Yeah, now it is audible.
Is it audible now?
Yeah, it is audible now.
Okay. So should I start?
Yeah, perfect. Yes, of course you can.
All right. All right. Thank you very much for allowing me to present remotely. So I have only about 10 minutes, so I'm going to directly go into the machine learning and security research at the C3I Center at IIT Kanpur. So C3I Center stands for Interdisciplinary Research Center for Cyber Security and Cyber Defense of Critical Infrastructures. And this was established about 4 years ago by the Science and Engineering Research Board. And then in last year, we had also been promoted to C3I Hub, which is a technology innovation hub in cybersecurity by the Department of Science and Technology. So C3I Center remains the nerve center for the research part of the C3I Hub. Hub has many other charters that we don't have time to go into. So I was asked to actually show what is it that we do at the C3I Center. So since we are focusing on critical infrastructure, the first thing we did was actually create test beds for critical infrastructures, which has all the components that a real system, critical infrastructure system would have, and all the components are industry strength in the industry components that are used widely in the industry in India from various vendors. And then first thing we did was we found a lot of vulnerabilities in those equipments and the automation systems. And right now, C3I Center has about 15, I think 15 CVEs, that is the vulnerability database entries in the National Vulnerability Database created to C3I Center. So how do we do this? So we first build our power distribution test bed which basically is a distribution test bed from three-phase to single-phase, three-phase to three-phase, and also various kinds of loads. So what you are seeing here is an inductive load, a conveyor belt, and then we have resistive loads, etc. And this is the system which has all the critical infrastructure components such as programmable logic controllers, relays, RTUs, as well as network switches. And then also this is connected to a SCADA system, the supervisory control and data acquisition system. More recently, we got this power transmission test bed. It is actually a miniaturized power transmission system with all the power transmission components, substation automation components, relays, and phasor measurement units, and the SCADA. And then we have the generations. So we have thermal generation as well as we have the solar generation. And then we have the synchronization system that synchronizes this generated electricity with the main grid of the institute. And these are all complete automation systems with all the automation components that would be in a real power utility or power generation system or power transmission system. And therefore, we are able to do a lot of work on figuring out what vulnerabilities are present in such systems and how to mitigate. And we also can use this to generate data on which we can do various kinds of learnings. And also this data is also can be used for machine learning as input to machine learning training and figuring out the intrusions and anomalies. So here is a discrete control manufacturing pipeline test bed. It's a 4-stage pipeline, each stage controlled by a different PLC and the supervisory controlled by SCADA. And this is our 4-stage water treatment plant test bed where we actually have a full-fledged water treatment facility with each stage independently controlled. And this we actually, been developed from the scratch, like by buying components, whereas the other ones, we actually got them manufactured from our design. And this is our cybersecurity operations center. So this is where we actually get threat intelligence information, our honeypot information, our malware analysis information, this kind of stuff. And also the SCADA screens are reflected here. So operators can actually see what's going on. So since this is discussion is about AI and the security, so I will mention only a couple of things. That is one thing that we have been doing for last 3-4 years is we have an extensive repertoire of malware analysis tools based on machine learning models. And so we are currently able to analyze pretty accurately Windows executables, Linux executables, PDF files, APK files, that's the Android files, JavaScript files, Word files, and JPEG files. These files we can distinguish, classify between malware and binary. And this is how it is done. So we have a tool, and if any of your LEAs would be interested, we can actually whitelist them to use our tool. So we have a web-based tool through which you can submit a binary, upload a binary or multiple binaries together and get them analyzed and get reports. You have to be added as an authorized user with proper authentication. And then we process them in parallel. Right now we have an 8 processor machine. So we actually process them in parallel. And we do in both structured analysis of the binary or the file structure, metadata, etc. And we also put them in sandbox to execute them and collect behavioral information. Then we actually do feature engineering because sometimes just straightforward features don't give you good accuracy. And then we generate the various reports. So here is what this screen looks like. It tells you what files you have submitted and what the results. You can download the results, the analysis results, etc. So this is something we can provide access to law enforcement if they require. Although the law enforcement would be more interested, as somebody else mentioned also earlier, is that where is this malware coming from? and who is responsible for this malware. So I have another set of another group that is doing this APT analysis, the advanced persistent threat analysis and attribution work, which also requires quite a bit of machine learning, but it's not yet formed into a tool or something. So in some cases, we are able to actually attribute to the nearest APT group that might be actually responsible for that. And this is what the report looks like on the website, but you can get a better report as PDF. We also do a lot of honeypots, both for insider attackers and outside attackers. So this is the deception technology idea that if you suspect that inside your organization there are some malware or some insider who is actually doing clandestine activities, you can put honeypots and you can somehow deceive them into getting into those, and then you can detect where which address they're coming from, etc. And also you can collect a lot of threat intelligence, that is the current attack trends and what kind of attacks the attackers do. So we do both insider honeypots as well as outside honeypots. Insider honeypots, we call them actually the production honeypots, because we don't get a lot of hits on them. Only if there is a bad actor, only then we will get a lot of hit. But outside honeypots, we get a lot of hits and we can actually get a lot of threat intelligence out of that. So this is what this the honeypot dashboard or the incident management system looks like. So this gives you a lot of details about statistics and data analytics, where these attack payloads are coming from on the honeypot, what kind of passwords they're trying, which IP addresses they're coming from. Although IP addresses may be masked, so it's not necessarily the case. Like for example, we see a lot of attacks from Vietnam, which we believe is the botnets deployed by the Chinese in the Vietnam cyberspace. And the last thing I want to talk about is that we also do a lot of data-driven IDS, the intrusion detection system. And the idea is that sometimes in critical infrastructure systems or cloud systems, the protection mechanism, that is firewall, strong authentication, system hardening, all those things fail to protect because of some vulnerability that is unknown. So zero-day vulnerabilities. Then what happens is that these systems gets compromised and the physical dynamics of those systems tend to actually deviate. And the way these payloads are designed so that this deviation is very, very slow. It kind of slowly encroaching, and we call them the boiling frog attacks. We also do see that there are data poisoning attacks, like the training data poisoning attacks. So you train, when you are training or retraining a model for intrusion detection, it could be actually poisoned. That the data could be poisoned, and therefore your model will not be trained properly. So therefore, you have to also figure out how to do data cleaning. When you get data for training, you have to do data cleaning, or you have to design, machine learning methods that are robust to outliers and robust to this kind of data poisoning. So we have a couple of methods that we have used. Now, in this case, supervised learning usually doesn't work because you don't have labeled data. This is the behavior when there was no attack, and this is the behavior when there was attack. Such data are very difficult to come by. So, and then many times, people design machine learning models which is not robust to outliers, and they often assume weak threat models. And also, in result, maybe that the final model should also run on resource constrained devices, because these are industrial control devices, IoTs, etc. So therefore, we have, and then we have all these different reasons for needing robustness. One is, of course, the measurement errors that creep in the training data, inadvertent mistakes, and then data poisoning attacks, adversarial data that might be generated by an adversary with a GAN or generative adversarial network. So we did two methods, two actually systems we have developed. One is based on denoising autoencoder based IDS, which basically is obviously unsupervised and discover latent features, and also robust to training data poisoning. And then we have another method which is based on the, which is for multivariate, that is the measurement is a vector, And this is based on low rank matrix decomposition. And this is robust to boiling frog attack. That is, the attack is slowly encroaching. And this is very low complexity, so it can be used in resource constrained devices. So I would request everybody to actually, contact us and tell us your requirements, and we can show you what we have. And then if any of that is useful, we'll be very happy to work with you. And we have been already working with the Home Ministry and, of course, the National Cybersecurity Coordinator's Office. Another thing that we have been doing is the blockchain data analytics to using machine learning to detect malicious activities in Bitcoin and Ethereum. We hope to develop a forensic system for Bitcoin and Ethereum, given that the crypto is being kind of in the verge of being legalization in India, which I think is a bad idea. But if it does happen, this analytics, the ability to do forensics on Bitcoin and Ethereum data, like the company chain analysis, would be very useful. So I'll stop here. I hope I made it in time.
Thank you so much, Professor Shukla, for the overwhelming words. Now I would request on the stage Mr. Himanshu Pandeji, DGM I4C, to please come on the stage to felicitate the speakers, please. Sir. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so very much. Thank you all the speakers of technical session. Now I would request all the participants of the event to join for a small tea break that is giving us only the time of 5 minutes, but quickly and refreshing. A small tea break organized on the same floor itself. So please, please, all the participants, please. And let us reassemble again by 5 minutes slot sharp. Thank you all. Welcome back, all the participants. Now, I would like to inform all about the panel discussion, which is based on the theme Industry Best Practices for Top Threats to an Organization by leading cybersecurity mentors. And I would like to call on the dais Shri Brijesh Singh, IPS, ADG Maharashtra, who will be moderating the panel discussion of this event today. So, Shri Brijesh Singh ji. I would also like to invite on the dais all our panelists, Shri Krishna Shastri, Partner Cybersecurity, Ernst & Young, EY, Ms. Rama Vedashri, CEO, DSCI Noida, Data Security Council of India, Shri Vijay Devnath, Center for Railway Information System, CRIS, CRIS, Dr. Nishakant Ojha, Advisor, Cyber and Aerospace Security, BASIL. Thank you so much for all the panelists and Shri Brijesh Singh, who was the moderator of this panel discussion. So, the entire dais is with you all.
How much time we have?
Probably complete means slot of 35 to 40 minutes last.
If you look at the last 1.5 years, everything has fundamentally changed. Like the COVID pandemic just did not affect our health, the economy, but it also fundamentally changed the nature of work. Now, for all enterprises where people used to work on IT systems which were protected by everything, right from a SOC, NOC to perimeter defense to endpoint detection and response to people using AI and ML for detecting anomalies and so on and so forth. People are today working at home, and work at home is becoming a reality which is going to stay there for a long time. And from there to pivoting to enterprise infrastructure is not very difficult for attackers today. So look at what is under threat. You look at financial cyber crimes. Every day, thousands of people are being duped by cyber criminals, right from phishing and vishing calls to banking malware, to apps, to even directly compromise of banking infrastructure. Shastri has been somebody in this country who has deep experience with actual investigation of cases where banking systems have been compromised. And when we were standing outside, he was telling me that how 5 different banks were recently compromised. And these things don't come out. They're not known to public. It's India doesn't have a compulsory reporting policy. So these things are just treated as an internal incident. Somebody does forensics, somebody files a report, and then it is buried down and somebody pays insurance. But how long can this go on? So if you look at that, if you even look at what is happening to society, right from human trafficking to pedophilia to crimes against women and children, everybody has been left unsafe. Come to society, you have information, information warfare going on, disinformation, misinformation, right from, fake vaccines to phishing to things which lead to problems with public order are rife. Every day something goes viral. People are being attacked due to these messages. Then you look at nation states, critical infrastructure is being attacked. You saw a great cyber power like US was rendered powerless by some ransomware operators, where they basically compromised that colonial pipeline and they had to declare a state of emergency. So similarly, the world is becoming so asymmetric that you don't know who has the power to disrupt very large systems. And then if you look at nation state adversaries, cyber espionage is going on. APT groups are there, advanced persistent threat groups are there, which can attack any system, compromise any system. Where vaccines were being developed, those systems were being attacked. Universities are being attacked for data and IPs. So everywhere, especially after COVID, the cyber adversary ecosystem has strengthened. And it's a very well-developed ecosystem, which is very modular, wherein somebody is developing the exploit, somebody else is scanning the system, somebody else is sending the phishing emails, somebody else is running the CNC, somebody else is converting the money from physical to from digital to physical. So this is a huge well-oiled machinery which coordinates very well. Now, here we have experts, and I have, except Ojaji, I have not met him earlier, but otherwise I have known other people for years now. We'd like to listen from them. Beginning with Shastri. Now, Shastri he's one person who has investigated almost every important case of India, right from the Parliament attack case way back to we worked together on Cosmos Bank case, and I've seen his expertise. He's very hands-on. I would like to ask him that, see, we talk of compliances, we talk of certifications, and you see still large institutions getting affected, data breaches happening, ransomware running riot. So when you investigate, after investigation, there must be some learnings as to, even after all these ISO 27001 and all these certifications, how did somebody get compromised? So is there a learning from investigation where you would like to enlighten us? And everybody else is free to pitch in. It's a free panel discussion. I would like to know from you.
Thank you, Mr. Brijesh, and a very good evening to all the participants. As you rightly said, almost in the last 15 months, I investigated more than 40 to 50 cases, which has really targeted the banking systems. And from morning, remember, you might have heard about, a lot of people are talking about these attacks are called advanced persistent threat attacks. It is a fact. It is a highly focused attack, and minimum, at least I can say 7 to 8 months, the attacker was present in the banking networks. Even the attacker was present for 9 months, still the organizations are not in a position to detect it. I will tell you briefly what are the best practices where really we are missing it. But what are the main feature I observed is, I remembered around 8 to 9 years back, attackers used to exploit some internet-facing server, any vulnerability through that. From the web server, they used to come to the application server, they used to go for something called the database server, because we're all following something called 3-tier architecture. But today the attackers are really going, not via that path, thanks because many people are coming out with doing a regular vulnerability assessment and penetration testing. Using something called web application firewalls, WAFs, the rules has been very perfectly configured. So the chances for attacker to come from that route is almost more or less reduced. But almost in many cases, I examined 97% of the cases, the source of infection is nothing but the endpoint machine where an employee is going to work on system. If you take the case of, remember, the Cosmos Bank breach itself, the attackers have compromised one of their branch computer system. From the branch computer system, they're able to penetrate into the whole bank network. So please remember, today most of the attacks are happening. The source of infection is nothing but via a phishing mail, which is going to send to an employee who don't have a proper cybersecurity awareness. And that is the first point of compromise. So endpoint detection and response, because so far we are always concentrating only on the critical servers like web servers, application servers, database servers. We are really neglecting the endpoint machines where the employees are working. So having an endpoint detection response type of tools are very, very important, because that is where the phishing attacks are happening. Employee, due to lack of awareness, their system is getting compromised. Using that system, attackers are laterally moving to the whole network and compromising the database servers. So 2 things which you should take care. Even if you are having endpoint detection response tools, but 1 point you should keep as a control. Every endpoint machine that was present in your organization, please implement 2 things. The first and the foremost is disable the PowerShell on that endpoints. And the second point is local admin should be disabled. If you implement this, even an attacker comes and compromises this machine, the chances or the probability that attacker to move is a very, very minuscule. Practically, I can say that you have 99.9% protection, because in cybersecurity, we can never give something called 100% protection. Second, once attacker compromises one endpoint, then laterally is moving, and the next point is target is something called Active Directory server. AD is the one where, remember, he can do anything. Today, you look at every ransomware attack. Yesterday, I've seen it. 4,500 servers of organization has got encrypted in a span of 1 minute, 32 seconds. Why it is? The hacker is able to reach up to Active Directory. From the Active Directory, started pushing something as a group policy. So Active Directory hardening is the most important second task you are supposed to keep it in mind. Third is, hackers are coming, compromising the Active Directory, and they make, remember, in the Active Directory, they will log in with administrative credentials, but they will not log in during daytimes. Maybe beyond office hours, they will do it. Unusual login and log offs of our Active Directory is the most key important point. You should learn it. Please remember, at night, 2 o'clock, somebody is really trying to log into our Active Directory. You should have a rule by which an alert should get generated, and our security operations and team members should be in a position to what? Identify it. And the most critical we are seeing it is, when an attacker is coming and compromising the systems, when we go for investigation, organizations are not keeping any log files with them. If you don't have the log files for, it is impossible to identify what was the first mission that got compromised, how the attacker has moved it, and lack of forensic readiness assessment. If they don't know how long, remember, the log should be captured, what type of log should be captured, and in what format they should be retained, and what log should be sent it to SIEM, because a lot of people will talk about SIEM, Security Operations Center. Your Security Operations Center has to monitor something, means there should be a proper input. That input is nothing but the logs. If you don't have a proper logs, SOC will never get alert, and SOC is not getting alert means you can never identify who is coming inside and what activities are performing. So you should have something called the proper identity and access management systems with a perfect hardening of, remember, Active Directories. And the most important is collecting proper logs and pushing that logs to our SIM is some of the important best practices I would like to say. Thank you, Brijesh.
Dr. Osha, you are from Broadcast Engineering Consultants. I would like to come to a very important subject of information warfare and spread of misinformation and disinformation. Now, this can affect everything. Like this can affect an organization's shareholders, stakeholders, regulators. So one small information which is wrong can also cause, disorders in public space. So is there anything that can be done to stop this disinformation and misinformation and information warfare as such?
Thank you, Brijesh. First of all, I would like to thanks to everybody giving me an opportunity. This is my first forum where I have came in, but initially I had been working on the EW and the, not basically the cyber security, but we are not working on the micro cyber security warfare. We are working on the macro cyber security warfare. So we are looking something how to dislocate the satellites. We are looking something how to penetrate into the PLA server, perhaps blah, blah. We are not going that particular thing. But the question which has been raised by Brijesh and Krishna also already told that nothing is secured, everything is secured. So there is nothing like that. You have a sophisticated SOC. If you have got a next generation SOC, you have got a NOC, you have got a sophisticated firewall, and you pretty will say, okay, I am safe. Nobody can enter. It's not. And there is no, as of me, I'm not a hacker. I'm basically a scientist in AI, but I'm telling you, there is no bad actors. It's a war. It's a game. Whoever is able to penetrate, he will penetrate. It's a war of information. So whoever gets the maximum information is the winner. Now that's basically how you penetrate. It's basically what Krishna was trying to tell earlier also. It's basically everything rotates around the ecosystem. And that ecosystem, it's not like a kind of a cyber war room or something like a sophisticated next generation SOC. It's basically how you integrate the available resources and technology which is available with you. Frequently, many times in the forum, I had been asked, can you design a cyber war room? Come on, we cannot design a cyber war room and we quote something like, okay, 2,500 crores. It's not like that. I can design the cyber war room in just around 80,000. A mini SOC can be designed in a desktop. So it's something like that, which I wanted to bring to your kind notice that you have to be very cautious. Machinery, see, the technology is basically a kind of a complement for us. It's not a supplement for us. Last mile dependency always depends on the human brain. Even the machine asks, okay, tell me, these are the data. Now, how to integrate the data, how to do the analytics, how to proceed further. If you don't have the reasoning power, you don't have the acumen, and you don't have the art of basically reading the characteristic of the data, you are failed. No machines, nothing can be done. We are working on the aerospace security. We have been mandated to penetrate into the hard kill, soft kill on the satellites. That's a different game. We are looking for how to intercept, how to hack the MAC IP of UAV, counter drones. So things are going in that particular direction. It's a game of electronic warfare. I'm again want to bring on the forum. See, I am totally against with any of the company that, okay, if you buy my solution, you are safe. Nobody. If it's something like that, Accenture would have not been hacked. If it is would like that, that the Facebook have not been, see, every time we are living in a sword edge. You move little bit here, you're cut. You loot little bit that side, you're cut. So you need to be very cautious, basically, how to read, when to read, how. Now, he has told me that it's basically something like that. It's a theoretical thing. I just want to we have also studied that analyzing, detection, weaponizing, parking, and then neutralizing. That's hardly matters in a real situation. We don't have so much time for that. PLA, when we attacked, I just want to when we did some kind of an exercise on the PLA, it was only a kind of say 5 to 6 minutes we have to do. So we cannot go like that. Okay, these are the things we need. And what I'm not saying against you anything, but I'm just saying that we need to design our mind frame in such a way that, okay, we understand this data. And that's how obviously the software also tells you it's something, the data which I am not able to read. Are you want to access that data? You say, yes, it goes. And that's basically the art. I mean, nothing is wrong. We are doing exercise, they are doing exercise. So every time we are getting, but these things have got aggregated something like that in the post-COVID. So what I've done is when we are talking about the bad actors, something like that. So something, now again, there was one question sir, I'll just take one more minute and then I'll wind it up. There was one question which was asked in the international forum to me. Why? How we are getting so much cyber attacks and how our data is going out of our Indian soil to different parts. I said, we are hacked by our own people. Are the person who is sitting inside. So inside attackers are the main components which are the, like when you're talking about it's an agency, we are talking, the agencies are basically hiring the hackers. They are hiring the people who basically works for the, but we don't know the credentials of those things. The person who is sitting here might be working for Iran. The person who is sitting here might be working for on that. The Bitcoins is transferring and they do like that. So it's just, we just want to tell that basically we have to be conscious and we need to understand the characteristic of the data. Karkaduram nuclear plant attack. The file was closed. But initially when we did the dissection and what Krishnan told, that's a log. Log is something by which you can do anything. When we identified around 10,000 logs, we got some new amazing insights. So that's something which I just wanted to tell you. Rest theory, you know very well. I don't want to tell you about the cybersecurity definition, all those things. Thank you, Brijesh.
Thanks. Wonderful insights on nation-state cyber attacks and also about very important aspect of insider threat. I mean, you may have all people process technologies, but if there's an insider sitting in your systems who's probably working for somebody else, then everything is lost. Shastri gave excellent examples about how doing one or two things can like disabling particular admin privileges and preventing access to Active Directories can itself take care of the major chunk of the problem. So these are insights from actual practitioners. Vijay Devnath runs large IT systems for railways, and as we see, Shastri talked about endpoints, but ultimately there's a human sitting behind the endpoint, and somewhere the human is the most vulnerable thing. And we've seen that still, even with very complicated cyber attacks, ultimately the vector is phishing, and social engineering is the cause of 3/4 of cyber attacks still. How do you handle that?
Yeah, thank you, Brijesh. Told that I belong to the railway domain. I'm a railwayman working with Center for Railway Information Systems, which is the IT arm of railways. Now, with that introduction, you all are railway users. You, your families, and your even the extended families also. Our customers are dependent on the information which flows through the railway system, and the railway also runs on information. It has been so for last 70 years. And that dependence on IT systems has been increasing by leaps and bounds. And during the pandemic, it has increased by multiple, I mean, logarithmic rise in information dependence. And all that information is again ICT systems which we run. As Mr. Brajesh rightly pointed out, we have a huge user base. I'm not talking about the customer. I'm talking about our own employees. We are the largest employer in the world. So we have around 14 lakh employees. Out of that, approximately 5.5 lakh, 500,000 are IT users also in some way or the other, starting from booking clerk to the ticketing window to up to the chairman. And here comes our main challenge. Our human resource is very widely distributed among, in terms of educational background as well as the awareness of cyber. We almost get 60,000 people annually recruited and 60,000 retire. So training so many people in their railway work itself is a big challenge. Giving them cyber security knowledge is another big challenge. So in that, I think DSCI and other organizations like banks and all, they play a big role in making them aware, like two-factor authentication, OTP, bataiye, ye mat kariye, wo mat kariye. That gives a lot of education to our employees. But we have been trying, and to some extent we are successful, is that we train our people also along with their domain knowledge in some cyber security knowledge as well. But human is a very, very big factor, where I will suggest from our experience in this thing, a few good practices which we follow. One of them is which we also advise our senior officers also for their own data, is that backups are very important. And in case of ransomware attack, you have to be doubly cautious, keeping 2 backups, and you have to also ensure that none of your backup is, at least one of your backup is non-encrypted. Encryption, we are talking about all that here. But encryption is for data which is confidential or sensitive. But a lot of our data, railway data, is non-confidential. It is for public. But we will lose our business if we don't have proper backup. So we also test our backups for not having encryption, not encrypted by a ransomware. Another is our BCP plans. Business continuity plans are very good on paper, and technologically also they are very good, but we do not have a human backup plan. I remember a few incidents where everything was there, system was there, backup was there, but जो backup को restore करने वाला जो expert है उस division का या उस zone का, वो छुट्टी पर है. So कुछ नहीं हो सकता, किसी और को आता ही नहीं है backup को restore करना. There was a ransomware attack in one of our division. So we waited for 4 hours when the expert was sent from Chris to Kota division, and then he went and restored most of the systems. Another one is that we keep all our backups in same place, in the same divisional office or in the same zonal office. We don't distribute it anywhere else. At least a week-old backup should be kept somewhere else.
कम से कम कुछ हो जाएगा तो एक वीक ओल्ड डेटा से भी कुछ तो काम हो ही जाएगा. Our accounts and personnel and all those systems will work somehow. Recent data can be again recreated. Another one is that the educational part. I feel that the education system, both the primary education and maybe the secondary education, should say, and the graduation, they should have now mandatory cyber knowledge as well as cyber security knowledge. Basics they should know. Otherwise, our work in the training institutes increases a lot. People come with not even knowing that they are supposed not to share the OTP. And the OTPs are shared by senior officers and everybody in the organization, and it has become a mess kind of thing. Then awareness is a continuous process. We keep on making awareness programs. And in the pandemic, it has helped in some way that now people are willing to attend the virtual conferences also. Earlier, unless you call them and treat them in the lunch and dinner and all that, otherwise nobody was willing to listen. But now people are willing to listen even in virtual conferences, and that has helped a lot. And then a very important point in the government sector. Most of you are in government sector. In government, along with the carrot, the stick also has to work. Like in our safety systems, in railway, safety is very, very important. And in a slightest mistake, even if it is by ignorance, people lose their job. People like train drivers and guards and station masters have that category. But somehow or the other, despite our use of ICT and security for last 20 years, 20 plus years, we have not been able to incorporate cyber safety penalties in our DAR rules. And that is a very big impediment. We identify like Shastris and all, they investigate and they tell us iski galti se hua tha, usne kiya tha, he was the insider threat and all that. But what do? We reduce some, grades or transfer him out or similar things. But it is not taken at that level of the safety, train safety level. So I hope with the pressure from LEAs and the government, this awareness will come in all the government organization where the cyber violations or cyber security violations will also be put at par at other safety violations or other security violations. Thank you.
So, Vijayji spoke of 2-3 very important things. One is the importance of backups, because see, whole problem of ransomware is basically that you find problems with your business continuity if your data is lost. But backups are a good way to at least restore your business up and running in some time. He also spoke of penalties to be imposed, strict penalties. This is in line with GDPR and the personal data protection regulation, where the GDPR actually has fines up to 4% of global turnover per violation. Talking of data security, I think DSCI has been doing wonderful work. I mean, even before the world started talking of GDPR and personal data protection regulation, Data Security Council of India has been talking about data being the most important thing, and how to protect this data from going into wrong hands. Now, no, that mic is not working. So I would like to ask Rama that since you come from the industry and you represent the voice of industry here, how is the industry building capability to handle these kind of, various kinds of cyber threats which keep on evolving every day? They become polymorphic, they become, very sophisticated. What is the industry doing to protect itself?
Thanks, Brijesh. Thanks, BPR&D, for having me here. So, I mean, just to comment on, following the thread of the other panelists, what happened, particularly the cyber risk pre-COVID and post-COVID, it has just accentuated multiple notches. because the entire world went virtual. Even in India, if you see verticals which were not very digital, whether it's a healthcare sector, education, primary school education, higher education, right? There are many of these verticals, whereas IT is banking, digital payments, core infrastructures. And another thing is most enterprise networks became completely blurred, right? We don't know what was the border of a enterprise network of a bank or a IT company or an e-commerce company, because we were forced to work from home or actually work from anywhere. And some of the challenges that came up, even the security industry woke up to very new challenges post-COVID. Because here we are looking at monitoring and managing and securing endpoint devices which are not really in your control in your enterprise networks or inside your office or inside your highly secure campuses. That is one thing. The second one is, we had this situation where even in India, let's say the banks had a security operations center. And many of them in the last 3 years, 4 years, because of the RBI regulations which came out in 2016, in the last 2-3 years, most banks had pretty much a next generation security operations. I'm using banks because they're probably the most mature in the implementation in the user enterprises in India. But suddenly they woke up to the situation of a quarantine or the building being completely quarantined. And maybe the security operation center partners office is also quarantined in Bombay. We had all these challenges. So as we were dealing with a very accentuated cyber risk post-COVID, because of the targeted phishing mails, we had situations of vaccine espionage where pharma sector and healthcare sector were being targeted. So we came up with new league of cyber risks compared to, what we had, which was what Shastri Garu was talking about, the web-facing internet assets, which were getting targeted the most with DDoS attacks or, APTs, whereas now we were looking at phishing. And another point when it was phishing is the insider risk was insider without just an insider who was not trained well enough, because everybody was logging on to the internet network, which was not just the technical users. Even in the software industry, who are almost every employee is, an engineer and a software engineer, they fell victims to phishing attacks because you're working from home, you have your personal email plus your office email, working from that, and some phishing email. So we were waking up to really different kinds of situations. Another thing that we see, because while I don't have inside DSCI examples, we engage with CISOs of every industry vertical in India. Manufacturing and oil and gas and other critical infrastructures, they were also now opened up to the internet because they had no choice in the post-pandemic. So this entire myth that I have my industrial control systems and operational technologies completely behind my air gap networks and my IT systems are protected in a different way, I think that myth was another thing that was tested. And while every enterprise worth its salt had a very good BCP plan, the BCP plan was never tested in reality for these kinds of situations, right? So every CISO, CIO was forced to revisit what is business continuity and re-strategize the business resilience, which included sites, locations, which included people, because there were so many people who were not available in the workforce because they were either in a city which was quarantined or they were themselves down or somebody in their family was down. So one thing that we have seen as the biggest learning from post-COVID is the business resilience strategy needs to look at a far wider risks than just the technical risks of cyber and IT. Because I think CIOs and CISOs were always tuned towards looking at this as a technical risk and what is all the technologies that we can do. So what is happening in the provider ecosystem is we are seeing now there's a lot more depth or a lot more competencies that are being built to be able to look at endpoint devices which are beyond firewalls. I think that was never a priority for a large enterprise before. The second one we have seen in the last 2 years is significant business workloads moving to the cloud across all verticals. Even government, while maybe some of them are not, even we are seeing a lot of government agencies, particularly in state governments, moving to the cloud. So we are in the provider ecosystem, which is product companies, startups, and security services. Cloud security, both from a services standpoint, managed security cloud solutions, so that there is a cloud platform vendor and there is a government, but in between there is a cloud, just like you have a managed infrastructure provider, a managed cloud security provider, so that he or that organization is providing the bridge to implement the kind of controls an organization migrating to the cloud. That's one capability that we are seeing. There's a lot more attention or a lot more competencies that are now being built in the Indian industry for industrial control systems and operational technologies, because the kind of breaches and attacks that have happened, I think we were a little lagging in that capability, and we are seeing now every large service provider giving a lot more attention and working with those OT and ICS OEMs, because IT OEMs were very different and the OT OEMs were very different. We are beginning to see that capability. Another point that we are seeing is that most large enterprises are really building a true crisis management plan. They're not building it because a regulator like RBI or IRDA is asking. I think the boards and CEOs have woken up to the fact that cyber is a real business risk to their company. If there is a showstopper, because they've gone pretty much everything is digital. If there is a showstopper to the company, before maybe they would worry about, some geopolitical risks. Those risks are still there, but I think they're reasonably confident that government will take care of that. The board does not need to take care of that. And, dollar volatility, rupee volatility, boards used to worry about these things, or, some mines and metal, if there's a manufacturing thing, access to the mines and minerals that, their company. Whereas now I think boards have woken up to the fact that cyber risk is the biggest showstopper to their business and their growth. And not only regulators are going after them, the consumers and the users are going to go after if there is a breach. Because of which, one positive thing we have seen in the last 18 months is increased empowerment of the CISO. CISO is now really a business leader being asked to present to the board, because of which I think the empowerment to build capability in people, hire more experts within the team, the technology investments that are needed, I think that kind of an approvals from the CFO, CEO, and the board is happening. And we are also seeing a lot more focus on end user awareness on the consumer side and on the employees. The most enterprises and providers are providing these new league of solutions of entity user behavior analysis that has become now a hygiene factor. And previously when we talk of security drills, it was always drills, mock drills against external threats. Whereas now there are kind of drills that happen internally, where mails are sent to the employees with phishing mails internally, where, and you're assessing and testing that employee, whether he or she is falling a victim to an internal phishing mail, and then pull that person up, maybe give some counseling, put them through a training. So those kind of things are some new practices that we are seeing, where internally employees are being tested more on whether they are following the basic cybersecurity hygiene practices. I think what banks and IT industry is doing now, maybe there's a lot of learning for government, which even Mr. Devnath, the speaker talked about. So we can look at some of these best practices. From a capability perspective, we are seeing now more than 100 services companies having a cybersecurity vertical from India, which is serving global customers and Indian customers. Similarly, security product companies, now there are about 230 of them from India, and many of them are very niche. Either somebody is doing threat intel, somebody is doing deception, or IoT sector. We are seeing a lot of attention, at least 10, 20 startups that we know who are working in the area of IoT security. So I think on the capability side, there is one level of maturity that is building up, and on the user enterprise side, because of the increased cyber risk. But I think one big wake-up call for the world was when we talked about supply chain security and vulnerabilities. Typically, our thing was it was either operating systems or devices or hardware. The new league that we are seeing in the supply chain risk is a services company being targeted to amplify the breach across all the customers that they serve. So we have seen some of our Indian IT industry members being targets of that attack. And worldwide, we have seen when we study any of the big breaches in the last 18 to 24 months, it was some innocuous services company, and the target was not that services company, but because that services company was supporting or rolling out patches for 100 other customers. So services companies as a new threat. So when large mission mode government projects are hiring a services company, when you look at the whole supply chain risk, you should look also at your services part.
Excellent points, Rama. You spoke about cyber crisis management plan. You spoke about having a risk management approach to cyberspace. You also spoke about risks of moving to cloud, and you also talked about SCADA and the IoT world. Excellent points. I think audience would be benefit. For last words. For last words, I would ask Shastri to say, tell something very interesting. Now, since we both are ultimately investigators, I would like to know what is happening on the other side. What are the cyber criminals doing to frustrate you, to make your work difficult, to use anti-forensics and obfuscation? What are they doing? I want some very crisp points on that, then we close.
Thank you. As you rightly mentioned about every fraudster will try to defeat the forensic expert. It is a very common practice, right? That we call it as something called anti-forensics. And we observed recently the new type of which amazing, remember the type of thought process they're having it. I remembered earlier when a ransomware comes and infect a computer system, and by analyzing that, we're able to identify based on the event logs, what is the machine from where he got connected. So he executed the ransomware. That's where the attackers, what they do in the ransomware itself, they used to keep a tool called S-delete. It's a simple line by which that system logs will get generated, remember, completely overwritten. So once they're overwritten, we know from which machine you got connected. So that is the type of trend they observed around 8-9 years back. But today they are very, very clever. They introduced something in the policing popularly called cut murder theory. I don't know how many of you read about it. So A wants to kill a person E. A will hire B, B will hire C, C will hire D, and D is going to do the murder. So after some murder is over, the A person is going to eliminate the C. Once C got eliminated, when we do the investigation, backtracking it, we never have a continuity. So we don't know who has hired the D, etc. So the case is getting closed. In the same manner today, attacker compromises A machine, from there he'll go to B, B to C, C to D, and he go to E. But when we are analyzing, he is eliminating, or in the C system and B systems, he's erasing the tracks. So once he's erasing the tracks, when we are backtracking it, we don't know what was the first machine, which we call it as a zero machine, through which the attacker came inside the organization. A very, very novel technique, remember, the attackers are using it. That's the reason why if any organization got impacted and systems got encrypted, what was the source of infection, from where he entered the organization, what is the first entry point, we call it as a zero machine, we are unable to find it out. Second most important point, sir, is the last point I would like to say it. We know, please remember, attacker compromises today and he took out the data, because today in all ransomware attacks, before the ransomware is going to encrypt our data, he is going to first exfiltrate the data, then he is going to put the encryption. And they are not coming forward and telling that I have taken our data. After 60, 70 days, they are going to the media or dark web, says, so-and-so organization data is currently available with me. Why they are taking 60, 70 days to make it public? I don't know how many of you ever thought it. Why they are taking 70 days to come to the public and say? The reason is again simple. When we try to backtrack and identify what was the first machine, we know in all our systems, the event logs are going to be overwritten when you started working. 60 days back, he entered into that system, means today you will not have any logs. So what the attackers, to keep their identity unknown to any of the investigators, what was the IP address from where the attacker has come inside? They are using this type of techniques. That's why today any organization got compromised, the exfiltration of data has happened, means after 60 days only they are making it to public. When we are investigating it, we are unable to identify what was the zero machine where the attacker is able to penetrate into. Such a beautiful techniques they are using it, and practically it's impossible to identify that from where he entered, what are the areas where he has gone it, and ultimately what systems got infected. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, all the panelists, for this valuable and learned discussion. Really, it has been enlightening discussion, I must say. Now I would like to call on the stage IG Modernization Division, Dr. Karuna Sagar sir, to felicitate the mementos to all the panelists and the moderator, sir, please. Thank you so much, sir, and thank you all the panelists and the moderator, sir. Now I would like to request, because we have reached to a significant moment of the session of today's conference, so I would like to request Shri B.S. Jaiswal, IG Training, BPR&D, to please come up on the stage to do summing up of today's proceedings of the event to precisely underline the significant takeaways of today's event. Sir.
Thank you, Sabjit. It's a mammoth exercise to summarize the entire day session. Today we had 18 speakers. I must say it's the equivalent of 3 days conference. We are so much fortunate to have been enlightened by distinguished experts from different fields. It's a complete 360-degree experience we had today. I have attended many cybersecurity conferences, and I must say this is conference of distinction. A totally different conference which has been designed by Modernization Division in collaboration with I4C and NCRIC. Let's start with some paradigms. We all are police officers here. We are also experts from different fields. But what I have realized that slowly and gradually we are coming to have all the paradigms, all the elements of conventional policing in cyberspace domain. Today we talked about something called ambush, sleeper cell. We know in terrorist theater, this is a very common lingo which we use. But here, there are some case studies where cyber criminals also, they are employing these age-old conventional techniques of sleeper cell, of ambush. And also, today we come to realize that every crime which we are going to have today and future particularly is going to have a cyber angle also. And day by day, the percentage of such crimes is increasing. So with this note, I'll try to just briefly summarize the important key takeaways of various experts today, which we had the benefit today. Muhammad Akram Khan of CERTIN, he talked about business continuity plan. We always talk about cyber threat, cyber crime, mitigation of cyber crime, but sometimes we lose track of the very important aspect of business continuity plan. In government, in corporate sector, why we talk about cyber security? We talk about cyber security for the simple reason that it gives business. It gives public confidence. For government, it is the confidence of people. So how to continue with the business? Even if a very important site is down for 1 hour, it causes so much annoyance. The loss of goodwill is tremendous. That cost is incalculable. So we have to have a very robust business plan. Muhammad Akram Khan also talked about there's something called obsolete machine. still we are using Windows XP, and now Windows XP not being supported by Microsoft. So why we are using it? Because we feel that it's still working. We are using, it can be very easily used for accessing internet. It can be used for doing the routine Microsoft Word and Excel. So what is the need for a new machine? That's fine. But problem is that the old machine not being supported will have lot many vulnerabilities which cannot be addressed. You have to have a new machine. So this realization has to go into our cyber security awareness. Mr. Ankit Sarkar, NCIIPC, wing of NTRO, he talked about how to protect cyber information infrastructure. He talked about how different domains, different aspects of malware protection measures can be used for protecting the cyber information infrastructure. Mr. Vikas Tiwari of Amazon, he talked about secure cloud structure. Now we know that slowly and gradually we are shifting to cloud. And cloud is not just one aspect. It is many aspects roll into one. It's not only application, it's also platform. It's also data. So we are using a terminal only for the purpose of accessing cloud, but everything, the processing, the data, the applications, the environment, everything has shifted to cloud. How to protect that? As we know that every aspect of IT system has a cyber security angle. So we have to think about cyber security not as a generic manner. We have to think about cyber security as a super specialization model. I'll come to one aspect because the gentleman from CRIS also talked about railway security. I'll come to that. Mr. Badnathan Iyer from IBM, he gave very good insight on how we should shift the perimeter. Perimeter should be close to data. Now, older paradigm was that application is lying somewhere, we access the cloud and do our work. But now the realization is that we should be, our defense perimeter should be close to data because we have to protect data. Data should not travel very far. If it travels very far, there is every chance of it's getting leaked, it's getting breached. He also talked about how logging, the device logging, all the log files should be linked to analysis. Because if you don't analyze the log files, we are simply in fool's paradise. We are simply, our dream world that everything is secure, but something wrong is happening. One day it will reveal and it will be disastrous. Mr. Shrikant Shitole of FireEye, he talked about Singapore healthcare case study. And a very important analogy he gave about, I just talked in the beginning, that it was just like terrorists hiding in anonymity for 1 year, not doing anything. And one fine day there was attack. So a sniper, he used the word sniper in total anonymity, targeting a particular occasion and space and time, as terrorists do. So we have to have our alertness and awareness to that level. He talked about that how dwell time is very important because it's related to all human aspect of cybersecurity. Mr. Rinka Singh talked about securing citizen data. It's a very, very important aspect. We have to understand this. Mr. Pranav Mohanty, DDG, UI, DAI, and IPS officer. And I'm very impressed the way he talked about his experiences in UI, DAI, how police data centers should be protected. How, if your system is collecting extra data, it means it has to be justified. If it is some, as a gentleman said, that if it is some AI or machine learning application which is happening on remote server, then that is understandable. If it is not so, then if data is, there's so much traffic happening which cannot be justified in usual manner, it should raise an alarm. So it's a very important point he raised. Dr. Bal Singh Rajput, DCP Crime Mumbai, he gave the perspective of law enforcement agencies, and very, very important aspect because sextortion is one which I have found that people, I have come across some old friends of mine, I mean, who were calling me. There was some message, I just clicked that, I spoke to him, and then next time he said, your entire conversation is recorded. And he was so apprehensive, so fearful, what to do, what will happen to him, what will happen to his reputation. Not just one case, many cases I'm saying. So these things are happening. Mr. Venkatesh S. ADIB, he talked about cyber physical system, how to secure that. He talked about even the simple system, HVAC, which we all are aware, even that can be compromised. He mentioned a very good paradigm that, criminals, as we talk about platform as a service, software as a service, similarly, crime as a service has also emerged in dark web. So if pay money, you get a crime done. And that crime can be anything. It can be conventional homicide, it can be economic offenses and whatnot. So he gave a very, on very optimistic note that let's talk about cooperation as a service among all the agencies who have assembled today. We should talk about cooperation as a service. He talked about Suraksha formula. If you follow the Suraksha formula, it's an acronym of some certain points which can be used to secure our system. He also talked about SciCord. It's a very good collaboration where we want all the stakeholders to come together and join hands and secure our system. Dr. Manan Suri, Professor IT Delhi, a friend of mine, in fact, a friend of mine because he's doing a project for BPR&D. And he's doing a project for BPR&D sense, very important aspect of data recovery, which has not been tried before. Because if we go into data recovery, where the way like Mac, iOS and all, they operate, there it's very, very difficult. So far, research has not gone to that level. So we have chosen his research area to convert it to a product for law enforcement agencies. So he also talked about a very important aspect of security, what are 5 pillars of security. He talked about zero trust model. Zero trust model for cyber physical system, particularly the physical layer security. You should not trust. The model is that you should not trust anything, not data, not device, not network, not even people, and not even workload. If you are getting excessive workload, you're getting denial of service attack. So even that also you should not trust. And on that premise, he gave a solution that out of these 5 elements of a zero trust model, the most difficult is device and hardware. He mentioned the metaphor of analogy of Lakshagri of Mahabharata, where the building looks so nice, so elegant, but the hidden is something which is very, very sinister, very, very dangerous. Similarly, the physical system can also be very sinister. Just because there is abstraction, we don't know what's happening under the layer. But once we know the intricacies of that, perhaps we can have a better system. He also talked about more than 70% of chips have passed through China or Taiwan. Even recently, I bought a laptop. It came from a province of China. So now you have to understand, because a laptop system having a good software, all the time you're talking about cybersecurity aspect. All the time you're talking about different kind of software, how to protect it. But what about hardware? If there is some malicious chip sitting in the motherboard, what will you do? If it has been planned, it has been primed to transmit data at certain point of time in a certain kind of situation, what will you do? Have you tested to that extent? And if such kind of damage and devastation can cause. He talked about deliberately fault can be injected in the motherboard, in the chip, so that it can do the stated predefined desired action. He also talked about physically unclonable function, which is very, very important because that is his research area. Dr. Pratosh, Professor IT Delhi, again a friend of mine, he talked about how even machine learning is not foolproof. We have so much trust for machine learning and AI, but it's like a black box. what's happening, nobody knows. Given the input, and it gives some output. And we are very much satisfied with that because it serves the purpose. But in a given situation, in a critical situation, it may go otherwise, it may go wrong completely. So we have to have something called explainable AI. And cybersecurity domain is no different from that. Dr. Arun Balaji, Triple IT Delhi, he gave a very good insight on ML, how that can be used, how ML, machine learning, can be generalized, because machine learning usually gives a very specific purpose. I mean, it's used for a specific purpose. If you change the purpose, it will not function. It will give error. How to generalize it, how to bring abstraction. And he also talked about how we should have a differential data privacy model, because at one hand, we have privacy, on the other hand, we have utility. It has to be a trade-off. We cannot have 100% privacy, we cannot have 100% utility. We have to go somewhere in between. Professor Sandeep Kumar Shukla, again, he is a very known figure for BPR&D. Recently, he was part of our webinar. He talked about cyber physical system. He is a coordinator, chief coordinator of C3I Center, very important institution established by Government of India. He talked about, he has created test bed for power distribution, power transmission, power synchronization, and also water treatment plant. How to protect cyber physical system is very, very important. And we have come across many such instances worldwide where the entire grid of a country has been compromised and the country was in the darkness for a certain period of time. He also talked about honeypot. He deployed honeypot at IIT Kanpur to test how best deception can be done, and that can be utilized for the gainful purposes. Even honeypot is a very important element of cybersecurity, as you said. Finally, we had a very eminent panel of speakers from law enforcement by the name of Sri Brijesh Singh, ADG Maharashtra, and also experts from Data Security Council of India, Ms. Rama Vedashri, Krishna Sastry from Ernst & Young, Vijay Devnath from CRIS Railways, and Dr. Nishikant Ojha from Basil. And this panel of speakers dwelt on different aspects of cybersecurity in the form of what best we can do to protect our system, how to look forward in terms of facing the emerging challenges. Sastry talked about endpoint detection. He mentioned that the employee is the most important, the weakest link in any plan of cybersecurity. So we have to focus on that. He also talked about Active Directory hardening, and it's very, very important how we should secure log files and analyze it to our advantage. Mr. Ocha talked about machine is something which can protect us to certain point, but beyond that is a human element. We cannot replace the human element. So we have to focus on the human aspect of any cybersecurity plan. Finally, Mr. Devnath of CRIS, we all know what is CRIS, Railway IT System. He raised a very important point that, even if you have a business continuity plan, BCP, but it should be robust, it should be tested. Otherwise, in the nick of the moment, you will not have the key person who can start the recovery side, who can start the redundant side, who can also do the certain very important crucial task of data reconstruction and all, how to establish the system again. So it's very, very important. Finally, the last panelist of the panel discussion session, Ms. Rama Vedashri, CEO, DSCI. She talked about phishing email, how the phishing email is used as a first line of attack, because the human element is the most important, and here that gives you a foothold to enter into a system, and then you move laterally and horizontally and vertically. She also talked about business resilience strategy, SCADA, and cloud security. So, and also I'm very happy to know that because she talked about mock drill. In police parlance, we talk about mock drill. In cybersecurity also, we have to do it. If we don't do it, we will fail. We will fail again and again. And in police, as Karuna Sagar sir is here, sir, we always do mock drill to ensure that when the right time comes, we are not failing, we are not lacking. So that's very important aspect. Just 2-3 thoughts which I had in the entire session, I just want to share with you, because these are the thoughts given by the experts. I'm just the kind of agent for transmitting to you and just emphasizing to all of you so that when you go back, you have some points in your mind. Now the time has come when we should have a strategy to do some kind of ethical constructive hacking. If we don't go into that mode, we would not be able to secure our society, our country, because it's not the law enforcement problem. Cybersecurity is not the only law enforcement problem, it's a warfare. It's not like catching a criminal, because criminal, as we know, there's a law that any crime which happens, there's some trace of it, and there's a famous law in forensics. But here, the criminals are using tools deliberately to erase all the traces, all the telltale sign. What to do in that case? So we have to have some kind of offensive strategy. Defensive strategy may not be sufficient. The time has come to think over it. The traditional second thing is the traditional approach of maintenance and updation. As we do for physical infrastructure, we know there's a chair. If it's not working, it cannot be repaired. In our usual language, say unusable. It can be condemned, and then we can go for fresh procurement. But in computer system, IT system, even if system is working fine, but it's outdated in terms of configuration. That configuration may suffice your purpose for using the routine activity, but for the cyber security angle, that configuration is no longer applicable. You have to have a new system in place. So the concept of maintenance and updation has to have a complete change. Maybe it requires a complete change in terms of GFR, maybe government procedures. Second thing is that AI ML, we always talk about AI ML, but AI ML is a double-edged sword. The same AI ML can be used, and they are being used by criminals, cyber criminals. So you can imagine we analyze the log files, we analyze the traffic which is going through your system. But those criminals are deliberately making the traffic in such a way using AI/ML that it appears very normal, just being used by any normal application. So we have to have one step ahead. We have to think one step ahead. So that's my point here. And now the new things which are coming up, drone, IoT, 5G, cloud, quantum computing. You know, each one of these have tremendous potential to change the landscape of IT system, cybersecurity. So we have to start working on it. 5G will open the whole host of issues. The moment it comes, it will be launched and suddenly will be taken aback. So it's time when we should start thinking about how best we can protect our system when 5G is rolled out. And with this, I would say today's session was really a momentous landmark conference for all of us. And it's a very good beginning, which has been taken by Modernization Division under the leadership of Dr. Karuna Sagar sir, who is sitting here. And I foresee the very senior officer, Mr. Deepak Virmani, and Ashok ji is here. And under the leadership of MHA, the guidance of MHA, it's a collaboration which we have done, and many more to come. This is just a beginning. Kindly give your feedback. And with this, I request Karuna Sagar sir, on behalf of Sarvjit, I'm requesting Karuna Sagar sir to kindly say a few words. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, sir. And Dr. Karuna Sagar, IG Modernization BPR&D, to deliver the vote of thanks. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, friends. And thank you for your patience. All IGs, DIGs, distinguished speakers, delegates, and friends, good afternoon, good evening. My special thanks to Honorable Minister of State, Shri Ajay Kumar Mishra, for accepting BPR&D's request to grace the National Conference of CISO, CRO intermediaries by his presence. He has taken time out from his busy schedule. We are thankful to him. I also express my sincere thanks to Shri Govind Mohan IAS, Additional Secretary, Union Territory, MHA, for his generous presence and sharing his valuable thoughts with BPR&D in capacity building of LEAs in combating cybercrime. I am sincerely thankful to our DG sir. He has encouraged us and provided all support to Modernization Division and NCR and IC for organizing this conference. My heartfelt thanks to my friend Shri Neeraj Sinha, ADG BPR&D. He always encourages us in doing creative and innovative activities in Modernization Division. I also thank my colleague Sri B.S. Jaiswal. He has been instrumental in designing the technical aspects of this conference. I am sure his debriefing session has been a major takeaway for all of the participants here. I am thankful to certain NCII, PC, UIDAI, Amazon, IBM, FireEye, iSpirit, IIT Delhi, IIT Kanpur, IIIT Delhi, and Mumbai Police for being generous in nominating their experts as distinguished speakers in today's conference. I also thank the CEO of DSCI, Srimati Rama Vedashri ma'am, for accepting our request to become a panelist today. My special thanks to Sri Brajesh Singh, ADG Home Guards, Maharashtra, for moderating a very valuable discussion in this panel today. I thank all the other panelists for conducting a rich discussion full of knowledge and wisdom and showing the way forward in reinforcing India's fight against cybersecurity threats and cybercrime. This conference could not have become a reality without the active participation of all the states, union territories, CPOs, and CAPFs. Each one of them nominated an excellent delegate. I thank all the respected delegates for coming down to Delhi and providing BPR&D an opportunity to host you. And we look forward to, as Mr. Jaiswal said, hosting you in many more occasions like this in future in collaboration with I4C of MHA. In fact, today, Mr. Virmani was telling me that the Honorable Minister is very keen that we should organize such events more and more frequently. I thank and congratulate all my colleagues in Mod Division, NCR and IC, and BPR&D for putting their hard work and making it a grand success. Thanks to friends from media who will help us in taking the outcome of the conference to wider audience. Last but not the least, and most importantly, I sincerely thank I4C team, the CIS division of MHA, under the dynamic leadership of JS Sri Asutosh Agnihotri and his colleagues who are here as a delegation in providing the idea and the financial assistance for organizing the conference. All the goodies that we gave it to you, the way we hosted you, the tea, the lunch, and the infrastructure is because of the generosity of the I4C and the MHA in providing us generous assistance. I thank you all and look forward to seeing you all in future. Thank you. Jai Hind.
Thank you so much, sir. And there's one small announcement for the friends from state police forces of throughout the India. One of the vertical of I4C, NCFL, Dwarka, it is operational at Dwarka. It is operational tomorrow. So if they wishes to visit, they can kindly give a visit tomorrow by 11 a.m. sharp. Thank you all the participants for the patient listening. This has been really a very, very memorable and nice experience. Probably we will all cherish it till we meet again the next time. With this, calling off this prestigious event today, National Conference of CISO, CRO, and Intermediaries. Thank you all. A very warm good evening. Jai Hind. Thank you all.